Tonight, the makers of Anison, for the fast, prolonged relief of headache pain, bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Anison's guest, Armchair Detective, who is here with us in the studio, is Jose Ferrer. And now, here's your Anison host, Ellery Queen.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case is about one of the toughest kid gangs I have ever met. I call it The Adventure of the Green Gorillas.
Jeep. Coast clear.
Yeah, Nux. Big guy in his flop, Nux?
There's lights on, Shimmy. Let's go. Yeah, this is it. Here goes.
Maybe Johnny Rack's on the lam.
Rack ain't scared of lousy cock.
Breathe. Bunch of kids. Scram.
Johnny, wait a minute.
What do you want?
We're a committee from the Green Gorillas.
Our gang runs this neighborhood, Mr. Rack.
We got 'em all scared stiff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm impressed. Come on, what do you want?
Well, could you listen to a business proposition, Johnny?
Sure. Inside.
Gee.
Thanks, Mr. Rack.
Hey, Shimmy, this is something, huh?
Cheap, look at his rod.
Hands off, kid.
Hey, Mr. Rack, you killed 4 guys, didn't you?
Did I? All right, make your pitch, kids, and fade. What's on your mind?
Well, Johnny, my name is Nuxarelli.
I'm Jeep Williams.
And I'm Shimmy Odess.
Up to now, Johnny, we've been pulling kid stuff.
But we got a secret leader, the main gorilla.
We get our orders from him, see?
And now he wants us to go into swiping cars.
We just lifted one, Mr. Rack. A brand new bus.
There ought to be heavy sugar in that racket.
We lift the cars, you dispose them for us, Johnny. On a 50-50 split with the organization.
How's it set, Mr. Rack?
Would you do it?
Come here.
Huh?
The 3 of you. Any right guy that pals up with Johnny Rack's got to be able to take it, see?
Take what?
This.
Hey, what you want to sack nuts for?
No, Mr. Rack, not me.
Well, congratulations. Come on, get up off the floor. Now, about this stolen car operation. Nix on those new cars. They're too hot these days. Pick up good used ones and maybe I'll help you out.
Hey, did you hear that, Shimmy?
We're in, Jeep, with Johnny Rack.
Well, thanks, Johnny. What do we do with the new car we just swiped?
What do you do with it? Where is it?
Parked right outside your house.
Oh, you stupid little...
Get it away from there. Ditch that heap up town, quick. And then come back.
Punks.
So you're Bobby Brown.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why, Inspector, he's just a child.
I'm 16.
Yeah, Bob is small for his age, Miss Porter. He's an orphan. Supports himself selling papers. Lives at the Y. Knows Groove Street inside out. And he's plenty tough. Huh, Bobby?
I can handle myself, Sarge.
That sounds okay to me, Ellery.
Bob, juvenile delinquency's on the rise. Gangs of street kids are mugging, breaking into stores, stealing cars. They've even got guns.
We're especially worried about the Green Gorillas, Bob.
Yeah, I know him, Inspector.
And if they ain't straightened out now, they'll wind up like that Groove Street hero of theirs, Johnny Rack.
Who's Johnny Rack? A gangster?
Yes, Nicky. A cheap rat who's about 2 jumps ahead of the chair.
In fact, lately, Rack's been showing some interest in this Green Gorilla gang. I didn't know that, Billy.
Dad, that makes the assignment dangerous.
I'll be okay, Mr. Queen. I want this job.
You want it? Why, Bobby?
I got my reasons.
Maybe Bob's father dying in the chair for killing a cop during the robbery has something to do with it, huh, kid?
Just give me a shot at it.
You know what we want you to do, Bob?
Join the Green Gorillas and find out who's giving them their orders. The secret head of the gang.
That's it. Grab their leader and they'll fold. We've got to. They're headed for a lot of trouble.
Oh, there must be some other way to find out.
Nicky, there isn't a member of that gang older than 15. Now, this has to be an inside job, and only a kid from the streets can get in.
I'll be okay.
All right, Bob. Now look, I'll stick as close to you as I can. But the first time you feel the heat's on and I'm not within call, don't go to the Y. Don't go to any of the places you usually go. Come to my apartment. Understand, Bob?
Yes.
I had a duplicate key made today, in case you come when nobody's home. Carry it with you at all times, Bob. Here, take it.
All right.
Getting you into the Gorillas won't be hard if you follow orders.
Oh, what's my orders?
Well, Bob, tonight you're going to be on Grue Street, committing a crime.
Committing a crime?
That's right, Nicky. Bob's going to roll a drunk.
Who, Mr. Queen?
Me.
Hey, kid, where is that bar, eh?
It's right there, mister. This alley, Mr. Queen?
Yes, Bob.
But this is an alley, kid. It's a dark alley.
Oh, the joint's at the other end. Come on, mister.
Where? I don't see a thing.
It's further in the alley, mister.
Okay, Bob. You think they fell for us?
I think so, Mr. Queen. They spotted us.
Gee, Jimmy, over here. They went in this alley.
There they are. Sock me with this rubber hose. In the shoulder, Bob. Hard.
Hey, let go of me.
Ah, Bobby.
Ow.
Oh!
Now roll me, Bobby. Take my money away.
Okay. Yeah, where's this sucker's roll? Oh, boy, oh, boy. All right, guys, jump. Give me back my dough.
Shut up. Oh, your dough.
It's his dough, ain't it? No, it's our dough. $150.
Wow. Hey, chump, you know who we are?
The Green Gorillas, and you're operating in our territory. Jimmy, how's the lush?
Out cold.
Hey, this punk used a rubber hose. He's half Knox.
Yeah. So what's your name?
Brown. Bob Brown.
Bob, your mama wants you, Bobby.
Shut up, Jimmy. Where you from, Brown?
Stucker Street. Look, that's my roll. I rolled him.
The Green Gorillas only split with the Green Gorillas. Bobby.
You kid around with my name once more, I'll shove your teeth right down your throat.
Why, Bobby?
You stop hitting him, Brown, or I'll plug you.
Let me at him. I'm mobilizing nuts. I'll tear him apart.
Stop blowing, Jimmy. Stalk you with your eyes open. Jeep, store the heater.
Huh?
Brown, I'm gonna do something for you.
You can give me back that dough.
Okay, I will.
What?
I'll give you back half of it if you join the Green Gorillas. That's our bylaws. Every gorilla splits 50-50 with the organization. What do you say?
If I play lone wolf, I get it all.
Like tonight? Look, Mug, it's better to run with a smart mob. You're protected.
And you don't have to figure out your jobs. They're figured out for us. Oh, yeah? By who?
You don't believe we got a secret leader? The head gorilla, that's by who?
He's the brains. Not even Nuffs knows who he is. We get written orders left in a hideout spot.
Button up, Jeep. Well, Brown, you with us?
I don't feel what you want to take him in for.
Ah, pipe down, Shimmy. This guy's okay. We can use a guy like him. Be smart, Bob. Okay, I'll join. Ah, that's better.
Sure.
What do I do?
Come to the empty warehouse in the corner of Dockery and Kessler Street tomorrow night. 8:30.
It's gonna be an important meeting. A real big shot's coming to talk to us. What a break. What big shot?
He don't believe nothing. Johnny Rack.
Oh,
Hey, the gun's coming out of it.
Yeah. Jeep.
huh?
Give me the rod.
The rod? Here. Nux, what are you gonna do?
Plug him.
You gonna let him have it, Nux?
What's the matter, you yellow Jeep? You know what Johnny Rack said.
Stand back, fellas.
Oh, he's stinko. He didn't see nothing. Come on, let's blow. What do you say?
Okay. Scatter.
Sergeant, Nicky, you can come out now.
Ellery. Oh, I thought that little gangster was going to shoot you.
So did I, Maestro. I'm still shaking.
Oh, it was just a bluff to impress the other kids. He's trying to act like Johnny Rack.
And Rack's going to be in that warehouse tomorrow night.
Not so good.
No.
Oh, gosh, I hope nothing happened to Bobby Brown.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. And now, back to our story. It's the following night in an abandoned warehouse on the east side.
What are they doing in there now, Ellery?
They're still swearing in new members. Here, Nicky, look through this peephole.
Need to get that amplifier working.
Yeah, I'm trying, Inspector.
Oh, where's Johnny Rack, Ellery? They're just boys in there.
Apparently their hero hasn't arrived yet. Sergeant, fix that amplifier. They're going to swear in Bobby Brown.
Yeah, I think I got it.
All right, gorillas.
That's friend Nux, aged 15.
We're gonna vote on one more candidate. This guy here. Take a good look at him, boys. Hiya, fellas.
That's my Bobby.
Shut up, Nene.
What's his name, Nap?
And what he ever do?
He's Bob Brown from Stucker Street. Last night he rolled a drunk $150 worth.
100.
Yes, sir. Yeah. He can handle himself, too. Jimmy Odess can tell you. Huh, Jimmy?
I slapped me when I wasn't looking.
Well, okay, we vote. All against? All in favor?
Quiet, Nicky.
Quiet. Chief Williams, swear in Bob Brown.
Bob Brown. Roll up your right sleeve.
Ellery, that boy Jeep has a knife.
It's part of their mumbo-jumbo.
Brown, you gotta swear in your own blood. Like this. Don't hey.
Oh, the little brutes.
Dip your finger in it, Brown. Now, say after me. I swear to follow the orders of our secret leader.
I swear to follow the orders of our secret leader.
I will never snitch on another gorilla.
I will never snitch on another gorilla.
The penalty for rats is death.
The penalty for rats is death.
Everybody!
Bob, you're in.
General said, Billy.
Yes, he's over the hump. There shouldn't be any danger now.
You little punt.
It's Johnny Rack. Give him a hand, Billy.
Both up there, hero.
And no vision.
Look at Rack eat it up.
Okay.
I'll be wrong. Look at Rack's face.
Ellery.
Do you think you're a smart monk?
What's the matter, Johnny?
I'm not. You're just plain stupid. You gotta use your noggin in this racket. What do you think you're doing, playing puppy?
You done something wrong, Mr. Rack?
Yeah. You just took a stoolie into your gang.
A stoolie? For the cops, Johnny?
He ain't stooling for the YMCA.
Really cassette. That very fire. Got you, Inspector. Wait.
Quiet! We swore in 4 guys tonight, Johnny. Which one's the canary?
Yeah, Mr. Rack, tell us who it is.
This kid calls himself Bob Brown.
I know it.
Oh, something. They'll hurt him.
Inspector, we better show. Keep covering him, Billy.
Just a bit longer. This may smoke out our secret lingo.
Hey. Johnny, where'd you get your information?
Oh, you little punk, I said it. Ain't that enough?
We all know you're a right guy, Johnny. A big shot.
Yeah.
But we don't want to make a mistake. It's an important thing. Could you give us some proof?
Okay. You, Stoolie. Empty your pockets.
Come on, Brown, do it.
Empties. Pockets.
Don't tell me.
Is there a key in this stuff, Nux?
A key?
Yeah, Johnny. Here's a key.
Ask him what door it fit.
Ellery, the key you gave Bobby in headquarters.
Brown, what's this key?
Nux, it's just a key, that's all.
Yeah, just the key. The key to the apartment of Ellery Queen.
That's Hey, wait. We gotta go ahead with our meeting, fellas. We can't keep Johnny Rack wait.
It's okay, Nux.
Dutch! Hatsy! Yeah, take this rat Brown in a secret hideout. Keep him there. We'll meet you there after the meeting. And give him what's coming to him.
No, that would be secret hiding. Maybe that's where they're born. There. Maestro, Why'd you tear the apparatus out of the wall?
Take it all with you, Billy. Get it out of here.
Inspector, those two boys are hustling Bobby out.
We'll tell him to the hideout. Bobby'll be okay. Come on, Billy. I bet we pick up their leader.
Nicky, go with Dad and Billy.
What about you, Ellery?
I'm staying here. Go on, Nicky.
But Ellery...
Nicky, I'm going to show up that cheap gangster rat in front of those kids.
What?
Now get going.
You're going out there to face him alone? Ellery, you haven't even got a gun.
I mustn't have a gun, Nicky. That's the whole point. Now beat it. You mustn't be found here.
Ellery, you fool.
Well, here goes.
Yeah, so you must stick with Johnny Rack and you'll...
Wind up in the hot seat, Rack. With you.
Jump him!
Nobody here. You're alone, Quinn. I don't get it.
He's got no cops with him. He ain't even healed. How do you figure it, Johnny?
Yeah.
Oh. There's one thing sure. He's here, he's alone, he's got no rod. Let's have some fun, huh, guys? That's... All right, Queen. Down on your knee.
Don't be silly.
Huh? You don't seem to get it, sucker. This is a real rod I'm pointing at you with real bullets. Now get down.
Hand me that gun.
Hand you my rod? Let's tell you what I'll do with you. Take it away from me.
Rack? I will.
What? There we are, Queen. Don't move. Don't move.
Look at him, boys. The great Johnny Rack. He's shaking.
What's the matter, Johnny? You scared of him?
Scared up. What a dirty...
And why don't you plug him, Red?
Yes, Rack, why don't you?
I'll plug you when I get good and ready.
You're stalling, Rack.
Shut up.
You can play big bad man in front of a gang of kids hungry for excitement. But when the chips are down, Rack, you're a yellow rat.
Shut up.
You can shut me up, Rack. Just shoot.
Hey, Johnny, why don't you shoot him?
Listen, in my time, I've knocked the...
So you have, Rack, in a dark alley in the back. That's how rats always kill. But you won't shoot me here, Rack. You have over 20 witnesses.
Sure. I'm no sucker.
You're not going to shoot me, huh? Rack, give me that gun. Hand it over.
I'll take another step.
Then I'll have to take it away from you.
Stay back.
Take a look at your hero now, fellas. Anyone would think I had the gun.
Dirty loves it.
No, I have. Here, Nux. Hold this piece of junk for me.
Me? Yeah, Mr. Queen.
Now, Rack. Let's see how good you are without a gun.
I'll kill you for that, Queen. I'll kill you.
Well, come on.
Johnny, you're wide open.
Keep up. You are going to kill me. On your feet, Rack. Or have you had enough?
Yeah. I had enough.
Hold it, boy. There's your top gangster. Look at it. Pretty? That's where you guys are heading. There's something about crime that makes a rat out of a man. There's something about fighting crime that makes a man even out of a rat. There isn't a cop on the force, any rookie, who couldn't and wouldn't have done just what I did. Think it over.
Hey, Maestro.
Bobby, come on.
That'll be all right.
Hey, Sarge, look what Mr. Queen done to Johnny Rack.
Get up on your feet, you two-bit punk. Lay off me, will you? Hey, what's this piece of paper just fell out of his pocket?
Let me have that, Sergeant. So, you were acting a big shot even when you told these boys about Bobby Brown, eh, Rack?
What do you mean, Ellery?
Here's how he knew Bobby was working with me, Dad. This note. Johnny Rack. Tip-off Nux O'Reilly. A guy named Bobby Brown is being taken into the Green Gorillas tonight. He's a stoolie working for Ellery Queen. He's got a key to Queen's apartment in his pocket. Signed, the Chief Gorilla. Rack, where'd you get this note?
Where'd you get it? It was shoved under my door this afternoon. You got nothing on me.
You're wrong, Rack. We found enough hot car records in those kids' secret hideout to pin a 20-year rap on your hide. And also on these young hoodlums, Ellery.
Dad, I have a hunch we may not have to press charges against these boys. I think they're seeing things a bit differently. Right, Nux, Jeep, Shimmy, all of you?
You sure opened our eyes, Mr. Queen. The only thing is...
That secret leader of yours, Nuts, the chief gorilla, is that it?
Yeah, Mr. Queen, we don't know who he is.
He'll take revenge on us, Mr. Queen, if we even...
But he won't, Jimmy, because I'm going to produce him for you right now.
See what is this?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our mystery for tonight. Nikki, will you introduce our guest armchair detective?
Yes, Ellery. Tonight our guest is the very distinguished actor and producer, Jose Ferrer.
Hello, Mr. Ferrer.
Good evening, Ellery.
I understand that you have produced and are currently starring in the Broadway dramatic success Cyrano de Bergerac.
That's right, Ellery. I wish I were as sure of the ending of your story tonight as I am each evening of the outcome of ours.
Well, let's get into that prop of ours, Mr. Ferrer. Our question tonight is in two parts. Who do you think is the secret leader of the Green Gorillas? And how do you know?
Well, I haven't any idea who the leader is.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferrer, don't tell me we've got...
I wrote down a list of the people in the story, and I don't know who on earth could possibly be the leader of the Green Gorillas.
Isn't there anything in those notes and illustrations?
I know it isn't either one of you, and I don't think it's me, but not said that.
Well, let's see now. Suppose we help Mr. Ferrer along. Do you think we should?
He needs it.
Or shall we let him stew it out?
How far? How far would you like to help him?
Well, let's see. Suppose we help him along by saying that he'll find out in just a minute what the solution is. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferrer.
Thank you.
And now, here is Don Hancock.
Come on, sister, let's hear it. What is...
Why did you give me a chance? And we just found a note in Rack's pocket from the chief gorilla, the secret leader of you kids. He revealed the fact that Bobby Brown was an undercover agent for me. How did this secret leader know that?
That is funny.
Maybe he saw through that lush rolling act you and Bobby put on last night, Maestro.
Or saw Bobby coming out of police headquarters yesterday.
Possible, granted. But this secret leader knew even more than that. He knew that Bobby was carrying a certain key. He said so in his note.
Well, it's a cinch it's some kid in this gang. Maybe he accidentally saw the key, Ellery.
I'll grant that possibility too, Dad. But the secret leader knew still more, according to his note. He knew that key Bobby was carrying was a key to Ellery Queen's apartment. How did he know that? How could he have known that? It's a duplicate key I had made. A duplicate key is made of unmarked brass or some other alloy. You can't possibly identify it as Ellery Queen's key or John Jones's key just by looking at it. Dad, how did you know that was my key?
Why, you said so, Ellery, in my office at headquarters.
In other words, I identified it. Now, who was present in your office at headquarters when I identified that key as the key to the Queen apartment?
Why, you, me, Billy, Nicky, and Bobby.
Mm-hmm. And Bobby.
Bobby?
Boys, I want you to meet your chief gorilla, the secret leader of your gang, Bobby Brown. Sergeant, grab him.
Oh, no, you don't. Let me go, you flatfoot jerk. Let me go, or I'll get it with my old man. Get that other flatfoot. Let me go.
Now let me show you fellows what suckers you've been. This kid, your great leader, the one you were all scared of, the one you took orders from. What did he do as soon as the heat was on? He knew we were out to break up your gang because by accident Sergeant Veely picked him to play undercover agent in the Gorillas. He didn't have to take the job, but he took it. Why? Because like Johnny Rack, he's a rat. He knew the gang would be broken up, and he saw a way to get in solid with the police so that after you guys took the rap, he could become secret leader of another gang and laugh at you and the police too.
Don't believe him, guys. It's a lie.
You didn't have to write that anonymous note to Johnny, but you wrote it, Bobby, knowing you were never in danger, that we were covering you every second, and that the boys would take you to the secret hideout where the police would follow and find those hot car records which implicated the whole gang. You ratted on your pals to save your own neck. What are you guys acting so surprised about? What did you expect? Honor? One for all and all for one? Hero stuff? A pal never squeals? Malarkey, you've been reading too many funny papers. This is the way it really is. Johnny Rack. Bobby Brown. If you wanted real excitement, real pals, real hero stuff, you'd get on the other side of the fence. But of course, that takes guts. Come on, Dad, let's get these two out of here.
Right, son.
Let's go, Rick.
I want a mouthpiece. Let me cut my mouth.
You too, little Caesar.
Yeah, sure, Sarge. Just don't let those guys get at me.
Coming, Nicky?
Right, Ellery.
Mr. Queen.
Oh, yes, Nux. What is it?
The boys and me, we've been sort of...
Mr. Queen, would you mind if we changed the name of our organization from the Green Gorillas
To the Queen Gorillas? We'd sort of like to give it a whirl your way.
Come around in the morning and we'll talk it over. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thanks again, Jose Pereira, for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And, as mementos of your visit with us, Anderson is proud to present to you this beautiful Gruen very thin wristwatch, this autographed copy of my new anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1946, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Now, Ellery, what about next week?
Well, next week, Don, Nicky and I run down to Florida for a short vacation from crime. But of course we run headlong into a case filled with a lot of thrills and a lot of laughs. I call it The Adventure of the Big Brained.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ellery Queen.
In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not merely crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents a new series in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery, and before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the prominent radio and motion picture actor Gerald Moore. And now, here's Ellery Queen himself, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we tell you the story of a man who was surrounded by enemies. 10,000 of them. I call it The Man in the Street.
I'm not tickling you, Marner. This is a frisk. Stand still. I'm a little nervous, Sergeant. He's a little nervous, Inspector. That crowd outside. Stand still, Marner. Why don't you chase them away? Where's my brother, Joel? Why didn't Joel come home from our office tonight? Because he was smarter than you, Elias. Leaving me to face this mob alone. Fickle, ain't they? Marner, stand still. Yes, Elias. Only a few days ago, the man in the street was calling you his benefactor. You and your brother had a great idea, Elias. Build a model town, Marner City. Cheap, good housing, co-op stores, fine schools and playgrounds for the kids, a great modern hospital. Everything shared by the community. Utopia, for Joe Dokes. No wonder they were giving you and your brother testimonial dinners. Oh, please. They'll try to break in here. They'd only that window be jammed. Still, Marner. How many people did you and Joel rope in, Elias? 10,000 from this area alone, wasn't it? 10,000 suckers. You've gonna stand still. But Marner City turned out to be some rotten marshland in a Long Island swamp. Those 10,000 investors will never see a cent. Wiped out, Elias. Only it came out too soon, didn't it? They're throwing rocks. They're going to... Oh, that one almost hit me.
Inspector, you've got to get me out of here.
Through that, Mom. We'll wait for the reserves, Elias. Hey, this tear me to pieces. If it'll make you feel any better.
Lock the shutters. Lock them.
Okay, Inspector. His wallet, papers, jewelry, everything, even his small change. You better get him ready. Where's that butler? Butler? Yes, sir. Come in here. Yes, sir.
Inspector Queen, sir. I'm just an employee. I assure you.
Yes, you've got nothing to worry about. Dead Elias Marmos hadn't called.
Well, go on. Whom are you staring at?
Why, Mr. Marmer, you're frightened.
Didn't you hear the inspector?
The voice of the people. How you and your brother used to laugh at them. Suckers, you call them. And now the suckers don't make you laugh anymore, Mr. Marmer.
Get my hat and coat.
Mr. Marmer, sir. Get your own hat and coat.
Take that, Mr. Marner, sir.
I'll get my things myself. They're just in the hall. I'll get.
Too bad his brother smelled the rat Thiele and took a powder before we could grab him.
Look at this roll I just took off Elias, Inspector.
Chicken feed. Joel's got the real poke, I'm afraid. Well, they're really getting ugly out there.
Mana, hurry up. I said, Mana, hurry up. There's the reserves. This is our chance. Mana, where are you? Mana! Mana! Inspector! Mana! Not in the hall, really. Hey, you, butler. Where'd Mana go? You see him?
He went to the kitchen. That's fine. No.
Not in the kitchen. That back door, really. It's open. Alley. Runs right through to the side street, Inspector. He got away, like his brother.
Send out a general alarm. I see. Okay.
Inspector, will
Nothing, really.
But I don't understand it. Where can he be?
I don't get it myself. I frisked him dry. Elias didn't have a red cent on him when he gave us the slip, Miss Porter.
A man needs money in New York.
Freshly won on the lamb. Unless Inspector Elias and Joel had fixed up a meeting place beforehand, and Joel had plenty of moolah.
I don't think so. It happened so quickly.
Then maybe a friend.
They ain't got a friend in the Western Hemisphere, Miss Porter.
Or any relatives. Blast it. Covering every car, road, bridge, tunnel, railroad station, airport. City sealed tight.
But where is he? Ellery.
Huh?
2 con men floating around the city with 10,000 yowling suckers after their hides, and you sit on your spine in my office reading the morning paper.
Aren't you interested, Ellery?
In saving the Marner's lives, Nicky? Oh, yes.
Well, don't sound so sincere, Maestro. They're hardly worth the effort.
No, I disagree, Sergeant. Saving their lives is one of the most important jobs you'll ever be called on to do.
Why, Maestro? Keep a couple of high-minders from getting what's coming to them so they can lay around the cell for a few years and think up some more finagles?
Oh, Sergeant, the Marners didn't merely steal money. They stole hopes, plans, years of hard work on the part of a lot of ordinary people. They stole Johnny Doe's first payment of a house, Mabel Brown's wedding money, the operation that Bill Smith's wife may need a year from now. That's why the Marners must be kept alive, Sergeant. Kept alive to give back that house and that trousseau and that operation. Oh, by the way, Dad, seen this ad in the personals column?
What ad?
Let me see. It's addressed to Dear Dot. Dot. I suppose that's short for Dottie or Dorothy. And signed Dash.
Dot dash, who cares? I want the Marner brother.
Dot Dash.
Dot dash. Right. That's the basis of the Morse code.
Calligraphy? So what, Maestro?
I believe the Marner brothers used to be telegraph operators.
A code, a hidden message. Read that ad, Niffy.
Dear Dot. Sorry had to run off before get-together. If P.X. Jones will engage room at Haven Hotel between 2 and 4 this afternoon, we'll contact him there to arrange export details. Dash.
It's from Joel Marner to Elias.
Joel must have read in the late extras last night that Elias escaped.
Without a sense. Not knowing where Elias is hiding, Joel put this ad in the paper?
To get Brother Rapp to come to the Haven Hotel under the alias of P.X. Jones.
Where Joel will join Elias and arrange export details. For both of them.
They're going to skip the country.
I believe that's what Joel had in mind, Nicky.
All we have to do is watch the Haven Hotel. Keep an eye on Elias when he checks in as P.X. Jones this afternoon, and wait for Joel to contact him. Cinch, really.
Maybe not, Inspector. The Haven's like Grand Central. 1,000 rooms, crowds pouring in and out all day. Even if we spot him, Elias knows our pusses. He'd run like a rabbit. Maybe we'd lose him again. And Joel, too.
No. Yet I don't feel like trusting this one to the boys. Our sputter has to be somebody smart. Somebody the miners don't know. Somebody who can keep him alive long enough for us to get him safely in a cell.
Ellery!
Hey. What do you say, son? I would consider it a privilege.
Hey, Foot, how much row you gonna park in my hack here?
My friend ought to be along any minute now, driver.
And it's your dough. Hey, what do you think of this monitor deal? Look at here. Look at that mushes in the paper, the dirty crook.
Ellery.
No, Nicky. The Mana brothers? Oh, the cops will catch him.
Yeah, they better work fast.
Why? What do you mean, driver?
There's an awful lot of people in this town got hooked, lady. If one of the victims spotted those crooks... Hey, don't...
Ellery, do you suppose that's why Elias hasn't shown up at the Haven here?
Could be. He knows he's surrounded by enemies. 10,000 of them. Might be too scared to come out of hiding.
Imagine not knowing who your enemies are. Might be a newsboy, a stenographer, even a policeman. Anybody on the street.
Wait, Nicky.
What matter?
That old man shuffling toward the hotel entrance.
Where?
Right there.
Bundled up to the ears. Dark glasses. Hat pulled down over his eyes.
Several days' growth of beard. Nicky. That's Elias Mana.
Leave Kang, a suitcase, Ellery. He had no money.
It's an old piece of junk, Nicky. He might have picked it up. Here he comes.
Ellery, that fat woman with the shopping bag, she's going to stop him.
Keep back, Nicky. I may have to jump out.
Sorry, Mr. Me. Could you be telling me which way to the subway?
That way.
Wow. For a second, I thought that woman was going to...
There he goes. Into the Haven.
Driver. Yeah, what is it, mister?
Here you are. Keep the change. Come on, Nicky.
Dear Ellery.
Calm down, Nicky. There he goes. You're heading for the desk. Easy, Nicky.
Maybe he's not alive.
He is if he registers as PX Jones. No. Stop right here, Nicky. Pretend to be looking at the magazine.
Sir? I want a room, please. Yes, sir. Single and back. Do you have a reservation for me? What's the name, sir? P.X. Jones.
Ellery.
Read that magazine, Nicky.
P.X. Jones. Jones. Why, no, Mr. Jones. We have no reservation listed for you.
Oh. Well, give me a room. Any room.
Register here, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, clerk. You know, you're lucky at that. A convention just checked
I
out
don't
the-
want conversation room, clerk. Where's my room?
Yes, sir. Ron?
Yes, sir. 1409, boy. Here's the key. Yes, sir. I'll take your bag, sir. All right. Elevator's right this way.
Not yet, Nicky. All right. Now.
Fourteenth floor. Watch your step, please. Jill. Nicky?
Thank you. 1409, wasn't it?
Yes. That's to the left, I think. Oh, there, Nicky. Bellboy just came out. Wait.
Why the... Ellery, he's putting his ear to the door.
Here, you, boy. What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Oh. Hey. You see that old crumb I just brought up to 1409?
Yes?
Know who I think he is? Elias Marner.
Oh, he couldn't be.
Of course not. Press the elevator button, will you, dear?
All right.
I tell you, he is.
I just heard that Mana was seen heading for Mexico.
Horse feathers. I tell you, that guy looks just like the newspaper photos of Elias Marner.
I wouldn't spread that story around, young fellow. You might get a harmless old man into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but gosh, he sure looks like him.
Going down, please.
Yeah, Joe. Say, Joe, you know that old boy I just brought up?
Not so good, Ellery. He'll talk.
Yes. Nicky, I'll watch 1409. You run over to that hotel across the street, the Universal. Dad and Velia waiting in the lobby there. Tell them to join me up here right away.
So in a case like this, I always go to the manager, the tough.
Can you do it? Well, Inspector, just a moment. Give me the desk. Naturally, hotels aren't crazy about this sort of thing. Hello, desk? Manager speaking. Is 1407 occupied? Then how about 1411? Hold 1411 open. All right, Inspector Queen. You can watch 1409 from 1411. It's next door.
Thanks a lot.
There wouldn't be a communicating door between them, would there?
Why, yes, it used to be a two-room suite. Couldn't be better. I want the key to 1411, manager, and also the key to the door between the two rooms.
And, keep this under your hat, please. Naturally, Mr. Queen. But tell me, is it true this man Jones in 1409 is
Elias Marner.
What?
Mon? One of my bellboys claimed he is. Nothing so exciting.
I wish he were. Now, get me the keys, huh?
Yes, I'll be glad to.
You should have strangled that bellhop, Ellery. Must be all over the hotel by this time. In a half hour, it'll be all over New York.
Well, we can't take Elias away from here either. Not if we expect to nab Joel, too.
Maybe it'll work out. With Zealy and the squad covering the 14th floor, you and me in 1411 listing it. Where you going, son?
To have a little talk first with the chief operator of the hotel.
You want to be notified the second there's a phone call to or from 1409. Is that it, Mr. Queen?
That's it, operator.
We'll be in 1411.
Not you, Nikki. You'll be in...
She's 1409 now.
See what Jones wants, operator.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
This is PX Jones in 1409. Has there been any phone calls for me, operator?
Phone messages are sent to your room box at the desk, Mr. Jones.
But I just spoke to the desk. They said there's no message in my box.
Then I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. If there'd been a call, you'd either have got it directly or found a message in your box.
Ring me here in 1409 the moment I get a call. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Operator, how late are you on duty?
Well, all the day shifts in the hotel are from noon to 8 p.m., Mr. Queen.
Then I'm leaving Miss Porter here with you.
Doing what?
Yes, Nikki. You can operate a switchboard, and this young lady can arrange to leave you in charge when she goes off duty tonight. The fewer who know about this, the better. Now, remember, operator, I'm relying on you to keep this Jones business absolutely hush-hush.
Oh, I won't tell anybody, Mr. Queen. I realize that Mr. Marner... I mean Mr. Jones mustn't know he's being watched. Pardon me. Hotel Haven, good afternoon.
Ellery, she's heard the rumor, too.
Well, you keep her from shooting off her mouth, Nikki. I'll be in 1411 with Dad. Don't tell me you haven't heard a thing through that door since he phoned room service for some food.
And just keeps walking around in there like a caged weasel, Ellery.
Yeah. What time is it there?
6.
Why no word from his brother? I don't understand it.
Unless Joe got cold feet. Well, some of these blamed rumors got to his ears. Ellery, take another look into the card.
Uh-huh. Not a thing. Oh, yes. Here come the hotel waiter pushing a table.
Must be that chow Elias ordered. Little wider, son. Okay, Dad. Son, would that waiter be Joel Marner in disguise?
No, Dad, no. Too short. Shh.
Yes, or is it?
The waiter.
Oh, food I ordered. Just leave it outside my door, waiter. I'll take it in myself.
Well, I got to collect it, sir.
Put it on my bill.
Well, then you gotta sign it for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, bring it. 1 second. All right, waiter, quickly.
It's true what they say. You are like to mine.
No, waiter, you're mistaken.
I'm making a mistake, and I don't know.
Making a break for it, Dan. Can't lose him again. Billy! What's the matter? Hey! Sergeant, help me. All right, break it up. Stop that fool waiter's tongue. Get them both in Mona's room, quick. Stop it, Mona. In here, both of you. That's it, Marshal. Nobody's in killing you, Mona. Share the song.
The waiter.
Yes, sir, you
We're police. This is not Elias Marner. He's Santa Claus. You understand? You forget there.
Don't shoot off your mouth. Capiche?
Yes. Pass them along to the boys. Head and say home. Come on. All right. Well, Marner, now that the cat's out of the bag, we may as well keep you company here till your brother shows up.
Yes, only don't leave me. You don't know what it's been like. Man can face anything when he knows who's after him, but me, there are thousands after me. Don't let them get me.
Oh, then you'll play ball, Elias. You'll help us grab your brother when they contact.
Anything, Inspector, anything, only don't let them get me.
Oh, that's a mighty fine spirit, isn't it, Ellery?
Where's Joel? Where is Joel?
Stop it, Ellery. It makes me tired just to look at you.
What time is it now, Dad?
10 minutes to 9. We're a while longer.
You're not going to leave me?
Would just about serve you right, a liar.
Why doesn't Joel call? Why doesn't he phone?
The phone in 1411.
Nicky from the switchboard. Becky?
Just got a call on the board for PX Jones. Not even sure it's a man's voice, all muffled. Ellery, what'll I do?
Tell him you tried to reach Mr. Jones, Becky. Meanwhile, ring operator and have her trace the call. I'll hold on here. Dad?
Joel Manor?
Think so.
My brother?
Elias, when that phone in 1409 rings, you answer and stall, do you understand? Hold your brother on the line. Try to find out where he's calling from.
I'll do my best.
Nicky?
Yes, Ellery?
Having the call traced? Good. Now ring 1409.
Back in the other room, Elias.
Pretty well had do just sit.
Now, he won't say where he is, Elias. Get him to come to the Haven. Bothering. Now, answer it.
Yes, Hello? You'll have to speak up. You'll have to speak loud. I can't.
Billy, shut up. That's Joel Manor.
Oh, yeah? Where's he calling from? Bait?
What are you talking about, Dodgen?
Joel Manor's body's been fished out of the East River. Made 3 rifle slugs in him, rubbed out. Joel's been dicked at least 48 hours. Dicking 48 hours?
Who put that ad in this morning's paper?
Who's that on the phone?
PX Jones.
That is his now. Marla, drop that phone. Get away from that window.
What, Mr. Queen, you...
Ah, right. I'm a window of the hotel across the street. Billy, get over there and grab the sniper, right? Ellery, is Elias...
is dead.
All we know is we found a smoking rifle in this room at the Universal Hotel, under an open window. Same gun that killed Joel Manor night before last. Killer got away before my boys could cross over here from the Haven. Now lay off and let us walk with you.
Inspector, it wasn't anybody's fault.
From this 14th floor window, the killer had a perfect view of Manor's window on the 14th floor of the Haven. Across that narrow street, you could have plugged Elias with this rifle, Nick.
Whoa, slow down, Dad. Nicky's right. No one could have foreseen this. Killer must have trailed Joel Manor 2 nights ago from his office, shot him, and dumped him into the river.
Then he must have gone gunning for Elias, but by that time Elias had escaped and disappeared.
Yeah. Somehow this killer found out, maybe from something on Joel's body, that the brothers used the code words dot and dash for secret communication.
So he got the idea of luring Elias out of hiding by placing that ad in the paper as if from Joel.
Yes, and when Elias fell for the trick and checked into the Haven, the killer simply waited for nightfall, drew Elias to the phone at his window by calling from this room at the Universal. A clever touch, that. And then when he was sure it was Elias on the phone, simply shot him from across the street and made his escape.
But who, son? No clue in this rifle. The hock shop job. Killer must have brought it in dismantled in this suitcase we found here. But the suitcase is also a pickup. There's not a print in the room, or a single witness who saw the killer after he checked in. Come on.
Oh, really? Inspector.
Yes, really?
Here, I
Find out anything else?
Yeah, I got his hotel registration card, Inspector.
Now, gimme.
When did he check into the Universal, Dad?
From a stamped date down here. Same night he bumped Joel 2 nights ago.
At who?
J.J. Jones, Chicago, and block letter. Of course, it's a phony.
But there must be a description. The bellboy who carried his bag up here.
What's on that, Billy?
Description, sort of short, bellhop says, or maybe not so short. Age around 25 to 50. Wore dark glasses, sort of medium-colored hat and coat. Hat pulled over his eyes. Held a handkerchief over his mouth when he talked. Bellhop remembers him fine.
Oh, that might be anybody, even a woman dressed up as a man.
Any one of the 10,000 victims of the Manor's con game blasted.
What do we do now, Inspector? Start checking 10,000 alibis?
I don't think, Sergeant, that's going to be necessary.
You don't?
What other way is there?
And I suppose, son, you picked the killer of the Manor brothers out of the whole city of New York, just like that.
It's one of the people we met in the course of the investigation.
It is? Well, how do you know?
And what people? Whom have we met?
A butler?
A taxi driver? A woman on the street?
Some hotel employee?
Room clerk, manager, waiter, telephone operator, bellboy, elevator man. Oh, come off it, Ellery.
We couldn't even get their name.
We don't even know if any of them was a victim of the swindle, Maestro.
Just the same, I know exactly who murdered the Manor brothers. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Effie, will you do the honors?
Gladly, Ellery. Our guest tonight is Mr. Gerald Moore, the Provident Wolf.
Nicky, is that night?
No, but it's true, Ellery. Mr. Moore played the title role of the lone wolf in the Columbia picture series of the same name.
Thanks for the explanation, Nicky. I'd hate to have anybody get the wrong idea. I know radio microphone's a no new experience to you, Jerry. You also play the part of Bill Lance in The Adventures of Bill Lance over ABC every Sunday, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, Ellery. We do our share of tracking down criminals, too.
Good. Now, suppose you draw upon your experience as a clue chaser, and, well, it has to be done. And expose the killer in tonight's mystery. Tell me now who killed the Marner brothers.
Well, your solution was incomplete. You see, I'm alibying myself in advance. But
My position has not yet been offered.
no, that's what I mean. I have two favorite suspects.
Tell me quickly now.
Yeah, I have the butler and the bellhop.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is the correct one. Now, here is Paul Masterson.
Save wheat, save meat, save the peace. This, in simple terms, is the slogan adopted for the World Food Emergency Campaign. We live to realize here in America the rather grave food crisis in the majority of countries throughout the world. A world food crisis that could easily precipitate another major conflict among nations, because the seeds of discontent are forerunners of intolerance among nations and are greatly influenced by hunger and malnutrition. A healthy, properly educated nation breeds healthy, intelligent minds, minds that work in unison for a better understanding of world problems and world peace. Each individual in this great country of ours is an integral part of the whole scheme of things. Your responsibility now may avert an irresponsible act in the future. Your part as an individual may seem small and inadequate compared to the greatness of the task ahead of us. But it is to you, Mr. and Mrs. America, that a world struggling in the agonies of hunger and despair looks for hope. Think over this slogan: save wheat, save meat, save the peace. And you'll begin to realize the pressing need for food conservation at home, a conservation that will help make world security a reality today.
Logical. Now, what do we know about those two hotel rooms involved? The room the killer checked into at the Universal and Elias Marner's room at the Haven. Well, we know that both rooms are on the 14th floor of their respective hotels, that their windows face each other across a narrow street. In fact, that the killer's room commands a perfect view of Elias' room, as you yourself pointed out there.
Yeah?
Now, could that have been chance? Accident? Oh, hardly. Obviously, the ideal relation of these two hotel rooms to each other was a planned element of the killer's plot. And that tells us who the killer is.
Not me, it don't.
Well, that's Sergeant, plus one other fact. Which room was hired first? The killer's or Elias Marner's?
Killer's registration card indicated he checked into this room at the Universal 2 nights ago.
And we saw Elias check into the Haven this afternoon, Ellery.
So the killer's room was hired first. But if the killer checked into this room 2 nights before Marner checked into the one across the street, how could he know in advance that Marner was going to draw a room at the Haven on the corresponding floor? A room from which Marner would be a perfect target.
Say.
In other words, how was the killer able to control Marner's getting room 1409 in the Haven Hotel?
Maybe he reserved 1409 for Marner.
No, he didn't, Sergeant. We actually heard Elias Marner ask at the desk if a room had been reserved for him, and the clerk said no.
But if there was no reservation, it's impossible, Ellery. When a transient walks into a hotel, there's only one person controls the room, we guess. The man behind the desk.
A room clerk, Maestro.
Exactly.
The room clerk!
Undoubtedly one of the 10,000 victims of the Marner swindle, and the present repository of all that stolen money. Well, it's another example of the folly of taking the law into your own hands, and it's going to land Mr. Room Clerk in the usual place. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. Gerald Moore, for occupying our guest detective's armchair this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, don't go away.
Huh? Oh, Paul, what's the matter?
I don't want to put you on the spot, fella, and maybe it's none of my business, but how long has that yum-yum girl, Nicky Porter, been your secretary?
Nicky? Oh, quite a while, Paul. Why?
Maybe it's news to you, Ellery, but I'm told your friends out there are sort of worried.
Worried about what?
About what gives with you and Nicky, son. You two don't seem to be getting anywhere.
Oh. Oh, Nicky.
Yes, Ellery?
As a special favor to Paul, Nicky, would you announce the title of next week's case?
Oh, yeah. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Ellery Queen presents the case of Nicky Porter, Bride.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program were fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Virginia Gregg, Alan Reed, Herb Butterfield, Ruth Parrott, Jack Lewis, Charlie Seal, Peter Leeds, Paul Frees, and Jane Avello. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dick Woolen. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Ken Sears, New York Yankee catcher, and Art Flynn, business editor of the weekly newspaper Sporting News. We'd hoped to have with us, too, the star second baseman of the Yankees, Joe Gordon, but he was unable to join us. However, Messrs. Sears and Flynn had accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's story, Nicky and I, quite unexpectedly, become involved in the crucial game of the World Series. I call it The Adventure of the World Series Crime.
Series. You all know what's happened. The Eagles won the first 3 games. Then the Larks came back to take the 4th and 5th games, and now the Larks are leading in the 6th game 3-2. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. Got the walk for Henderson. Fills the bases for the Eagles. 2 out. Let's see now. Oh, here's the great Sparks Luzelle coming to bat. Now let's see. It'll score 2 runs. The Eagles will win 4-3, and the World Series will be over. But if the Larks can stop Sparky again, the series will be all tied to 3 games apiece, and the payoff game tomorrow, there it is. Strike one, Spark. Now, everybody's asking what's happened to Sparky. Champion batter of the major leagues, he was an Arkansas tornado in the first 3 series games, hit over 500. Won the first 3 games to the Eagles almost single-handed, and then he folded. Here's the pitch. Strike 2. Strike 2. Well, Sparky didn't get a hit in the 4th game or the 5th. And today, in 3 official tries, the great Sparks has popped up 1 and struck out twice with men in scoring positions. There it is. 4-1. 1 and 2 on Sparky. You know, there's some ugly rumors around, but take it from your uncle's head, they're just malarkey. You know, you've heard them. That Sparky's been drugged, Sparks is sold out to the gamblers. Here it is. Strike 3. Sparky didn't even lift his stat off his shoulder. He's out. Well, that's the game, Pope. Ties it out to 3 games apiece. But what's happened to Spark? Mr. Dayton, owner of the Eagles, wants to know. Mac McClune, fighting manager of the Eagles, wants to know. What happened to Sparky?
Yes. No. Just a minute. Mr. Dayton's private office.
What? No. Say, listen, Weisenheimer, I'll give it to you in plain English. There ain't no more ticket.
Oh, hello, Mr. McClune.
The boss in, Susie.
Yeah, he's waiting for you. Say, Mr. McClune, I want to tip you off. The boss said me and the boyfriend could see today's game from his box, and, well, you know what that means.
Yeah, as usual, Dayton's ducking out in a pinch.
Yeah, well, the rest of us still think you can lick them bums, Mr. McClune.
Thanks, Susie. You want to see me, Mr. Dayton?
Oh, come in, Mac.
Yeah.
Mac, I am leaving you in complete charge.
Throwing away today, Mr. Dayton? I notice you have your golf clubs already.
Yes, I'm running up to the country club. I couldn't stand the strain of the final game, Mac. My heart, you know.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll phone you the result.
Well, it's not as if I were running out on you or the team, Mac.
Course not, Mr. Dayton.
You'll bench Sparks, of course.
Thought you were leaving me in charge.
But, my dear McClune, he's had half a dozen chances to win the series in the last 3 games. And what's he done?
If Sparky goes, I go.
Oh, he couldn't bat a ball with a coal shovel.
Bat a ball. Bat. Oh, what a fool I've been. Of course, the bat.
What are you raving about, Mac?
Look, Mr. Dayton, if your heart can stand the strain of making one phone call before you go out to play golf, just one, mind you, we can still win this series.
A phone call?
I want a detective. Pay any fee he asks, but have him here in 15 minutes.
A detective? What detective, Mac?
The best in the world, Mr. Dayton. If there's one man can save this World Series for us, it's Ellery Queen.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell.
You know, nobody minds hard work these days because we're working for victory. But what are you going to do when you're stopped by a common sick headache? Miss Edith Ide of Fremont Avenue, Los Altos, California, has the answer to that. She writes,
I work at the Red Cross 7 hours a day, 5.5 days a week, and spend what time I have left practicing my music. This constant work and study is quite a strain, and sometimes I get a common sick headache and my nerves feel on edge. Well, one evening, while listening to your very entertaining Ellery Queen program, I heard your clever, educated train tell about Bromo Seltzer, and I decided to try it the next time I got a headache. Was I delighted with the quick, effective relief I got. Why, in just a short time, my head felt a lot better, and my jumpy nerves began to calm down. I told everyone at the office about it, but most of them informed me that they were already familiar with Bromo Seltzer's grand help and had been relying on it for a long time. Now I'm never without Bromo Seltzer. I keep a bottle in my desk at the office and another at home.
and that's a wise idea for everybody. You know, these days, you never know when you're liable to get a common sick headache. So if you don't already have a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer in your home medicine chest, get one tomorrow for sure. And now back to our mystery. In answer to Mac McClune's phone call, Ellery, Nicky, the inspector, and Sergeant Veely have just arrived.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Ellery.
You know my father, Inspector Queen.
Inspector.
I am Mac. Sergeant Veely. And this is my secretary, Nicky Porter. When they heard you wanted me on a case, Mac, I couldn't shake 'em off.
Is there anything we can do to help the Eagles win, Mac?
Thanks, Inspector Queen.
We're Eagle fans, all of it.
We need 'em on, Miss Porter.
I got a weak salary on the Eagles, Mac.
You and a flock of others, Sergeant. Where's Mr. Dayton? In a place where he won't bother us. Ellery, if you can solve a mystery in 3 hours, we've still got a chance to win. If you can't...
Doesn't sound like Mac McClune talking.
3 hours. Give me the facts. Well, Ellery, you know ball players. They're all kind of superstitious.
Yeah. Remember how Babe Ruth always touched second base on his way in from right field at the end of every inning?
Sparky's worse, Sergeant. He got a pet bat.
You mean Ellery's got to find one of those nasty things that fly around at night?
Mac's a baseball manager, Nicky, not a zookeeper. He means a baseball bat.
Go on, Mac. Well, Ellery, with that pet bat of his, Sparky's the greatest hitter in the game today.
Without it, he's just a bummer.
Hold it, Sergeant. Mac, what happened to Spark's bat and when?
Well, the morning after the third game, Sparky told me about it, but it went clean out of my head. Somebody stole his bat.
Aha. If Sparky gets back his bat, You think you'll snap out of a slump, Mac?
Inspector, I'll eat your badge in a launch dugout if he don't.
Ellery's been asked to find stolen jewels, stolen document, but a stolen baseball bat.
Quiet, Nicky. Matt, was the bat stolen from the clubhouse? No, Ellery. Sparky was so nervous about it, he wouldn't leave it in a regular bat rack. He took it home with him.
Where does he live?
Well, Sparky got married just before the series.
You mean the World Series of Sparky's honeymoon?
Sort of, Miss Porter. So, Mr. Dayton gives Sparky and Lily, that's Sparky's wife, the use of his apartment during the series. They've been living there.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Here's Dayton's apartment, Inspector.
Okay, Mac. Lily, you park out here in the hall and watch this front door. We don't want to be disturbed. Go ahead, Ellery. Knock.
Fancy layout.
Oh, Inspector, you ain't leaving me out in the cold in a case like this.
Lily!
Yes, sir.
Mac, come on in. Hello, Sparky. This is Inspector Queen, his son Ellery, and Miss Porter.
Howdy. Come and meet the missus. Lily, need an inspector.
Yeah.
Gee, it's awful good of you folks to help Sparky.
I reckon I'm past being helpful, Lily.
Maybe not, Mr. Sparks. When did you first discover your bat was stolen?
Well, Mr. Queen, I always put the bat in the hall closet there. And first thing I woke up a morning of the fourth game, I looked in the closet, and Uncle Sam, that's my pet name for the bat, you see.
Sparky calls everything we own by a pet name, Mr. Queen. The skunk back home, the boss of the chicken. Sparky calls him Hitler. I'm beginning to like you, Sparky.
The bat was missing, Sparky, when you first looked in the closet that morning?
No, Inspector. That time Uncle Sam's standing there all right. But then all that morning we have visitors, and when they go away and Lily and me get ready to mosey over to the ballpark, why, I open the closet door and Uncle Sam's gone.
How many visitors did you have?
Wasn't it 3, Lily?
Oh, 4, Sparky.
4 visitors. Well, that means one of them must be the thief.
I reckon so, Miss Porter. I wasn't counting Mr. Dayton, Lily. He's not exactly a visitor, this apartment being his'n.
Mr. Dayton come first. He forgot to take his golf bag with him when he gave up this apartment.
So he comes to pick it up.
Tell Mr. Queen who the other 3 were, Sparky.
Okay, Mac. First there was Pagoli.
Pagoli? The big-time gambler?
I smell a rat.
And what did Mr. Pagoli want?
Well, it's sort of personal.
Oh, now, Sparky, you mustn't hold anything back up when you want Mr. Queen to help.
Lily's right, Sparky.
Well, Mac.
Now, look here, Ellery. Sparky's the idol of sports fans all over the country, and he deserves to be. He sets a good example for the kids. Don't drink, don't smoke, a square shooter. But he's got one weakness that's going to get him in a heap of trouble. It already has.
I know. I read about it in the papers.
Now, that's where Pagoli fits. Gambling. Looks that way, Dad. Commissioner had you on the carpet about it, didn't he, Sparky?
Yeah, Inspector.
But Sparky won't listen. He wastes most of his dough paying off.
Yeah, I tried so hard to make him stop. I even refused to marry him until he promised to quit. Only he didn't quit. I reckon you'll have to excuse me.
And be a good girl, Nicky, and keep Mrs. Sparks company in the next room.
All right, Ellery.
So, you owe Pagoli money, Sparky, and he came here yesterday morning to collect,
When you start talking about gambling, Sparky shuts up like a clam.
Guess he was outside asking to see Sparky, all right?
Speak of the devil, Sergeant?
A big shot Pagoli.
Bail in, Lily.
All right, Inspector. Step into the parlor, Mr. Fly. Be careful with your hands, you. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Sparks. I come back tomorrow, eh? Well, now, I don't know.
Might be too late, Pizzoli.
Inspector Queen, and I'd see you at first. In an umpire's eye, you not see him. Be careful how you talk, Mr. Veely. Sergeant Veely, you pig. Well, my business with Mr. Sparks, it can wait. I go now. Wait, Mr. Pagoli. What do you want? Seeing how things are, maybe I better tell the truth.
The truth? You told me Pagoli came to see you the other day about the money you owe him, Sparks.
Well, I didn't want to worry you, Mac. Mr. Pagoli here, take care of what you spill, Hick. He was willing to forget my IOUs if... Mr. Sparks, I warn you. If... What? If I threw the series, Mr. Queen.
So that's it, Pagoli, you're dirty back there. Don't you from me. Don't shoot, son. I'll give... dropped. Now I'll give you a demonstration to the famous Lily you are. Say, Uncle.
That's better.
Fireworks over? Now, Mr. Pagoli, did you have any bundles or packages with you when you visited this apartment the other day?
All of a sudden, don't talk English, huh?
No, he didn't have, Mr. Queen.
You're sure, Sparky? Did he wear a top coat?
No, sir.
Okay. Head him out, really. Put a tail on, though. I think we'll be seeing more of Mr. Pig.
Come on, Pig, back there on time.
Sparky, who were the other two visitors you had? Who came after Fagoli?
After Mr. Pigoli comes Collins.
Collins? Manager of the Larks?
Yep, and after Collins comes Buck Fisher.
Fisher's the first baseman on your own team, Mac, isn't he?
Yeah, Sparky beat Buck out of the batting championship by 3 points.
Less than 2 hours left. Time's running out. Dad, you and Mac tackle manager Collins the Larks. Nicky and I will call on the vanquished Eagle batsman Buck Fisher.
You'll find both of them at the stadium now, Ellery.
Good. Let's say this time. Dad, we check with each other at the stadium. Spark can give us the other details on the way over. Hurry.
Collins, we've known each other since the old Sandlot day. We don't have to spar around.
Well, what's on your mind, Inspector?
Collins, why did you, the manager of the opposition team, drop in to see Sparks, the star batter of Mac's team, during the World Series?
It's your little idea, Max? Trying to pray me just before the start of the last game? You know me better than that, Collins. Okay. Inspector, I ran up to see Sparky about our bet.
What bet?
$2,000 even money on a World Series winner.
Sparky bet a team to win, Collins?
That's a hot one. Did you ever hear of Sparky betting against himself? Sure, he bet on his team. But his team taking the first 3 games, I thought Sparky might be willing to raise the ante. At big odds, of course. But no soap.
Sparky said no?
He was willing, Mac, but his wife said nix.
Collins, were you wearing a top coat that morning?
Who, me? A top coat in this weather?
Did you, have any bundles with you?
Criminy, no. Say, what's this all about anyway?
Forget it. Come on, let's go, Mac.
Just a minute, Inspector. Collins.
Yeah, Mac?
Who you pitching today?
See tonight's paper.
There's the door to the Eagles' locker room, Nicky.
And there comes an eagle.
Excuse me, are you Buck Fisher?
Yeah? Be out in the field, Buck. Who are you?
What? Don't you know Ellery Queen?
Never heard of him, lady. Hey, you're not the new sports writer for the Herald, are you?
That's right. No, Fisher, I'm a detective. Detective? What goes? A few simple questions, Mr. Fisher. Why did you pay a visit to Sparks the morning of the 4th game?
Well, Sparky and I had a bet all season on who'd wind up with the best batting average. Sparky won by 3 points. 10 is Hodge.
And I saw him do it. Made 5 hits in the last game of the season.
Oh, what, though? Why'd you drop in to see Sparky that morning, Fisher?
Oh, we had another bet. Who'd get the most hits in the series? Sparky hit like a house afire the first 3 games, but I figured he'd fold. Well, that morning I comes up and I says, Sparky, how about doubling the bet?
Did he, Fisher?
He says yes, but his wife says no. So what's the matter, Sparky? Cold feet? Well, Sparky says okay. Then his wife starts the waterworks, so I beat it. But the double bet's on. Oh, there's a signal for batting practice. I gotta go out and cloud a couple.
Oh, Mr. Fisher,
Yeah?
did you wear a top coat that morning or carry any packages?
What? No.
Miss Porter, why did you ask Fisher those last 2 questions?
If you can act him of Pagoli, Mr. Queen, I can act him of Fisher.
That's what I thought. Come on, Miss Copycat. Let's find Dad.
Inspector, you learned exactly as much from Collins as Ellery and I did from Bus Fisher.
Yeah, Nicky, a great big good day.
Ellery, the game will be starting in a few minutes. Are we getting anywhere?
We haven't even got to first base. Ellery, when on air of finding that bapping when we start.
I wouldn't say that, Dad.
Ellery, don't tell me you know it.
Yes, I know where Sparky's bat is, Nicky. There's only a 50-50 chance it's still there. Dad, step aside with me. I'll tell you what to do. Now you tell her...
Ellery and a pesky secret.
Yeah. I wonder what's cooking.
Nearly 2 hours since Dad made that phone call, Nicky, and no sign of anybody.
You'll wear out the sidewalk, Ellery.
Hours waiting at the ball player's entrance, and we could have been inside with Dad and Veely watching the game. Dad, what inning is it?
Dash to the ninth, sir.
What's the score now, Sergeant?
Still the same, Miss Porter. 1-0 all over the lot.
Oh, give up, Ellery. It's too late now. You must have been wrong that time.
Nicky, I tell you I wasn't wrong. I couldn't have fit. How can I go in there and face Mac McClune without that pet bat of Spark?
Well, you can't do the impossible, Ellery. He gave you only a few hours. What's that?
Nicky, this is it.
Police car?
Well, Ellery Queen? Yes? Here it is. The bat. Mac, we got it.
Are you in time, Mr. McClune?
By the snakes of St. Patrick, it is. It's Sparky's bat. Hey, Sparks! Boy, call Sparky back. He's on his way to the plate. Right?
Well, look, Mr. Bartlett. Hank, I just saying. Oh, we're behind Inspector Sam as yesterday. 1-0 last. The ninth bases full 2 out and Sparky up.
Sparks get a hit. Any hit will drive in 2 runs.
And we win.
Sparky, take the lead out of your feet. Hey, what is it, Mac?
You're not benching. Your bat, Sparky. Your own fat. Here. Now go on out there and use it.
Uncle Sam. Don't you worry, Mac. Good old Uncle Sam won't let you down.
One side, fellas.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery and I hope a solution as well. Nicky, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our guests tonight are certainly the right men to try to solve this mystery, because both of them know just about all there is to know about baseball. And when I tell you who they are, you'll see what I mean. Our first guest is Ken Sears, catcher of the New York Yankees and son of Ziggy Sears, famous National League umpire. You can be sure that when the Yankees meet the St. Louis Cardinals for the first World Series game October 5th, more than a few eyes will be watching Ken Sears.
All right, Nicky, I'll agree the first guest knows baseball. But what about the second?
Well, our second guest isn't a ball player, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know about baseball. He's Art Flynn, business manager of the Sporting News, the Bible of the baseball world. Mr. Flynn has been with the Sporting News for 16 years and has covered every World Series in that time. Mr. Flynn says that the Sporting News has a tremendous international circulation, since so many of its old readers are now in the service, but still yelling for their copies. And, incidentally, they get them. And now, Ellery?
Mr. Sears, I have 2 questions for you this evening. Number 1, where did I find Sparky's bat? And 2, who stole it?
Well, Mr. Queen, I believe you found that bat in Mr. Dayton's golf bag.
To Dayton's golf bag. And how did it get there?
Well, I believe Mr. Dayton visited Sparky's apartment that morning, and I believe he stole that bat and went out to the golf course to play golf and missed that last game of the World Series.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Sears. And now, Mr. Flynn, where did I find Sparky's bat and who stole it?
I think I've got to agree with Ken Sears, Ellery, that he found it in the golf bag because no one had a top coat. And secondly, I'd say that the person that put it there was Lily the White, because when they were talking about if he threw the series and she walked out and said no when they wanted to double his bet, is the case of that famous French saying, cherchez la femme.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Sears. You'll have to wait a moment to find out whether you've solved tonight's mystery correctly. And in the meanwhile, here's Ernest Chappell, who, it develops, is up on his modern slang.
Ellery means I'm hep to the jive, I suppose. And all because I happened to mention to him that when you have a headache, you just can't be on the beam. In other words, you don't feel 100%. But if you're hep, that is to say, if you know your way around, the chances are that you know our bromo seltzer gives quick, effective relief from the 3-way misery that may often accompany a common sick headache. Yes, bromo seltzer acts 3 ways: on head, nerves, and stomach.
Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you have a common sick headache. See how quickly it has you cooking with gas. Or as we old fogies say, feeling more like your old self again.
Ellery, where did you find the bat?
That was simple, Nicky, once I knew the facts. Only 4 people, Dayton, Fagoli, Collins, and Fisher, visited Sparky between the last time he saw the bat in the closet and the time he saw it was gone. So obviously, one of those 4 stole the bat from the apartment.
Well, I said that long ago, Ellery, but which one?
The important question wasn't who took the bat, Nicky, but how. How was the bat taken out of the apartment under Spark's nose without Spark seeing it?
Strike 1.
After all, a bat is a sizable object, 36 inches long, a solid hunk of hickory.
So that's why you asked about the packages and the topcoats, huh?
Right, Dad. But none of the 4 visitors carried a package or wore a topcoat. The topcoat idea was a shot in the dark. Actually, you can't conceal a 36-inch baseball bat under a coat, or inside a trouser leg for that matter, and still walk like a human being. Yet the bat was taken from the apartment. How? Ball 1. There was one article taken out of that apartment that was big enough to conceal a 36-inch baseball bat.
But Spark said nothing went out, sir.
Wrong, Dad. Spark said one thing did go out. Remember? Dayton's golf bag.
Dayton? The owner of the Eagles, the one who lent the Sparks his apartment?
That's right. Dayton came back for his golf bag, Sparky said.
And with the top zippered over, it'd hold a base saw that and not be seen.
No. Strike 2.
Now either Dayton put the bat in his golf bag or someone else did. If Dayton were the thief, the first thing he'd do once he was out of the hotel was get rid of the bat. But if someone else put the bat into Dayton's bag and Dayton hadn't yet looked inside, the bat would still be there.
So, Nicky, Ellery told me to phone the chief of police nearest Dayton's country club. Chief rushed to the club, found Dayton's bag still unopened, and the bat inside.
Well, Mr. Dayton can't be the thief.
And there's Ball, too.
And he stole the bat. Who did it? Well, who hid it in Dayton's golf bag?
Well, who was in the apartment when Dayton took away his bag? Not Fagoli, not Collins, nor Fisher. None of them had arrived yet. Only 2 people were there besides Dayton, Sparks and his wife. Did Sparky steal his own bat? Would he deliberately get rid of the one thing he needed most to win his bet?
No. Couldn't be Spark.
Then it must be... You mean his own wife?
Mrs. Sparks stole that bat?
She's the only one left, so Sparky's wife must be the thief.
Ball 3 might drop.
Keep take care of the bottom, Mrs. Sparks.
Yes, Mr. Queen.
Will you come here, please?
You were wanting me, Mr. Queen.
You heard what I just said.
Stark. Lily, why did you do it?
Well, yeah, I thought if Sparky lost his pet bat, he'd lose his bets, and Collins and Fisher and Cannoli and all the others. I thought that would cure him. But I didn't realize what it would mean to Mac, and the Sparky seemed making all sand like... Well, I was scared to admit.
Doggone it, a foul.
Ellery, do we have to tell Sparky?
If everything comes out all right, I don't see why, Nicky.
Oh, you're a darling.
Don't forget Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam came through in the club, and he always will.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Mr. Sears and Mr. Flynn for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment Mr. Flynn on his skill in solving the crime. We have for both Mr. Sears and Mr. Flynn a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine.
In just a minute, Ellery will be back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, here's a friendly tip from an old pal, our famous talking Bromo Seltzer train. Why, yeah, fight headaches 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. You see, common sick headaches may often affect you 3 ways: pounding head, nerves that jingle, jangle, jingle, and upset stomach. So it seems sensible to take Bromo Seltzer, which is scientifically designed to fight all 3. Yes, Bromo Seltzer gives quick relief from that pain in your head. Bromo Seltzer helps calm jumpy nerves. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach. Now you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or recurring headache, see your doctor. What is the common thick headache that has you feeling miserable? Let our talking train tell you how to lick it. Say, Ellery, come on back here a minute. You got anything to say before we close up the here?
Yes, I have, Chappie.
Well?
Ladies and gentlemen, because you had asked for them, during the summer months, we brought you what we felt were the best of the Ellery Queen mysteries broadcast during the last 5 years. Tonight's story marks the end of these command performances. For with next Saturday's mystery, we will again bring you brand new Ellery Queen adventures.
Now, Ellery Queen, in the adventure of the message in red. Because it relieves headache pain so fast.
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
Anacin presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Anacin bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Tonight, Anacin's guest, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous actor Victor Jory. And now, here's Ellery Queen, master detective, and your Anacin host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight's mystery really had my father going.
Your father, huh?
Oh, Nicky.
I suppose all those murders were duck soup for you, huh?
Oh, no, Nicky, this case was no harder than many I've had. Anyway, I call it The Adventure of the Message in Red.
Hotel Arbutus, public stenographer. Yes, I'm Miss Kirby. At this hour? But... All right. If you drop into my office right away, I'll try to get it out tonight. Oh, why can't they just take their old business letters during the day? Oh, gee, I'm tired. I better douse my eyes with cold water. I'm so sleepy I could... So soon. Coming. Gee, they must have used a house phone from the lobby. Come in, won't you?
Now, who's bad? Nobody out here. Now, who'd be using that talky thing from the vestibule? Nobody does.
Yes? Yes, this Miss Hazel? But at this time of night? I was just going to bed. Been washing my supper dishes.
All right. If they've just got to have a reader's report on it by tomorrow morning, just open the vestibule door, and my apartment's the first door on your right. Would be my luck if it's one of those 500,000-word jobs. Just a second. Oh, I wish I were in the land of cotton. Old times there are not...
Yes. Yeah. And that's all you've got to tell me, Bigot? Call back when you make sense. Sorry, Ellery, to keep you and Nicky waiting.
Those 2 killings last night, Dad, huh?
Yes. Blasted.
What 2 killings, Inspector? I haven't seen today's paper.
2 girls, Nicky. First one, a public stenner with the Hotel Arbutus on Lexington Avenue, shot to death at 9:15 p.m., name of Kirby.
Second one, a part-time manuscript reader for Mason & Morris and the publishers of Miss Hazel. Shot to death around 10:30 p.m. in her Greenwich Village apartment.
Both is open their doors. No evidence of robbery. Both unmarried, unattractive, no entangling alliances. Lived alone. No witnesses, no clues, no motive. The girls never knew each other. Never knew any of the same people. Cute?
Then the murders are connected, Inspector.
But they are, Nicky. Ballistics reports the same gun killed both of them.
I don't wonder you're puzzled.
I think it's an upkill myself, Ellery. Yes, Billy?
Afternoon, Sergeant.
Hi, Miss Porter. Maestro.
Oh, Sergeant.
Inspector. Know what?
No. What?
Another one.
No. Huh?
Yeah, a girl shot to death. She answered her door around 1 a.m. last night. Body wasn't found till this morning.
Number 3 last night.
Who is this one, Billy?
Lady's maid, Lucille Dubois.
Dubois, Sergeant, French.
Yeah, French maid. Worked for the Canellas.
Canella? The, Vetti Canella?
The same.
She was shot in the Canella house, Sergeant.
Yeah, that 199-room shack on Upper Fifth Avenue. In her bedroom.
A stenographer, a publisher's reader, and a lady's maid. Mind if I sit in, Dad?
You can make any sense out of it, son. Come on.
Oh, my poor, poor head. My home overrun with police officers. I've had to cancel the most important appointment this afternoon with my hairdresser.
Mrs. Canella, have you never get away?
Husband is simply furious. My daughter, poor child, frustrated.
Look, Mrs. Canella.
And I'm on the verge of losing what little mind I have.
And Mrs. Canella,
You understand, Mr. Crean. I know you do.
the death of your maid has upset you, naturally.
Oh, yes. Where am I going to turn? How can I replace Lucille? You don't know the trouble I had getting her originally.
And now she's dead. It's not fair. It isn't. The trouble is, gentlemen, you don't know the problems we girls have.
Look, madam, how did this happen?
I'm sure I don't know. People shooting off guns in my home and everything. I'm so glad I wasn't home when it happened, even though the house is completely soundproof.
You're out, will you, madam?
Mr. Keller? Oh, no, he was out somewhere. His club or something.
How about your daughter?
Madge, oh, now, please, don't drag poor Madge into this. She's suffered so much already.
When did you first learn your maid was dead, Mrs. Canella?
About 11 o'clock this morning, Mr. Crean. When she didn't bring my breakfast in bed, I knew instantly something was wrong.
Well, of course. That's the way you tell. Oh, I rang and I rang and I rang.
Mrs. Canella, who found the stiff?
Tiff?
The remains, madam.
Why, my daughter. One of the servants told Madge that Lucille's light was still on this morning, and she didn't answer the door. So Madge went up to the servants' quarters and went in, and the poor child, the poor child. That's why no one answered my rings, you see.
Leaving you without breakfast. Oh, that's simply frightful, Miss Canella. Yes. Well, suppose you have a little snack of caviar and cold pheasant or something while we hunt up your dog.
Oh, dear. Must you?
Must we what, madam?
Give Madge the 3rd degree or whatever it is. You don't know how sensitive the child is. She's always been so delicate. She shrinks so from the more brutal aspects of life.
No, Mother, stop.
Oh, Madge, darling, are you all right, dear?
Definitely enough of these small policemen. Who's the wench, your sob-sister? The wench is Nicky Porter, Mr. Queen's secretary.
Ellery Queen. Sergeant Villing.
Inspector Queen. Now, Miss Canella.
You're in charge. Why isn't that body taken away, and who's going to clean up the mess? And you're to keep reporters out, too, do you hear? Thing like this happening now. Do you hear me? No newspaper men.
Oh, dearest, don't excite yourself.
Oh, shut up, Mother. All this is your silly fault anyway. Yes, I told you long ago you should send that snoop packing, but no. You had to hang on to it till she had the bad place to get herself murdered all over our house. What am I going to say to Evie?
Evie?
My fiancé. 3-star engagement was supposed to be announced this week. One of the very best Boston families. He'll never stand for a scandal.
Why should you think there's going to be a scandal, Miss Canella?
Oh, well, isn't a murder scandal enough?
I don't think that's what your daughter meant, Mrs. Canella. Al?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at the corpse.
Interesting.
What is it?
Notice the facing surfaces of the tips of her index and middle fingers dabbed on the right hand.
Oh, calloused. Funny place for calluses. Yeah.
If you gentlemen are through admiring Miss Dubois' calluses, would you mind covering up again so I can turn around?
Oh, no. All right, now, Nicky.
But how do you know this maid's murder is connected with the other two murders?
Brady was here early and dug the bullet out of her chest, Nicky. Ballistics just reported it came from the same gun that shot the Kirby and Hazel girls. Just what the connection is, I'm blessed. Oh, Vidi?
You through with the carpus, Inspector. The morgue wagon's here for the pickup.
Take her away.
She's all yours, boy.
What did you find out about the other servants, Sergeant?
Names? Butler James Smathers, cook Sally Fabian, chauffeur Waller Boyle. Upstairs maid Vera Andorf. Smathers and Boyle share a double room, so do the Fabian and Andorf woman. Each bunkie alibis the other for last night. Period.
Mother, you know you shouldn't be up here. Just your morbid curiosity.
I don't know why you say such things to me, Madge, baby. Oh, look what they're doing.
Stay out here in the hall, Margaret. You too, Madge.
Inspector Queen? Who are you? I'm Milford Canella. My wife just phoned my club. Is there anything I can do?
Excuse me, folks. Okay, boys, take her through.
Madge, I can't look. Oh, poor Lucy.
Help, Mother.
Mr. Canella, we were just... Pardon me.
Harry, what's that you just picked up?
Oh, yeah. This piece of scrap paper was hidden by Lucille Dubois' body, Dad.
A message in red. Red? That's it. Let me see.
In red, is it? Oh, it is.
Written in blood.
She must have fingered a few minutes after the shot. When that killer left, she tried to write something before she died.
What's it say, Ellery?
It starts with a capital M, but there are not a spatters in the paper, and I can't quite make the rest out.
Run up, Cranley, look it over in the police lab. He'll decipher it. Give it to me, son.
It's quite important that you make a quick arrest, Inspector.
What's that mean, Mr. Canella?
I expect very shortly to be appointed to an extremely important diplomatic post abroad. So this unfortunate little affair must be cleared up at once, and without scandal.
Milford has worked so hard for the honor.
Yes, it's been father's pet dream.
In fact, Inspector, unless you solve this case within 24 hours, I may have to see to it that someone else is put in charge. Come, Margaret. Matt?
And father's just the little guy who can do it.
Why, Dad. Harry, where you going? Out to confirm a theory, Dad.
Theory? About what, son?
About the connection between the three murders last night. I think I know now what it was. Anybody care to come along? And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll tell you more in just a moment, but first, here's Don Hancock for Anison. Friends, if you want quick, comforting relief from pounding headache pain...
Take an Anison.
Yes, take an Anison, because Anison relieves headache pain so swiftly. Millions now know that easy-to-take Anison tablets act fast, give prolonged relief. And that's why we say...
Take an Anison.
There's a good reason why Anison relieves the agonizing pain of headaches so much more quickly. Anison is made like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Your own physician or dentist may have already recommended Anison to you. That's how millions first discovered Anison's incredibly fast relief. And now, at the first sign of the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis, they simply...
Take an Anison.
Anison, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, is sold at all druggists. So if you want fast, prolonged relief from headache pain...
Take an Anison.
And now, back to our story. It's a short time later, and the inspector's car, with Sergeant Bealey at the wheel, is threading its way through midtown Manhattan traffic.
But what is the connection, Ellery?
Well, how'd you know, Maestro?
What was the occupation of the first victim, the Kirby girl?
The stenographer.
And the second one, Miss Hazel?
The Greenwich Village gal?
Or she was a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison.
A public stenographer, a publisher's reader. Now, Dad, do you recall the peculiar calluses we found on Lucille Dubois' right hand?
And the facing sides of the tips of her index and middle finger.
What very ordinary activity, if sufficiently prolonged, would cause calluses there?
Holding a pen or a pencil.
Yes, Nicky, writing. But not casual writing, like the occasional writing of letters. Lucille Dubois was writing a great deal for a long time. Weeks, months. A diary, perhaps. At least a very extensive manuscript in longhand, Sergeant. So, we have Lucille Dubois, lady's maid in a very wealthy society family, writing a long manuscript by hand. When it was finished, what would happen to such a manuscript?
You take it to a public stenographer.
To be typed.
Surely the unfortunate Miss Kirby.
And where do people usually take typed manuscripts?
To publish.
And most publishers employ readers to weed out undesirable submissions. And that's your Miss Hazel of the village. Simple?
Maestro, you're a genius.
With a minute guess, are probably the only 3 people in the world who've read a certain unpublished manuscript.
And that's why they were murdered.
Man, it must be dynamite. The killer must have swept it, probably from the Hazel girl's apartment in the village after he bumped her off.
And destroyed it, Terry.
Yes, but there's still a possibility that something...
Well, here we are, Mike. Go.
Here's Rockefeller Center. Come on.
I must say, Mason and Morrison go in for book publishing in a large and handsome way, Ellery.
A bit on the sensational side, Nicky.
Miss Jenkins?
Dear, Alberta Jenkins.
Are you the assistant editor my son spoke to on the receptionist phone?
Yes. And you must be Inspector Queen.
That's right.
I must say I'm all of a flutter. Am I arrested?
Not exactly, Miss Jenkins. Did you bring the list I asked you for?
Here it is. All the manuscripts turned over to Miss Hazel the past few months for a reader's report.
Let me see, Ellery.
Aye, she read a lot, didn't she?
Must be quite recent, I think. Look at this entry, Dad. Maid tells all. By Lucille Dubois.
Miss Jenkins, where's this manuscript? Are you sure Miss Hazel didn't return it to Mason and Morrison?
I'm pretty sure she didn't inspect it, but come into my office.
No, it isn't here.
But I just remembered. Where is that again?
Remembered what, Miss Jenkins?
There was a letter from Miss Hazel in this morning's mail. I've been so busy today, Here it is. Still unopened.
Dummer, give that to me, Davy.
Wrote.
Dear Miss Jenkins, enclosed is a short preliminary report on 3 of the last batch of manuscripts.
I will personally deliver the manuscripts plus full reports later this week. The enclosed thumbnail reports cover number 1.
Give back my lover by Flow Gently.
The romance in our phone booth, my Georgette bag.
And The Maid Tells All by Lucille Dubois. No, for Miss Jenkins, would you mind leaving us for a moment?
I certainly do mind, Mr. Queen, but... well...
Where's that report the Hazel woman enclosed? Yeah.
Now we'll find out.
Maid Tells All. Sensational true-life story of high life as seen from backstairs. Style is faulty. Author obviously thinks in French, but might be worth a rewrite. Possibly high sales appeal, but must be screened carefully by legal departments against libel suits. That's all.
Maid's manuscripts filled a lot of nasty, unsuspected stuff about the Canellas that would have cost Milford Canella that high diplomatic post he's been angling for.
Or Madge Canella, her blue-blood Boston marriage.
Yeah, somehow the killer discovered what Lucille was writing, who typed her manuscript, and the name of the publisher she sent it to.
And through the publisher, which reader had it.
So he's gonna wipe out whoever run it. Steno Wham. Reader Wham. And he swipes the manuscript from her apartment. Then he goes back to the Canella dump and blasts Lucille in the secret society.
Too safe, blast it. I thought we might find a clue here to the killer's identity, but apparently the whole Canella family has motive.
Damn it. Let's go down to headquarters. Maybe the autopsy's turned up something.
Don't drive so fast, Sergeant. You just passed a snail.
There's nothing to rush for, Miss Porter.
You could only see some daylight.
In this darkness, Inspector? Oh, at least I'm enjoying this ride on the East River Drive.
Or I would be if the brave man's spots weren't.
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Queen is with us again.
Wait in there.
Oh, the answer, Dad. It's right in your pocket.
What answer?
To the triple header, Maestro?
In my pocket.
I forgot. You forgot. We all forgot, Dad. A certain message in red. Holy.
That dang message Lucille wrote in her own blood.
Say.
The one we couldn't decipher.
How'd I put it? Here. What's the matter with him? Billy, get down to headquarters, quick.
Yeah, man. If anybody can make it out of that Wisner lab, men we're there. Sailing, sailing over the Columbia.
Wait, beat it up. What in your ass? A car right in our trail coming up fast. He's some drunk who wants to raise.
With a police car out.
Billy,
He's up wreck us. Oh, yeah. Keep going faster. But also, whatever. Stop the start it. We have no number Nicky in the car. Oh, me.
If I don't spot the driver, still down. Hey, what do you...
Oh, don't tell me I'm in one piece.
I'm okay, too.
No bones broken, Vinny.
Ellery. We're in Miracle. We're all right. Oh, really, that was quick thinking. Said anyway.
Yeah, if it weren't for the way you took that crash, Sergeant, we've been through the retaining walls at the bottom of the river.
Thanks, but look at the car, Inspector.
Never mind the car. Why? Dad, Lucille's message. Huh? All 3 Canellas were present when I found it under Lucille's body this afternoon.
One of them must have trailed us.
Waiting a chance to destroy Lucille's clue before we could get it to headquarters.
Then the killer is one of the Canellas, and her message tells which one.
Hey, the car, Vinny. Let's get to that lab.
Sergeant.
Hey, Vinny.
What's the lab verdict?
Well, it's this way.
Sergeant.
Oh, good.
Kinda looks like a puzzler, Inspector.
Never mind characterizing it, Billy. What did they say the message is?
It starts with a capital M, Maestro, like you said, then a period.
M period, yes?
Then a space, then a capital K, then a small I in, the N trailing off like she died before she could finish the word. And that's all.
Capital M period, space, capital K, small I-N.
Capital K, small I-N. The start of the name Canella.
No doubt about it, Nicky.
But what's the capital M period space mean?
Last name Canella. M period must be the initial of one of the Canella's first names.
Milford Canella. M for Milford.
The daughter's name also starts with an M, Nicky. Madge.
Well, then it's either Madge or old man.
Let's not leave out Mrs. Canella. Don't you recall Canella addressing his wife as, Margaret?
Frost. Another washout. Again, it could be any of the 3. Let's go back to the Canella house. I'll find out which one it is. Good evening.
Oh, dear. Like Inspector Man again.
And that nice Mr. Queen, etc.
Well, Inspector, have you cleared up this mess?
Where were you 3 late this afternoon and early evening? Where were you?
I needed air. I was strolling in Central Park.
Alone, Mrs. Canella?
But yes.
How about you, Mr. Canella?
Well, as a matter of fact, I took a walk myself down Fifth Avenue. Very upsetting business, you know.
Meet anybody you know, Mr. Canella?
No.
And you, Miss Canella?
I took one of our cars and drove around town for a while just to cool off. I'd had a phone call from dear Evie in Boston.
My daughter's fiancé told her they'd better wait about announcing the engagement until this miserable affair blows over. I knew it. I just knew it.
Aren't we getting off the track?
No alibis.
Ellery, anything to ask these 3 people before I take them downtown for a real going over?
No, but, why do you want to take them to headquarters, Dad?
Why do I? To find out which one of them bumped off the Kirby and Hazel girls and Mrs. Canella's maid. That's why.
Oh, I can tell you that, Dad. Right here and now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now suppose you home armchair detectives match wits with Anderson's guest for this evening.
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, the famous actor of stage, screen, and radio, is Mr. Victor Jory, who is starring on Broadway in the hit play Therese.
Good evening, Mr. Jory. Good night to have you with us. Well, Mr. Jory, I guess tonight's show is a change for you, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because generally I'm on the other end. I'm the person who's done the murdering, Ellery.
Well, you always are the criminal, but you're always so wonderful, too.
Well, thank you, Nicky. I hope you like me just as well in the role of detective.
Sure. Well, Mr. Jory, who do you think murdered the 3 women?
Well, I'm not very sure. I think it was the mother of Margaret Canella.
Why do you think that?
My only reason for thinking that is because the Milford Canella suspicion is planted on him instantly by the fact that he says that he has a very important post and it's very valuable to him. The daughter backs that up. The mother has said nothing. Furthermore, the mother's alibi, being in Central Park, seems to me one that could be shaken less easily than the man who walked down Fifth Avenue, which might be checked on, or the girl in the car, because the car could be checked on afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Don Hancock for Anderson.
Today, millions are switching to Anacin. For Anacin is the modern way to relieve headache suffering. There's nothing to fuss with, nothing to mix or spill. Just easy to take little tablets that you carry right in your pocket or purse. And Anacin is the fast way to prolonged relief. Prove it. Next time you have a headache,
Take an Anacin.
Anacin must give you fast, prolonged relief or your money back. I'll repeat that. If you're not thoroughly satisfied that Anacin does much more for your headache pain, simply return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So tomorrow, ask your druggist for the small, inexpensive package containing 12 Anacin tablets. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your physician. Remember, there's only one Anacin. Don't be satisfied with anything less. Next time you have a headache pain,
Take an Anacin.
All right, Shannon. You know which of these respectable citizens killed the three girls? Sing out.
Dad, what was the message Lucille Dubois left in her own blood?
Start of her killer's name. Capital M period, space, capital K-I-N for Canella.
Yes. But what did the capital M period stand for?
Well, it could only mean the initial of one of the Canella's first names, Ellery.
How can it possibly represent one of the first names, Nicky? Milford, Madge, Margaret. All M's. If Lucille had presence of mind enough to write that message, certainly she wouldn't have left an ambiguous clue. A clue that could refer to any of the Canellas. So, when she wrote that capital M period, she didn't mean the initial of one of their first names. She meant some other abbreviation. One she thought would be perfectly clear. But what, Maestro? Well, Sergeant, what abbreviation, other than a first initial, usually precedes the last name, huh?
Abbreviation for Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Well, no, that would be MR, MRS. And Miss has no abbreviation.
Oh, so it can't be that either, Ellery.
It can't stand for Mr., Mrs., or Miss in English. But how about French?
What?
Mrs. Canella's maid was French, and that reader's report in her book actually remarked that the author obviously thinks in French. What's the French abbreviation for Mrs.? Any schoolboy knows that. Capital M, small M-E for Madam. Miss, capital M, small L-L-E for Mademoiselle. But for Mr., Monsieur, it's simply capital M, period.
I'll see you all sit up a bit. Oh, yeah.
I disagree, Mr. Canella. If anyone's going to scissor, it's you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. We'd like to thank Mr. Jory for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, Anacin has for Mr. Jory a beautiful Gruen, very thin wristwatch, a copy of my new mystery anthology, Rogues Gallery, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery will be back in a moment with a preview of next week's story. Meanwhile, remember, because it relieves headache pains so fast,
Take an Anacin.
because it gives prolonged relief,
Take an Anacin.
because it's made like a doctor's prescription,
Take an Anacin.
there's only one Anacin. Get Anacin tomorrow. And now, Ellery, how about next week's case? Got another mystery with 3 or 4 murders?
No, Don, only one murder next week. But it's one of the most confusing to come our way in a long time.
A tough one, huh?
Yeah. We had so much evidence, we didn't know what to do with it. Not to mention the problem of the bending corpse.
The bending corpse?
It looks like that, did it, Don? Now you'll have to wait till next week when Anacin presents The Adventure of the Happy Marriage.
If you are suffering miseries of a cold, why take chances with untried remedies when time-tested, reliable Hill's cold tablets may promptly relieve that dull, headachy feeling and the muscular aches and soreness of colds? Double your money back if you do not get satisfactory relief from such distress in half an hour. Take only as directed. Time the action. Only Hill's offers you double your money back if you do not get half-hour relief. Hill's cold tablets.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night for Anison.
Anison is a product of the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Seltzer present The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates a new story of a crime he alone unraveled. And then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Miss Ann Corio, glamorous screen and stage star, and Mr. Alfred D. McKelvey, prominent inkstand manufacturer. Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. Then now, Ellery Queen, master detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's story confirms the adventures Nicky and I had when a stool pigeon gave us incriminating evidence against Musso the Moose. I call her The Adventure of the Singing Rat.
Inspector, look who's paying a visit to headquarters. The Singing Rat.
Singing Rat? Ah, so Lindsay. Always glad to see the rat. Ever, Sir Rodent? Yes, Sir Joe. Really shut that door and kiss it, Chairman.
Right.
What's your song today, Rat? Listen, Inspector, I got something fixed, see? And nobody can hear me, huh?
The rat's a little shaky, Inspector. He's got something for us on Muto.
On Muto? What is it, Rat? Sing. Listen, Inspector Queen. I can tell you how to get the moose. But good, see? Musso the Moose. Well. But you gotta give me protection, Inspector. Put me in stir until this blows over.
Come on, Rat. What do you got?
Tonight, see? 12 sharp. The moose will be in a parked car at the northwest corner of Broadway and Vesey Street. All you gotta do, Inspector, is to hook what he's got in the upper right-hand pocket of his vest. I'll show that dirty. Really ain't me around, huh? Put the Singing Rat in the cell. Book him on some charge. Make it look legitimate.
Suspicion of petty larceny, and that's no lie. Orders, Inspector?
3 men. Here at 11:30. Absolute secretary. There mustn't be a leak. Maybe what's in that mobster's vest pocket is the evidence I've been looking for 5 years.
Why don't he show up, Moose? I don't like sitting in this parked car.
You be like me, Kagai. Big businessman. Dog. Nice. Relax.
Yeah, Moose, yeah. But why do we gotta meet his nibs on street corners? We're wide open.
Kagai, you don't understand. That's why you're a punk, and I'm a moose to the moose. It's important thing. Sure, I can make them come up to the apartment like last year, but he's taking a chance. If somebody, it is him.
Hey, Moose, step back to them. Get the cup.
I'll keep you panther, Kakai.
You're not tonight, car. Get down.
Kakai, no. Don't start nothing.
I got him called the sergeant.
Flint, back the line on him. All right, step out, Moose. You too, Mac. Reach for a ride and you'll be eating some food before you hit the sidewalk. Come on.
Hello, Sergeant. You is sore about something. Sure, we come out.
Thrilling, Muto.
We, my old friend Inspector Queen.
Neither of us healed, Inspector.
Inspect. Every time you pull in the moose, you gotta let me go again. And you know getting the time.
Hold your arm tight, Moose. Stand still and you won't be hurt. Flint, screw that club machine gun to his back so he won't get ambitious. Aren't you?
Hey, do you not, Inspector? What's the idea?
All right, Davy, put your hand in the upper right pocket of his vest and take out whatever's in there.
My vest? You don't do that. I want my mouthpiece.
Your hand out of my vest. Let me go. I, Mumpy.
Buddy, she's a squeal. I find out who. He's a dead man. I kill him. I kill him.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell.
Friend, you like to save money, don't you? And you like fast relief from a common sick headache? Of course. But what's saving money got to do with that? Plenty, so listen closely. Right now at your drugstore, you can get the large 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer for only 39 cents. Now, any way you figure it, that's a saving of 20% or more. And talk about quick, effective relief. But I'll let Mr. Howard B. Abel of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, tell you about that. He writes,
Whenever I get a common sick headache, I always take Bromo Seltzer, because I found out many years ago that there's just nothing better. Recently, I won my wife over to Bromo Seltzer, too. One day, she had a common sick headache, and the preparation she usually took just didn't seem to help her. I persuaded her to let me fix her a Bromo Seltzer. Well, she was delighted at how quickly she got relief. You can be sure there's always a bottle of Bromo Seltzer in our home.
Millions of folks feel just as you do, Mr. Abel. Which reminds me, you old users of Bromo Seltzer will want to get in on this wonderful special, too, but you must hurry. This offer is strictly limited, both as to time and quantity. So tomorrow, go to your druggist. Ask him for the regular, large, 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer. But pay him only 39 cents. Better still get 2 bottles. One for your desk or locker, one for home use. And now let's join Ellery Queen and Nicky Porter as they visit Inspector Queen at headquarters the morning after the capture of Musso the racketeer.
What's up, Dad? Why the hurry call? Oh, Ellery. I didn't want you. I wanted Nicky.
Oh, I see.
Me, Inspector? This is so sudden.
Would you act as my stenographer this morning, Nicky? My own man's home sick, and this is very confidential. Musso case.
Give me a pad and a couple of pencils, Inspector, and I'll be silent Susan herself.
Dad, don't tell me you finally tied the moose up to the bankruptcy racket.
I sure have.
What on earth is the bankruptcy racket, Ellery?
A cute little dodge to defraud unlucky business people. A firm goes into bankruptcy. A crooked judge appoints some politician as receiver. A crooked appraiser undervalues the property magnificently. It goes for a song. And everyone involved in the racket, except the bankrupt and his creditors, makes a heap of crooked money.
We've known about this ring for a long time, Nicky. Judge Lampson appoints the receiver, Phil Boyne. Boyne's a slick politician. Little lisping jerk by the name of Paul Ernie, who's the crooked appraiser. And the woman lawyer, Fanny Wicker, handles the legal end. All on the moose's payroll. And we've never been able to prove it.
I see.
And here comes really now the singing rat. Come in. The rat tipped us off.
Right this way, Brother Rat.
Inspector, Musso's out on fair. Keep your shirt on, Rat. We couldn't keep him in the cell indefinitely at this early stage. But he knows there was meat at sang, I tell you. He'll get nobody. Really show those 4 good citizens into my office.
Yes, sir. I've been waiting for this a long, long time. In there, folks. Got quicker.
Right, get over there near the window and lie low. Yeah, okay. Ah, Judge Lampson. Come in, Miss Wicker. Mr. Boyne? Mr. Ernie? Really shut that door and see we're not interrupted.
Oh, yes, sir. Inspector Queen, what's the meaning of this high-handed procedure? Hailing a member of the bench to your office like a felon.
I'll explain in a moment, Your Honor. Miss Wicker, I believe we had the pleasure yesterday when you showed up in court with $60,000 for Musso's day.
Come on, Inspector. What have you got? You didn't ask me to your office today to admire my new shade of lipstick.
What a hearty woman.
Quiet, Nicky. No.
And Phil Boyne. Yeah, don't see you down here very often.
Well, I always say stay away from wine, women, and police headquarters if you want to keep out of trouble, eh, Inspector?
Yeah. Mr. Ernie, man, is something wrong? You look sick. The appraiser record good, Ernie?
No complaint, Inspector. In fact, today is my busy day.
They'd be a lot busier before sundown, Mr. Ernie. Now, that night I arrested Musso the racketeer. In his vest pocket, I found a case full of cigarettes.
Cigarettes?
Yes, cigarettes. The Moose folks a special brand. It bears monogram in gold leaf. Very swanky. The moose head.
One of the monogrammed cigarettes in the moose's case. In fact, this one on my desk here.
Yes?
Here, here. There?
Yes, it. That's it.
That one's a very special cigarette. Not like the other in Moose's case.
Looks like one of Musso's regular cigarettes to me.
Does it, Counselor? Ellery, hand me that cigarette.
Here you are, Dan. Is this Mr. Barnum?
Greatest show on X, son. Now, this cigarette looks like an ordinary moto cigarette, but it isn't. Its ends are plugged with little wads of tobacco, which are removable. See? In other words, it's hollow. Contains something. I wonder what it can do. Well.
Ellery, what's that piece of paper tightly rolled up?
A document of some sort, Nicky.
This document, in Muto's handwriting, is a payroll report.
What?
Quote, date to Judge Eustace F. Lampton, $19,000 for appointing Phil Boyne, received from bankruptcy. And it's got your signature, Judge Lampton. That.
With a cat for blacking my good name, I don't even know Muto.
Inspector, I seen the judge go up to the Moose's apartment only last week.
So that's why this notorious thief and police informer is in your office, Inspector.
It was the wreck. He's the one who sang. Inspector, let's talk this over. I've got some influence, you know.
Have you, Boyne? You're gonna need it.
Let's cut the salami. What else have you got, Inspector Clean?
Your signature and receipt, Miss Wicker. Phil Boyne's and Ernie's.
That better?
Oh, no, Judge. You'd like to get your hands on this little piece of paper, wouldn't you? Itchy fingers, Counselor? Miss Ernie? Mr. Boyne? We'll just remove temptation. Roll the paper up again. Tuck it back into this hollow cigarette. Like this. Put back the false tobacco plugs, and you've got the evidence all ready for the district attorney.
Well, I don't do the thing.
I've been at politics a long time, Inspector, and I've seen a lot of wise cops come and go. Prove it. Take you through the court.
What do you intend to do, Inspector?
I want Musso. VA, Louise, and any one of you who gives evidence to break Muto's power and put him out of circulation. It's up to you four.
Ellery, what's the matter with the singing rat?
He's backing away from the window.
Hey, what's the matter? Guy in that building across the street aiming a rifle at me. Go to the window. He's gonna shoot. Hey, Boyne, save me. Don't grab me, you rat.
Daly, that building opposite, man with a rifle.
Grab that sniper. Oh, got it.
Mr. Boyne, Sergeant, he's hurt.
Let me through here, please.
Phil Boyne. I couldn't help it. I see the rifle. I duck. I grab his blind so he couldn't start him right. It must have been the mooch. He's trying to kill me for square.
Murder attempt in my office, friend.
Boy, where were you?
I don't know. I called an ambulance. Will you call a doc from shot? I'm saying
Right there, Boyne. Where does it hurt?
Here's the bullet hole in his coat sad. I don't see.
It will end sadly, Ellery.
Can't find the wound, Nicky. Not a sign of blood. Stop crying, boy. What are you crying for? Faint funk there. Nervous shock.
Listen, Boyne. You're all right. You're not hurt. Not even a stretch.
Thank God.
But the bullet went right through his coat, man. Through his coat, Sergeant. Through this cigarette case in his breast pocket and smack up against this steel vest he's wearing. Oh,
What?
Steel vest?
Yes, Dad, see? Here's the vest and here's the flattened slug. All he got was a chest bruise. Now get up, boy. Stop acting like a baby.
Whew. I'm shaking like a custard pudding.
Here, look at the rat, Miss Porter. If he was milk, he'd be butter.
Give me a butt, somebody. Give me a butt, will you?
Here you are, Mr. Rat.
Me too, Queen. Thanks. I can use one.
I guess we all can, Counselor. Mr. Boyne?
No, I don't want any.
All right, one of those cigarettes with the Queen. Of course, Judge. Attorney?
Thanks.
Dan? Nicky?
But yeah.
Thanks, son. Now let's get back to cases. Are you good citizens going to testify against Muto or aren't you? Miss Wicker.
I can't think straight now, Inspector. Give us a little time.
Fine, Counselor. Sir, I can give you my answer now.
Don't be hasty. Let's talk this over.
Okay. I'll give you people just 2 days to make up your mind. No longer. I'll let Billy. Let him go.
This way out, Your Honor. Come on, come on.
Healy, any report on that building across the street?
Well, look, Inspector, by the time the boys got there, the guy that fired the rifle had taken the powder.
I never hear the end of it.
Said the singing rat.
He's gone. Philly, where'd the rat go?
I don't know, Inspector. I didn't see him.
I guess Brother Rat decided police headquarters isn't as safe as he'd put me.
Fool, now Mus'll get him sure.
I advise you to be very careful about this evidence on your desk. Put this fake cigarette in a safe place.
Don't worry, son. I'm putting the Moose's monogram butt with that payroll report inside in the thickest vault at headquarters.
You better do it now, Dad. There are 5 desperate people. Judge Lamson, Attorney Wicker, Appraiser Ernie, Politician Boyne, and Musso himself, who'll stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Seemed to me we practically live at police headquarters these days, Ellery. What's the occasion for this visit to the inspector's office?
Don't you remember, Nicky? The deadline Dad gave Musso's 4 distinguished co-workers is up this afternoon.
Well, why should that make you look droopy? This isn't your case. Anyway, even if it were, there's no mystery about it.
I know. Just the same, Nicky, there's something wrong. It's been bothering me for days. Can't put my finger on it.
You and your imagination. Here's the inspector's office.
Isn't Daily there either? We're fine, blasted. Oh, Ellery, Nicky.
Anything new on the Moose case, Inspector?
Have you heard from Judge Lamson yet or the others, Dad?
Ought to hear in a minute now. We'll only agree to testify against that slippery mobster. Yes?
Annie Wicker's here, Inspector.
What's his mouthpiece? Send the counselor in. Something tells him this is good news. Ah, Miss Wicker. Has that smart legal brain of yours looked over all the angles of the corner you people are in?
You win, Inspector.
Ah.
We'll cooperate with the DA, give what evidence we can against Musso, provided we're protected, and the DA makes the deal.
That's very smart.
Look at the inspector's face, Ellery. He looks positively blitzed.
Oh, something wrong, Nicky, something wrong.
Oh. As you see it that way, Miss Wicker. You're here as spokesman for the whole group?
All except Judge Lamson. His Honor's going to fight, Inspector.
That's the worst decision His Honor ever made. Ah. So the Moose is going down with the count at last. Out on bail, is he? Not for long. Excuse me. Yes? Really, I've been combing the city for you. Where are you?
Central Park.
Central Park. What are you doing in Central Park? Sharing nuts with the squirrels?
It's about the moose.
The Moose? What's about the Moose?
A park cop just found him under a bush with a blood in his pants.
Look at that crowd of reporters, Ellery.
What, Nicky?
Ellery Queen, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Nicky, nothing. It's just that I can't get it out of my mind.
Get what out of your mind? Oh, your imagination again.
Meanwhile, that racketeer is lying here in the pot murder.
Oh, Dad. Well?
Moose got it in the brain, Ellery. He rounded up his gang with the deaf, dumb, and blind.
What was Musso doing in Central Park, I wonder?
Obviously, Nicky, he had an appointment with his murderer. You see here? Body's lying behind a bush in this clump of trees, and no signs of its being dragged. They were arguing here. Oh, Sergeant, did you find the gun?
Yeah, Maestro. It's the Moose's own rod. One chamber's empty.
They struggled over Moose's gun, Ellery, and the other gentleman won.
He's no gentleman.
Dad, how long's the Moose been lying here dead?
Doc Friday says he was bumped off sometime today.
He didn't die right away, so Doc says there's no telling exactly how long he lingered.
Could have been murdered any time this morning or early afternoon. Rat it. Want to check antibodies.
Dad, look at this.
What's on?
I just found it under the body. This hollow cigarette with the Moose monogram on it.
A hollow one? Like the one we got at headquarters?
Isn't there anything in it, Ellery?
No, it's empty. Dad, are you sure the cigarette with the document is safe at Center Street? This looks like the identical casing.
Can't be, Ellery. I looked the evidence up myself.
Just the same, Dad. Let's go back to headquarters and check up. Hurry, Dad.
But Musso could have had two.
There. Didn't I tell you, Ellery? Here's the Moose's dummy cigarette just as I left it in the safe.
Let's see it, Dad. Dad, this isn't a dummy.
It's a real cigarette?
Tobacco, clear through.
My evidence. But I left the dummy monogram cigarette in my safe 2 days ago, son.
You only thought it was the dummy, Dad. The switch must have been made before you locked this cigarette in your safe.
One of those crooks substituted a real Moose cigarette for the hollow one in your office 2 days ago, Inspector.
Exactly, Dad. After showing the document to those people in your office, you replaced it in the hollow dummy and put the dummy on your desk. Remember?
Oh, yes.
They all kept wandering around the office.
Yes. Would have taken only a second to make the switch of cigarettes. Hey, I know when the switch was made. When the rat screamed that somebody was going to shoot him.
Right, Dad. And one of them came prepared to make the exchange.
But which one?
They all had cigarettes with them, Sergeant. The judge smoked incessantly, so did Miss Wicker, Mr. Ernie. We know Boyne had cigarettes. His cigarette case was pierced by that rifle bullet.
Any of them could have made the switch 2 days ago.
But how did the stolen one get under Musso's body in Central Park, Ellen?
The thief must have brought it with him today to his appointment with his victim.
Sure, but I don't understand why he knocked the moose off, Maestro.
It's not hard to reconstruct, Sergeant. The thief, in possession of the vital evidence, wanted money from Musso. Money in return for not handing that evidence back to the police.
Probably intended to milk them all dry, one after the other, and started with the racketeer.
Yeah, and then figured he'd destroy the evidence.
All right. So whoever stole that dummy cigarette in my office the other day is the killer of Musso.
But who?
Looks like a tough one to me, Ellery.
Tough? I don't think so, Dad.
Now, Ellery, don't tell me you know...
Yes, Nicky. I know who stole the dummy cigarette and murdered the moose. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery, and I hope a solution as well. Nicky, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Anne Coryell, glamorous stage and screen star who is currently making a record-breaking tour of vaudeville theaters from coast to coast. Miss Coryell returns to Hollywood soon for her next film, To Wrong Girl. Our second guest is Elsa D. McKelvey, prominent Eastern manufacturer and amateur radio detective. You know, Ellery, Mr. McKelvey's hobby is beating fictional radio detectives to the solution, so you'd better watch out. All right, Ellery?
Thank you, Nicky. Miss Coryell, who is the criminal?
Well, rather difficult, but I think the rat, stole the cigarette, that he is the living in terror of Musso, and he did it to bribe him.
Have you any clues?
No, except that when the gun was shut off, he seemed to know just what was happening, and he made quite sure that the bullet hit Barron and not himself. And I think that was all set up so that he could switch the cigarette.
Thank you, Miss Coryell. Mr. McKelvey, who do you think is the criminal?
Well, I've missed some easier guesses than this, so I'll probably miss it. But I guess that Phil Barn did it because of the fact that he showed up in the office opposite the sharpshooter with a vest on so that if there was any poor shooting, he was one fellow that wasn't going to be hit. He also happened to have a cigarette case in his pocket, so he could have been the man to make the exchange in the park. And being a politician, he probably knew his way out in the final analysis.
Well, thank you, Miss Coryell and Mr. McKelvey. You'll know in just a moment how successful you were as armchair detectives. But first, here's Ernest Chappell, a very reasonable man indeed.
Certainly I'm reasonable, Ellery. For instance, when I tell you folks to get 2 bottles of Bromo Seltzer, one to keep at home, the other where you work, I have 2 mighty good reasons. Firstly, you never know when a common sick headache will affect you, but you can depend on Bromo Seltzer to help you feel better fast. For Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways, act on head, nerves, and stomach. You get effective relief. Quickly feel more like your old self again. Reason number 2 for buying 2 bottles? Right now, there's a wonderful special on Bromo Seltzer. The regular large 60-cent size bottle for only 39 cents. Now that means you save 20% or more. But remember, this offer is strictly limited, both to time and quantity. So act at once.
Well, tell us, son, was it Judge Lamps
or that mouthpiece in skirts, Fanny Wicker?
That listening little appraiser, Ernest.
No. The thief of the evidence, and therefore the killer of Musso, was Phil Boyne.
Boyne? That politician?
The one that got hit by the rifle bullet by mistake?
But how do you know it was Boyne, Ellery?
The clue in this case is psychological, but it's as incontestable as a fingerprint. Consider the situation in your office, Dad, 2 days ago. Musso, or one of his henchmen, in trying to kill a singing rat, fired a shot that struck Phil Boyne by mistake. How did Boyne react?
Like an old lady. Got his start.
Yes, Boyne was so shocked by his narrow escape from death, so unnerved, that he blubbered like a scared child. Yet when, at the height of excitement, I offered him a cigarette, he refused it.
That's right.
You did?
The judge, the rat, Counselor Wicker, Ernie, even you, Dad, and Nicky were all so shaken by the murderous attack that you gratefully accepted the cigarette to soothe your nerves. Yet Boyne, the man most immediately involved, the man who had actually been struck by the bullet, although unhurt, the man who threw a fit of hysterics, Boyne refused to smoke. Conclusion? Phil Boyne is not a smoking man. Phil Boyne doesn't smoke at all. If he were a smoker, even a light smoker, he would have grabbed at a cigarette in his condition.
But Ellery, if Boyne isn't a smoker, why does he carry a cigarette case around with him? He did that day. You said yourself it was pierced by the rifle bullet.
Yes, Nicky. Why did Boyne, a non-smoker, carry a cigarette case? Since it wasn't because he smoked, then that case and the cigarettes in it must have served an entirely different purpose.
I see it now.
Yes, Dad. We know one of Musso's specially monogrammed cigarettes was substituted for the hollow one with the evidence in it. Therefore, the thief must have come to your office with a cigarette he'd stolen from Musso in advance. In other words, the thief came prepared to make a switch of cigarettes if the opportunity arose. And which of the four suspects did come prepared? Obviously, the man who carried a cigarette case but didn't smoke. Dad, if you'll nab Boyne right away, there's a good chance he still has that document with its precious evidence on him. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Ann Corio and Mr. Alfred McKelvey for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. And we have for both Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer. Also, an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, Sporting Blood, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, I'm a man who comes to the point.
Chaffee, so am I. I know what that point you're going to make, and my answer is you'll have to wait a minute to hear what next week's story is about.
Well, it so happens that I can fill that minute with some mighty important information. You can take it straight from our educated Bromo Seltzer train friends. The time to try Bromo Seltzer is right now. Listen. Yes, buy Bromo Seltzer now, and you'll save money. 20% or more. For right now, your druggist is offering the large 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer for only 39 cents. This offer is good for a limited time only, so act at once. Remember, Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. These 3 ways.
Quick relief from headache pain. Fast help for jumpy nerve. Quick help for upset stomach.
So don't be satisfied with anything that does less for you than Bromo Seltzer. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headache, see your doctor. For quick, effective relief from common sick headache, get tried and true Bromo Seltzer. And be sure to ask for the large 60-cent size bottle, now selling at the special low price of only 39 cents. All right, Sherlock Holmes, come on. What's on tap for next week?
Funny you should call me that, Chaffee.
How so?
Well, because next week I'm going to tell about a case I had, which will remind you of one that baffled the great Sherlock himself. It's about a man who goes into his house for an umbrella and disappears. I call my case The Adventure of Mr. Short and Mr. Long. Be sure to listen next Thursday at this same time.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop travels to Bowling Field in Washington. Fox Johnson and Warren Hall will interview men about Army Airport. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Mr. George R. Crowley, Superintendent of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad Police Force, and Mr. F. Beverly Kelly, Director of Radio Publicity for the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey combined shows. Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Good evening. In tonight's story, we run across one of the boldest and most dastardly murders in our memory. A murder on a speeding train. And among our suspects are included a giant, a midget, and a fortune-teller. I call it The Adventure of the Circus Train.
I'm sure glad this Chicago case is wrapped up, Inspector.
Yes, Bill, it'll be good to get back to New York. Ellery, can I dig it? Just Dad.
Ever know Ellery to forget anything?
Here's our Paula. Oh, who's this?
I'm the station master. May I see your tickets? Oh, what's wrong? Sorry, Mr. Queen. The Army's requisitioned all available space on this train. Your reservations are canceled.
The next train, station master.
Well, the earliest accommodations available are on this special section of the 11:59 tonight, Mr. Queen. It has 3 compartments left. Then take 'em. I'd better tell you about it first, sir. That section's carrying Marco's Mammoth Show, the Midwest circus outfit. Well, that'll be fun.
You mean we have to travel with tigers and elephants and get sawdust in our hair?
Not quite, miss. Your accommodations would be in the end car. It's an all-compartment car with a small lounge and bar at the rear. Mr. Marco himself travels in that car, and his business manager, John Brady.
Oh, we certainly don't object to traveling with Mr. Marco and Mr. Brady, station master.
But they're not the only ones in that car, sir.
Look, if I got to double up with a talking snake, I'll walk in them.
Who are the heavy?
Well, there's Goliath. He's 8 foot tall.
Goliath? The circus giant?
Yes, miss. Then there's Captain Finky. He's a midget. Madame Zara. She's the circus fortune-teller. They're nice folks. Been with Marco's circus a long time, but I thought I'd tell you.
Ever since I was a kid, I've had a yen to travel with a circus. What do you say?
Hope we don't mind one bit, station master.
Okay, Mr. Queen, I'll fix it. Ought to be an interesting trip.
Why, this is solid, Captain.
My, this lounge back here is awfully cozy, Ellery.
Yes, we should be fully out soon, Nicky.
Marco, I hope we're not putting you out in any way. Can't expect normal conditions in wartime, Inspector. Edward? Edward, set him. We're having a little celebration, folks.
So in that case, maybe we ought to get out of the lounge and go to our compartments, Mr. Mark.
Yes, we don't want to spoil any plans you have.
No, I won't hear of it. Be mighty proud if you'd all join me, in fact. Oh, John, did you tell him all about it?
Oh, I left the telling to you, Mark.
Folks, meet John Brady, my business manager.
Howdy, folks.
And this is Long Joe Stebbins, professionally known as Mr. Glace. Madam Zara, the smartest crystal gazer under the big tops.
How do you do?
And Captain Pinky, 44 years old, and you can put him in your vest pockets.
Any friend of ours, Marco's, is a friend of mine.
Pass of the flowing bowl, pack to your... Eddie. Hey, Ed. Well, you 3 must be wondering what this is all about. We are. As you know, I've been in show business over 50 years. Well, Marco's getting too old to run a circus. I know, but I am. Needs younger blood. So I've just sold Marco's Mammoth Show to John Brady here.
Yes?
John, here's the bill of sale. Whole work signed, sealed, and delivered.
Well, thanks, Mark. And here's my advance payment in cash. $30,000.
Why, thunder, Goliath, will you look at that? 3 $10,000 bills.
I ain't never seen so much money, Captain Pinky.
Money means trouble. I smell trouble.
I smell an Indiana farm and rest from my old bones. What?
1 minute to midnight, we're leading on the dot.
Pretty late, Maestro. How's about we get the hazy wager?
I suppose we may as well, Sergeant.
What's bothering you, Ellery? Why do you want to come out here on the front platform of the car?
Clear my head, Dad. There was an atmosphere in the lounge I didn't like.
You mean them expressions of gimme on the faces of the giant, the midget, and Madam Czar?
Oh, that's only natural, son. These circus people don't see $10,000 fares every day.
Not only circus people.
Gentlemen, sir.
What's the matter? What?
I was just cleaning up my bar in the lounge, friend. I get the bell statement from Mr. Marco compadre.
What's out of your mouth there?
I rang his bell. There's no answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I opened the door and I saw...
The man suit that, Dad. Let's go see for ourselves. Come on. Here's Mr. Marco's compartment. Dad, look.
Marco.
His head. Bashed in.
Murder.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our story. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell with a mystery of his own.
And it bids fair to be as baffling as any mystery Ellery's been up against. By the way, folks, what's your batting average? Mrs. Neely Jarvie of Lakewood, Ohio, is frank to admit that she and her family haven't piled up a very imposing score of correct deductions, but she says they still get a big kick out of trying to decide who done it. Good for you, Mrs. Jarvie. That's what we like to hear. And here's something else we like to hear. But suppose I let you folks have it in Mrs. Jarvie's own words. She right?
We're never without bromo seltzer in our home. And not long ago, when I became a volunteer nurse at our local hospital, I had just one more reason to be grateful for bromo seltzer's quick, effective release. After my first evening of routine floor work, I came home with my nerves on edge and a bad headache, brought on by nervous excitement. Well, as soon as I got in the house, I took a bromo seltzer. And oh, what relief! I'm not so nervous and excited about my volunteer work as I was at first, but I know that I can rely on bromo seltzer whenever I have a common sick headache like that again.
Well, now, there you have a mighty fine piece of advice from a lady who ought to know. So the next time you have a common sick headache, try bromo seltzer. I bet you'll feel the same as Mrs. Jarvie about it. And say, we'd like to hear from all of you about your bromo seltzer experiences. Just send your letters to Ellery Queen, care of the station to which you are listening. And now, back to our story. It's a short time after the discovery of old Mr. Marco's body. The car has been locked, front and rear. Nicky has been awakened.
But Inspector, how did it happen?
That's what we've got to figure out, Nicky. Ellery, Veely, and I were standing on the front platform from the time the party in the lounge here broke up. And we know no one from the forward cars came into our car, or left.
And the two conductors were sitting at the end of the lounge near the rear platform, Nicky, checking their tickets.
And both conductors say no one got into the car through the back.
So, Mr. Marco must have been murdered by someone in this car.
That's the size of it, Nicky.
But who? Which one?
The two conductors alibi each other, and they both alibi the porter.
So the killer must be one of the four circus people.
That nice old man. Why?
Don't you remember Brady handing Marco three $10,000 bills in front of our eyes, Nicky?
And they're not in his wallet now or anywhere in Marco's compartment.
He was bumped off for that $30,000, Miss P.
Killer probably rapped on Marco's door. Marco let him in.
Visitor assaulted the old man, stole the money, and left Marco for dead.
But he didn't die right off. Managed to reach the porter's bell and ring it before dime.
What was the weapon, Inspector?
A man's shoe.
What?
Yes, a shoe.
The shoe big enough to ship freight in, Miss Porter.
A man's shoe. Size 22, Nicky.
Size 22? But a shoe that size, it must be the giant. Goliath must have killed Mr. Marco.
And used his own shoe, Miss Porter? And to top it off, left it in Marco's room for us to find?
No killer would be so simple-minded, Nicky. The big boy's being framed.
Only question is, by who?
Well, Dad, we've got to start asking questions.
Yes. Did he?
Yeah.
Call them out of their compartments, one at a time. While we're tackling each one, you search his compartment for that dough.
Okay, Inspector.
Well, son, this case is a cinch. Marco was killed for the $30,000. So when we find the cash, we find the killer. Oh, Mr. Glad. Sorry the sergeant had to wake you.
What time is it, cried what he say?
Ellery, he's hobbling.
You'd hobble too, Nicky, if you were wearing only one shoe.
How come we got on only one shoe, Mr. Glad?
Oh, darned if I know, Inspector. When I went to bed, I put my shoes in that little do-jigger on the floor of the compartment.
I know.
There's a little closet, you know, that the porter can open from outside and take out your shoes and shine them during the night. Well, sir, just now Mr. Bealey comes fetching me, and I look for my shoes, and that shoes ain't. Doggone if somebody ain't stole one of my shoes. So what am I gonna do? It's the only pair I got.
We hit Pittsburgh in the morning, Mr. Clive, so we'll send out a pair of shoes for you then.
Huh. Ain't a shoe store in Pittsburgh or anywhere else carries size 22. Oh, Inspector, what do you want me for?
Come into Marker's room, Goliath, and I'll show you.
Sure.
Ellery, I can't look.
Stay out in the car, Nicky.
But where's Mr. Marco, Inspector? What's under that piece of newspaper?
This?
Uh-huh.
Your shoe, Mr. Clyde.
Well, I'll be... What's blood doing all over? What's under that blanket?
Mr. Marco, he was murdered tonight with your shoe.
Murdered?
What happened in there?
Goliath fainted. Henry, revive this 8-foot key man.
Right, Dad.
And Nicky, call John Brady in here.
Here's Mr. Brady, Ellery. He's hobbling, too.
Somebody stole one of my shoes. From your shoe compartment, Mr. Brady? That's right. I found 2 shoes in it, all right, but one of them's a woman's. Here, look. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Mark, you in there?
A moment, Mr. Brady. Nicky, is this woman's shoe Mr. Brady just found in the shoe receptacle yours?
No, Inspector. Let's do Madame Don.
Nicky, you better go fetch the Tsar woman.
All right.
Suppose you go in now, Mr. Brady, and see Mr. Marco.
I don't get all this. Marco.
Blanket back, Ellery.
Right, Dad.
But who? Why?
The $30,000 you handed Marco tonight, Mr. Brady. That's why.
Madame Czar is huffing mad about her shoe, and I mean huff.
I don't care for jokes, if you please. Mr. Brady, is this your shoe? I just found it in my shoe compartment, and one of mine is gone.
Let me see. Yes, sir. That's my shoe. Here's yours.
Thank you. Why was I awakened in the middle of the night? Has anything happened to Mr. Markham?
Why do you ask that, Madame Czar?
Yes, of course. Mr. Marco is lying under that blanket. He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, Madame Czar. Look.
I should have warned him.
You knew Marco was going to be knocked off?
Before retiring, I looked into my crystal ball. It never lies. I saw an old man lying there dead. Now I realize it was Mr. Marco. An old man with blood on his head.
Don't mind her. She always talks like this.
You saw this in your crystal ball, you say?
With blood on his head.
Did you also see Marco's murder in your magic ball, Madame Czar?
No. But I could.
Really?
If the conditions were right, yes, Mr. Queen.
Crowder, sing murders in a hunk of glass. Czar, go back to your room. You too, Mr. Brady.
Very well, the bar.
Where's Veely? Why in the name of Houdini isn't he back with that 30 grand?
Haven't you forgotten someone, Inspector?
Booney.
Captain Pinky, the midget.
Oh, the midget wouldn't have done it. He's too tiny.
He could have stood on something, Dad, and that big heavy shoe would be a murderous weapon even in the hands of a child.
Whoa! What's all the excitement about? It's Captain Pinky. Hello? What the devil's going on? Why is everybody rushing around like crazy?
It's an unusual trip, Captain Pinky. By the way, anybody swipe your shoes?
My shoes? Heck no. What would anybody want with my shoes? That blast is all what's happened.
Mr. Marco's been murdered, Captain.
Mr. Valker? Murdered? Dear, he's crying.
Midgets, giants, crested balls.
Inspector?
Veely, well, where'd you find the money?
I didn't find it, Inspector.
You did?
I searched every compartment, no dough.
Could you find your head? Where are we now?
A half hour out of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
At the next stop, wire Pittsburgh to have some detectives waiting for us when we pull in tomorrow morning. Then give this guy and everybody in it a vacuum cleaning, Bailey. Even if the Pittsburgh boys have to go to New York with us.
Very well, sir.
Yes, you bar. I'll show you how to solve this case, Ellery. Find that money, and you've got Marco's murderer.
Philadelphia.
Time's keeping beat in those Pittsburgh men. They were searching after 10 hours. The money must be in this car.
Dad, I've got it.
Where the money is, son?
No, I mean the explanation for that shoe mix-up.
Huh?
Killer wanted a weapon that couldn't be traced to him, so he stole one of Zara's shoes from her receptacle.
But realized it was too light as a weapon.
So he rifled Brady's shoe receptacle.
And then decided he wouldn't use either one's. He'd use Goliath's shoe. That would make a weapon. So he stole Goliath's shoe.
And in putting back Mr. Brady's and Madame Zard...
Made a mistake and mixed them up.
Inspector Queen.
Huh? Oh, Goliath.
How much longer do I have to walk around in my socks? I want my shoes.
We're checking you for fingerprints, Mr. Clare. You'll have it back by the time we reach New York.
Well, would you wash the blood off?
Sure, Mr. Clare.
Right.
Ellery, I made up my mind. I'm arresting Zara.
Why Zara, Dad?
She knew Michael was dead, the only one who did. How could she have known unless she bumped him off?
Well, that is a puzzle, how she knew. Dad, she claims she might see the criminal in her crystal ball. Why not call her bluff?
See whom she accuses.
That's an idea. Okay, we'll try it.
I have a hunch Madame Zara has something up her sleeve, and it isn't a crystal ball.
I heard about these.
Madame Zara, why is it you people can't ever do anything in the light?
We consult other worlds. Light is a disturbance. I must have dark.
Hocus pocus. Conductor.
Yes?
Switch the lights off and the loud. But tell Sergeant Billy to have both ends of the car watch.
Yes, sir.
You will all join hands.
It's silly, Ellery.
She knows it's silly too, Nicky. Zara's trying to tell us something, using the seance as a cloak.
There go the lights.
I must have quiet, or my crystal will tell me nothing. Come. Appear. You who shed Marco's blood. Appear in the crystal of truth.
Ellery, it's getting a faint glow.
Phosphorus, Nicky. Flat.
The one who spills the blood of old men. He takes shape. His face comes out of a mist. In a moment now, I see him. I see him.
Much obliged, Madame Zara. Who done it?
The spiller of blood is...
Madame Zara, why do you stop?
Zara. Second, turn on those lights.
Ellery, do you think she's...
Here are the lights. Zara.
She's sitting so still.
Zara, come out of that now.
She's in one of her trances.
Oh, phew, I thought she was dead, Mr. Brady.
Gosh, Captain Pinky, so did I.
Wake up, Zara.
Thank goodness.
Whose face did you see in that thing?
I must not tell you. Not yet.
Oh, and why not yet?
The time isn't right. Perhaps later.
Madame Zara, you're a first-class fake.
Fake? I'm not going to stay around here and be insulted.
Out of here, back to your compartments.
I don't think this, Inspector.
So that's that there.
Alex.
Oh, really? Well?
Why am I pooped?
Find the money, Sergeant?
Those Pittsburgh guys and me, we've gone over this car 3 times. No dough.
What?
Look, Inspector, we tore those blamed compartments practically apart. You saw how we searched this lounge, the bar, the porter's pantry, the light fixtures, the radio, the Well, do you want me to go on?
How about the people, Sergeant?
Yeah, head to toe. Clothes, luggage, cigarettes. We even examined Zara's crystal ball. Oh, we searched the 2 conductors and the porter, too. No doubt.
Beanie, you're a crook's idea of Santa Claus. Start all over again. I want that $30,000 before we reach New York.
Ran, end of the line. Ellery, where do you suppose that stolen money is?
Can't imagine, Nicky. Poor Dad.
That must be the inspector's own squad waiting on the platform.
How's everybody here?
Ready? Goliath? Pinky?
Where's Madame Hocus Pocus, that Zara woman?
She isn't here, Inspector.
But you must know we're in. The train stopped.
That's you up to now. Really get her out here.
Okay. Hey, Sarah! Inspector!
Nicky, don't look.
Dead. Zara's been bumped off.
Head smashed in with a crystal ball.
Really? Hold everybody.
All right, nobody will.
Who'd have thought?
But why, Madame Zara?
It's clear now. We wondered how Zara knew about Marco's being dead. Don't you see? Zara must have spied on the murder in the corridor last night. She must have seen the killer go into Marco's room with Goliath's shoe.
And why didn't she tell him?
Because she had her own axe to grind, Nicky. The seance was a veiled threat to the killer. She was warning him she could give him away if she chose.
So that he'd split the 30 grand with her. But instead, he split her head open.
Wait a minute. Of course. Now I see it all. We've been blind.
Ellery.
Been destroyed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly. In a moment you'll learn what the correct solution is, but first, the search for an honest man has come to an end in the person of our own Ernest Chamble.
Oh, me, what Ellery undoubtedly means is that I'm not going to make a single claim for Bromo Seltzer that isn't absolutely true. I'm not going to tell you that it'll do all your errands and finish your housework for you, but I do say there's just nothing better than Bromo Seltzer for common sick headaches. You know the kind, pounding head pain, jumpy nerves, upset stomach. Well, Bromo Seltzer fights headache like that 3 ways. You get effective relief. Quickly feel more like your old self. So be prepared. Keep Bromo Seltzer handy where you work, as well as at home.
All right, inside. Come on. Boys, no one gets in until this is over. All right, sit down, you people. Okay, Inspector.
Here's the way this case stacks up. We know the killer wanted a weapon that couldn't be traced to him. So what did he pick? Somebody else's shoe. Mark that. Somebody else's shoe. So whatever shoe or shoes he stole last night belonged to innocent people. Not to the murderer.
Makes sense to me.
Hush, Nicky, I want to follow this.
Whose shoes were stolen last night? Madame Czar's. So she's innocent. Mr. Brady's. So he's innocent. And finally Goliath's. So he's innocent. Who's left who could be the guilty man? Only Captain Pinky.
Captain Pinky, where'd you hide that dough?
But I didn't kill Mr. Marco.
Dad, haven't you left out one possibility?
What possibility, son?
That the murderer wanted you to think just what you do think. That the crime was committed by the one person whose shoe was not involved.
He deliberately involved all the shoes that Captain Pinky.
He was framing Pinky?
I'm afraid so, Dad. The big point of this case is one you made yourself repeatedly. That to find the killer, we had to find the money he stole.
But we didn't find the money, son.
And why didn't we?
Because it wasn't in the car.
But it was in the car, Dad. It had to be.
The car was practically demolished. Everybody and everything in it was searched.
That can't be, Dad, or the $30,000 would have been found. Obviously, then, one place was not searched. So that place is where the missing money must be.
What place? Where didn't we search, Maestro?
Did you search the weapon, Sergeant?
No, Inch.
The weapon that killed Marco?
Who'd ever think of searching the weapon?
Exactly. That's what the killer figured, too. That we wouldn't dream the hiding place of the money was the very shoe which bashed poor Marco's head in.
But, Ellery, what good did that do him? How could he expect to get hold of the money again? That shoe was a murder weapon held by the police.
Therefore, Nicky, the murderer could be only one person, the owner of the shoe, to whom it would eventually be returned.
Eventually? Goliath asked for his shoe even before we reached Penn Station. I just gave it to him. Goliath, take that murder shoe off.
Oh, you're wrong. I didn't. He didn't do it.
Really? Tear out that shoe, Lanny.
Yes, sir. And here they are.
The three $10,000 bill.
Clever crime, Goliath, because who'd be foolish enough to use his own shoe as a murder weapon and then leave it behind to be found? You knew we'd believe you innocent. You knew we'd therefore return the shoe with its hidden money to you.
But there's one thing Goliath didn't know. He didn't know he was traveling with Ellery, the giant killer.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Mr. George R. Crowley and Mr. F. Beverly Kelly for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. And we have for both Mr. Crowley and Mr. Kelly a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, an autographed copy of my new mystery novel, There Was an Old Woman, just out this week, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Well, Ellery, I certainly enjoyed that story. I bet you can't top it next week.
I'll take that bet, Chappie, and I'll tell you what it's about in just a moment.
Okay, that gives me time enough to introduce my friend, and your friend, the one and only educated train known to man, the talking Bromo Seltzer train.
I did a 3-way.
Yes, you can't beat that for good sense. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. You see, common sick headaches often affect you 3 ways. Pain in the head, jangling nerves, and upset stomach. But Bromo Seltzer quickly relieves that pain in your head. Bromo Seltzer helps settle jumpy nerves.
Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach.
You see what I mean? 3-way misery, 3-way relief with Bromo Seltzer. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. For common sick headaches, do as millions of others do. Use tried and true Bromo Seltzer. Well, now, Ellery, my lad, how's for next week? You got something nice and cheerful?
Very, Chappie. In fact, it's a story about a perfect gentleman. That is, perfect except for one little obsession.
Yeah, what's that?
He wants to murder his wife.
Pleasant job.
So, Chappie, you better listen again next Saturday for the adventure of The Human Weapon.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop travels to Cheyenne, Wyoming, where Parks Johnson and Warren Hull will interview a Flying Fortress crew just back from bombing Germany. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. Production is directed by Bruce Cameron.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Promo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor of Time magazine, and Edward Pauley, who plays Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case will really test your mettle as an armchair detective, because I can assure you it had us thinking hard. It's about a man who could disappear almost at will. I call it The Adventure of the Vanishing Magician.
Mamie.
What's the matter?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Forsythe. Oh, dear, my dinner will be ruined if that husband of mine doesn't get home soon. You'd think after 20 years of married life a man would get to know the ferry would get dry.
You were crying, Mamie, and it wasn't about Hal or the spare rib.
Now, you go back in the parlor, Forsythe, and read your variety and billboard, while I see if I can't save my dinner.
You were crying about the house, weren't you, Mamie?
Yes.
Well, we haven't lost the old track yet, Mamie. Now stop crying. Think of the good old days.
Of the good old days. What for? We'll never see him again.
Oh, don't you believe it. Vaudeville's coming back. Yes, sir. Before you know it, you'll be right back in the old 5 a day again. Hal and Mamie Dover, songs and patter.
Maybe Boudica coming back, Forsythe, but Hal and me won't come back with it. Nor you, nor Avanti. The great Avanti, magician supreme. Filbert Forsythe, quick change artist. Oh, it's old stuff, passé. They'd laugh at all.
Yeah? Well, I'm as good as I ever was. I've kept in practice, Mame. I haven't let the hinges on my theatrical trunk upstairs get rusty. No, sir. Remember that quick change act I had, Riley of the New York Finest, where I played all 7 parts? Why, it laid 'em in the aisle.
It was corny, Forsythe. Hal and me were corny. Avanti and his magic was corny. We're through, and you know it.
Through, am I? I'll show you all, and especially that sarcastic booker who threw me out of his office yesterday.
What the use? You knew we were through when you, Avanti, Hal, and me pooled our savings 13 years ago to buy this house.
Yeah, you're right, Mame. We thought we'd have at least a roof over our head. Now...
Oh, there's the front door. Hal?
Me, Mame.
Hal, I thought you'd never get home.
Home? Oh, evening, Forsythe.
Hal, did you see that pagan at the bank?
I saw.
What'd he say, Hal?
He busted a gut laughing.
Shall we lose the house, is that it?
Next week, unless the U.S. Marines save us in the nick of time.
But, Hal, what'll we all do? Where'll we go?
Search me. Oh, Maeve, stop crying.
Dover, I told you we did wrong when we mortgaged that house 5 years ago.
And what were we supposed to eat, Forsythe? Your 1929 billboard clipping?
No, Dover, I'll have you know that...
Well, now, next week is next week. Right now, we have a dinner to eat. Though heaven knows, Hal Dover, you've done your darndest to spoil it. Now, sit down, both of you.
I ain't hungry, Mame.
You're gonna eat, mister, and we're not gonna wait for the great Avanti. I'll have the ribs out in a jiffy if they ain't dry as dust.
I guess I'm jumpy, Forsythe.
Yeah, it's my fault, Hal. It's losing the house and all the money we put into it.
Going back to a furnished room. Avanti?
Hello, Manny. Hal, Forsythe. Where are you, my friend?
In the dining room, Avanti.
Ah, I am late, no? The long faces. No luck today, Hal?
Sit down and eat your soup, Avanti.
Avanti? It's about time. Now hurry with your soup.
Attention. The great Avanti is about to give a performance.
What's he so gay about? Cut the clowning, Avanti. I ain't in the mood.
No, and I shall put you in the mood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Observe.
There is nothing up my sleeve.
What I said? The hell's on it, Eddie? Oh, who wouldn't be losing the house?
And who says we are losing the house, huh?
The bank that's holding the mortgage, you punchy dope.
Avanti says if it's not so.
What? Huh?
Ah, your faces light up, eh? My friends, I have it all fixed.
Avanti, we won't lose our house.
No, Mamie. And what is more, we shall have enough dough to last us a long, long time.
You're crazy with the cold.
It's something crooked. No, it is not something crooked, Forsyth.
But Avanti, you ain't serious. How can you save the house?
Follow my instructions and have faith.
What do we have to do, Avanti?
Merely, when the proper time comes, to get out of the house for one evening, leaving it unoccupied. That is all.
What are you gonna do, burn it down?
Even that wouldn't do any good. Our fire insurance lapsed.
Now you two stop. Avanti?
Yes?
You want us to leave the house for one evening, and that'll save it?
Yes, Mamie.
I suppose you'll do it by magic, Avanti.
Yes, Mr. Dover. By magic.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
I heard tell the other day about a lady who paid her first visit to New York just recently. That was plenty exciting for her, all right. Even though the bright lights aren't quite as bright as usual, there was plenty to see and do.
Plenty, I'll say so. I never saw so many people or places at one time in my life. And the crowd.
Yes, indeed, the crowd. Well, after a few days of helter-skelter running around, the lady woke up in her hotel room one morning, feeling like this.
Oh, my head.
Yes, a common sick headache. Not unusual when you're on the move more than you're used to being. But was she going to let that stand in the way of seeing all there was left to see in New York?
Not on your life. I had headaches in my own hometown, too. And if bromo seltzers would make me feel so much better back home, I guessed it would work just as well in New York.
So she up and went down to the drugstore, had the clerk mixed her a bromo seltzer at the fountain, and
pretty soon I felt like my old self again. So I went on to see Grant's tomb and the Statue of Liberty just as I'd planned.
Good for you. And good for bromo seltzer. You'll find it handy to have around, friends. So get a big blue bottle of bromo seltzer tomorrow. And now back to our story. It's 2 mornings later, the scene, Inspector Queen's office at police headquarters.
There's the maestro and Miss Porter, Inspector.
Hi, Petey. Come in, you two. Hurry, call to headquarters. That means a case.
Is it a case, Inspector?
It's the case, Nicky, but best if I know what kind. Ellery shake hands with Mr. Vandy, Mr. Steer. My son Ellery, Secretary, Miss Ford. How do you do? Really isn't a matter for the police, son.
Inspector and me thought it was a lot more in your line, Maestro. Screwball stop.
Interesting, Sergeant.
First, I'd better explain, son, that Mr. Steele here is a very wealthy businessman with a peculiar hobby.
I thought I recognized you, Mr. Steele. I read an article about you in a magazine recently with your photograph.
That's me, Miss Porter.
Your hobby's collecting magic tricks, isn't it?
Yes, indeedy. I'm an amateur expert in magic. Know more about magic than these fellows know themselves. Eh, Vandy?
Mr. Steele, you are the boogeyman of my unfortunate profession.
Mr. Steele's a shower-upper, Maestro. These guys make up magic tricks. He figures them out.
I see.
But yes, Mr. Steele's had a standing offer of $25,000 to any professional magician who can show him a magic trick he can't solve in 24 hours.
Wonderful. You're sort of magic detective, Mr. Steele? Yes, sir. The best of them have tried to collect that $25,000. No one's collected it yet.
Mr. Steele's seen through every magic illusion ever invented, Ellery.
Mr. Steele will not see through mine. You see, Avanti's taken up Mr. Steele's challenge.
He claims he can pull a trick that'll fool even Mr. Steele.
Oh, swell. What's your illusion, Mr. Vandy?
I shall disappear in thin air.
Oh.
But that's not new, Mr. Avanti. Houdini made an elephant at this here in full view of a theater audience.
I saw the old master do it myself.
All disappearance illusions are done with mirrors and apparatus. You won't fool me with one of those moth-eaten tricks, Avanti.
But, Mr. Steele, I do not use mirrors or apparatus.
Eh? Oh, Avanti, I'll hold you to that. No apparatus, Mr. Avanti? Wow. But may I ask why you've come to the police?
It's gonna be a case for the Missing Persons Bureau, ain't it?
I wish Mr. Steele to be completely satisfied about the conditions under which my illusion takes place.
You see, Ellery,
Avanti and some old-time Baltimore friends of his jointly own a 2-story brownstone in Chelsea that's in danger of foreclosure.
It's one of them old babies, Maestro, and a solid block of attached houses, all alike.
All alike.
And Mr. Avanti wants to win Mr. Steele's money to save the house? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, but from now on, I'm on Mr. Avanti's side.
The more the merrier, Miss Porter. Disappear into thin air without mirrors or apparatus? Mr. Avanti, just how do you intend using the house in this magic illusion of yours?
First, Mr. Queen, I wish the house to be examined from basement to roof, inside and out, to satisfy Mr. Steele that there are no sliding panels, hidden passages, tunnels, or secret hiding places anywhere in town.
There goes my solution.
Secondly, Inspector Queen may station police as guard at each exit from the house to see that I do not escape. As many men as you please, Inspector. On the roof, in the basement, the backyard, at the doors and windows. In fact, I shall be insulted if you do not put a veritable human cordon around the house.
You're sure making it impossible for yourself, Avanti.
That is the essence of the illusion. Finally, I shall enter, alone, in full view of all of you. And you will not find me in the house when you look. I shall have vanished. And then, Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to solve the problem of my disappearance, or pay me $25,000.
You're crazy, Avanti, but by George, you're on. When will you be ready?
Tonight.
Well, you gentlemen will have to count me out. I can't touch it. No crime involved.
Inspector, please make an exception.
Excuse us a moment, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Dad, cooperate with Avanti.
But I've no authority, son, a thing like that.
You can find the authority, and Sector, it means so much to Mr. Avanti.
Well, the guy's a nut or a publicity.
He's neither. He's doing it for that little group of ex-by-the-dares, Sergeant. They need that $25,000 to save their house.
That's all very true.
Be a sport, Dad. Play along with Avanti as a favor to me.
Well, what'll the big chink say? And he talks 3 languages.
Inspector, please.
Well, blatched it. All right, thanks, Dad.
Mr. Avanti, Mr. Steele.
Queen. I ought to have my head examined, but... Okay, gentlemen.
Oh, good.
Fine. Avanti, get ready to disappear from that house of yours. Tonight at 9.
Do you really think Avanti's going to be able to pull this off, Cal?
I don't know, Mame. I'm hoping.
That man Steele must be as crazy as Avanti. Without apparatus, impossible. Why, when I headed the bill at the New York House back in 27...
Yes, we know, Forsyth. You laid them in the aisle. That... Mamie, smile. The house is as good as ours again.
Oh, Avanti, please don't miss.
Avanti, well, good luck.
Avanti, I'm not against you. Well, it's just that, well, people gets a darn fitter.
I understand. And I will not fail you.
Come on, you people. You're not supposed to be here, Mr. and Mrs. Dover, Mrs. Forsyth.
Now, according to the agreement, you folks wait in that corner cafeteria till this is over.
And don't worry, Mrs. Dover. I have a hunch Mr. Avanti's really going to do it. Oh, I hope so, Miss Porter. Come on, Hal. And Mr. Porter...
Avanti will bring the bacon to the house. Now, are you gentlemen all satisfied?
Yes, Mr. Avanti.
And where is Mr. Steele?
Here I am. Are you ready, Avanti?
If you are Mr. Steele,
Hold it a minute.
Billy.
Yeah, Baker.
Hurry up before the reporters get wind of this.
Everything's set, Sergeant.
Answer my certainly.
Mr. Steele, are you satisfied that there are no secret passageways or hiding places in the house?
Well, it's true I searched it myself.
Okay, Mr. Steele. I had a department expert look the house over from top to bottom. He says there's no way out of the house except through the regular doors and windows and the roof and cellar.
I'll testify to that, Mr. Steele. I looked myself.
Is the house completely empty now, Sergeant?
Well, no, I met one cockroach in there. He kissed me. He was so glad to see somebody.
That was good for a nap, but Tony passed us. Come on, Billy. How about complete detail?
Okay, Inspector. The whole place is surrounded. I've even got 8 cops on the roof watching the roof door. Don't worry, Inspector. They won't get out.
Okay, Billy. Mr. Avanti, go to it.
I shall, Inspector. Now you gentlemen will please allow me exactly 2 hours inside the house. At the stroke of 11, enter. Ha ha ha. And try to find me.
Billy, escort Avanti up this stoop and see that he enters the house.
Up to the daisy, magician. Brother, you're faded.
Best of luck, Mr. Avanti.
And I hope we'll not be seeing you.
Hey, you'll see him, Miss Porter. Don't worry.
In you go, Vanny.
Arrivederci. Until later.
That's closely, Mr. Steele. We don't want you saying afterwards it didn't go in. I'm satisfied.
He went in. Keep that back of yours against the front door up there, Sergeant.
You'll have to ooze out of a crack to get by me, my Snow.
Well, now for a 2-hour wait. Might as well sit down here beside me on this bottom step, Mr. Steele.
With pleasure, my dear. If Avanti gets out of this house now, he is a magician.
I thought this would be exciting. All I got out of it so far is a bad case of yawn.
Isn't the time nearly up, Ellery? After 1 minute to 11.
2 hours. He'd need 2 centuries.
Don't laugh yet, Mr. Steele. Oh, here's Sergeant Bealey back.
Bealey, shake a leg up this stoop. What do the men report? You've made the rounds of the police on guard, Sergeant?
Yeah, Mr. Steele. They all say the same thing. Avanti didn't come out.
How about the roof, Dad?
You men up there in the roof. Yeah, everything under control up there, officer?
Vanny, come out of the house this way. Inspector, it was. Hey, Inspector was stunned over with dying for big excitement.
It's exactly 11 o'clock. Let's go in and see.
Yes, let's get it over with. Well, open the door, Bealey.
Okay.
Wait, Sergeant.
I see it now, by George. The tricky devil. Simple as ABC, too.
What simple as ABC, Mr. Steele?
Look, Queen, Avanti built up the psychology of his audience, in this case us, by making us wait out here for 2 whole hours. Of course he's still in there. But he's hiding in the hall somewhere, and he's waiting for us to come in.
So that we'll impatiently rush upstairs?
Exactly. Then he'll simply sneak out of the house through this front door we'll have left unguarded.
Of course, that may be Avanti's plan, Mr. Steele, but somehow it won't work.
Bealey, stay on guard at this front door while we go in. Don't move a step from this door.
Is that what I get after waiting 2 hours? Okay.
Ellery, for goodness sake, open that door.
Here we go.
Avanti! I don't see him hitting the fire down here. No place for him to hide.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it? Mr. Avanti! Oh, dear. Oh, Inspector, where did Ellery and Mr. Steele go? Don't tell me they disappeared, too.
They're searching the downstairs rooms, Nicky.
Here I am, Dad. He's not down here. Oh, Mr. Steele, any luck?
No, he must be upstairs. Avanti, come down out of there.
Let's go upstairs, too.
Right ahead.
He's really disappeared. It's the most marvelous thing I ever heard of. Oh, Mr. Steele, what?
He's not in that bedroom. Avanti. Queen, try that room.
Right, Steele. Oh, that's empty. I'll try this one. Looks like a study. And this one either. Dad, did you look at the stairs leading to the roof trap door?
Down nothing there, ain't. Well, Mr. Steele, it looks as if...
No. There's one door we missed. This one.
Oh, yes. That's the door to Avanti's own room.
And this is where he is. Game's up, Avanti. We've caught you. Confounded Avanti, open this door and stop making a ridiculous fool of yourself.
You might try the door, Mr. Steele. It may not be locked, you know. No, it isn't.
He isn't here. This is the last room.
But it's not possible. Wait. That clothes cross. He's hiding in this clothes car.
It's empty.
I wonder he did it.
He can't have. Mr. Steele, you might be interested in this note I just found on Avanti's bed.
A note?
Let me see it too, Ellery.
What does the little whiz write, Tom?
Gentlemen, you may search this house until doomsday, but you will not find me, for the simple reason that I am not here. Mr. Steele, you have 24 hours to figure out how I vanished into thin air, or failing, pay me $25,000.
Signed, the Great Avanti.
Listen, Mr. Steele, how many times do I have to tell you? Avanti didn't sneak past me at the front door.
But he did it some way. He got out some way. This is getting monotonous.
You still have 5 minutes of your 24 hours left, Mr. Steele.
He didn't get out. He's still in the house.
Where, Mr. Steele? You practically picked the house to pieces in the past 23 hours and 55 minutes.
Inspector, you're sure the police are still on guard outside? They mustn't leave their post yet, you hear me?
I don't know why I take this from you, Mr. Steele. But my men haven't left their post since they came on duty last night.
Then where is he? I can't understand it. Not a single clue, not one.
I disagree, Mr. Steele.
You what, Queen?
It's really a very simple problem.
Don't tell me. Maestro!
Yes, Sergeant. I know how Avanti did it.
Queen, tell me how, quick, before my time's up.
Ellery, Queen, don't you dare. He's supposed to figure it out for himself.
You heard the voice of the people, Mr. Steele.
I'll give you $5,000 if you'll tell me how Avanti performed the trick, Queen. Chin horn. Make it 10, Mr. Queen, 10,000.
You're a chiseler, Mr. Steele.
Sergeant, open the front door. We'll wait for Avanti on the stoop.
Well, I'll make it 15, Queen, hurry.
Mr. Steele, I'm beginning to dislike you.
You want to chisel these people out of their home when you've lost a bet you yourself made.
It's not that, it's my reputation.
Yes, you, Mr. Steele, are 4 ex-vaudeville friends of one. The great Avanti strolling up the street. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. While you try to puzzle out just how Avanti disappeared, suppose we see how our guests are making out. Nicky, will you introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening, please?
All right, Ellery. Our first guest tonight is Miss Sonia Bigman, contributing editor for theater and radio on one of the nation's most important and widely read publications, Time magazine. Miss Bigman is an avid mystery story fan, and as such, we heartily welcome her as guest armchair detective tonight. Our second guest is a man who, like yourself, Ellery, is tough on criminals. He's Edward Pauley, who plays the part of Steve Wilson on the famous radio program Big Town. Big Town is the inside story of the big metropolitan newspaper, the Illustrated Press. Each Tuesday evening, Steve Wilson, as managing editor, with the beautiful Lorelei and ace photographer Dusty Miller, give radio one of its most exciting programs. Ellery?
Thank you, Nicky. Miss Bigman, how do you think the great Avanti disappeared?
Well, I can only think because I'm not getting it at all. The only part that I can tie up this thing is when Mr. and Mrs. Forsyth, or Hal, and mainly Doble were talking about the great Avanti. They said he had once played all 7 cards in something called Rally of the New York Finest. I think he probably got himself dressed up as a policeman and walked in and out all over the place. Without being seen? Well, he did join the car, or something like that. The only other thing is that the only other clue might be that all the houses look alike.
Thank you, Miss Bigman. And now, Mr. Pauley, how do you think the great Avanti disappeared?
Well, Ellery, managing editor, is a detective. Not much good without his staff. How if I can have Lorelei and Dusty Miller and Sletch to help me out? I sound like an expert. Well, I'll just have to take pliers, say that I'll string along with Miss Bigman on their solution. Matter of fact, I actually have some mental notes here in that direction. They follow pretty closely what you... in other words, my mind goes back to the fact that there was a quick change artist involved, and I think that, well, like a lot of the actual function of these disappearing tricks is that it happens before we actually think it. Or thinking like that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foley and Miss Bigman. We're going to tell you the correct solution to tonight's mystery in a moment. But first, Ernest Chappell has the most important word to say to you.
Friends, before you crumple a piece of paper to toss it into the fire, wait half a second and think about this. Waste paper is mighty valuable. America's paper mills need every scrap in order to produce enough new paper and paperboard to make the containers and cartons that are so essential. Now, you'll be doing your country a real service if, instead of burning waste paper or otherwise disposing of it, you sell it to junk dealers, donate it to charitable organizations, or hold it for your local salvage committee. Consult your newspaper for dates of collection. We've got to get our mills back to full production so they can make the cartons for food, the containers for shells, the bomb fins, camouflage paper, dozens of other vital products needed to win the war.
All right, Mr. Steele. Cough up. Mandy, here's my check for $25,000. And I still can't believe you did it.
My friends and I thank you, Mr. Steele. But you've got to tell me how you did it. I've just paid a lot of money for not knowing.
Yes, I think we ought to tell Mr. Steele, eh, Mr. Vandy?
You've solved my illusion, Mr. Queen.
Oh, he always solved everything, Mr. Zandy. Ellery, please.
I tell you, if you don't, I won't sleep tonight.
All right, really. Well, our magician went into the house. 2 hours later, we searched it, and he was gone. Vanished, as he claimed, in thin air. Yet the report from the policeman on guard at every exit from the house were that Mr. Avanti had not left.
But he did leave, Ellery. That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Consequently, when your policeman said he hadn't left, they only thought he hadn't. He had.
You mean Mr. Avanti got out of the house under the eyes of grown policemen without their knowing it?
It's the only possible explanation, Nicky.
But how?
Well, what was the situation? A house surrounded by police, men in uniform, a couple of dozen of them. Take the route. 8 uniformed police on guard. Let's consider those 8 policemen. Each officer, wherever he turned, saw another officer, another blue coat. The police uniform is a great leveler of personality. And besides, Mr. Avanti cleverly set the time of the illusion at night, when visibility is poor. And because the roof held the largest congregation of police, I say Mr. Avanti got away by the roof, disguised in a police uniform. Oh, sure, what a fool. Confirmation, yes. Mr. Avanti asked for 2 hours, when obviously a few minutes would have sufficed. Why did he ask for 2 hours? Because he's a student of human nature, like all magicians. He knew that in 2 hours the watching police would be bored, that their vigilance would relax, that they'd start trudging around the roof to keep warm, smoking, chattering, milling about, so that Avanti, watching from inside the roof trap door, nearly had to wait for a single instant when none of the 8 pairs of eyes was on the roof door, and in that instant slipped noiselessly out onto the roof in a policeman's uniform. And there he was, on the roof at night, just another officer of the law. Might have done the same thing, not this guy, but he knew he'd never be able to get off the roof once he slipped out of the trap door without being spotted. Dressed as a policeman, however, all he had to do from that moment on was saunter quietly about among the 8 real policemen, minding his own business, until he saw a chance to slip on to an adjoining roof. Remember, this is an attached house, and make his escape from some house farther down the street.
He may just make the trick possible by insisting on a big police car.
But where did Mr. Avanti get policeman's uniform, Ellery?
There is even a clue to that. We've all been told that Mr. Forsyth, the quick change artist, lives in the house, and his old theatrical trunk is in his room. And what was the sketch Forsyth used to do in the glamour days of vaudeville? He used to play all 7 parts in a skit called Riley of the New York Finest. So in Forsyth's trunk, there must have been a New York policeman's uniform. Mr. Avanti, I should like to shake the hand of an artist.
No, Mr. Queen. The honor is mine. Believe me, Mr. Queen, I am so happy it wasn't you I challenged to solve my illusion of the vanishing magician.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Zigman and Mr. Pauley for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment both of them for their skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Zigman and Mr. Pauley a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Hang on now, friends, because Ellery will be right back to tell you about next week's mystery. Meanwhile, you can grab a seat aboard the one and only talking train. Here we go. All aboard.
Side headache, 3 ways.
Yes, that's the right track to quick, effective relief from common sick headache. Bromo Seltzer. You see, Bromo Seltzer fights headache not 1, but 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps relieve that pain in your head.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps settle upset stomach.
Bromo Seltzer quickly helps calm jumpy nerves.
You can take Bromo Seltzer while it's fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headaches, see your doctor. But when it comes to common sick headaches, take a tip from our educated train. And now, Ellery, suppose you tell us about next week, Kate.
Sure, Chappie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week, a young lady offers me $5,000 to get back the stolen sum of $3. I can't tell you more. I'd tell you too much. So I'll just caution you to get your thinking caps all shined up next Saturday for the adventure of the $3 robbery.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop starts its 12th year on the air. That did its 12th year in radio,
when it takes you to Halifax, Nova Scotia, or interviews with Canadian Navy U-boat fighters. Don't miss Vox Pop next Monday. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen, the Bromo Felter Specials.
Bringing you radio's most thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wit with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Genevieve Bean, a member of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps, and Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think tonight's mystery will keep you guessing. It's about a strange chain of anonymous letters. I call it The Adventure of the Mischief Maker.
Hubert. Gilbert.
Yes, my dear?
Put that newspaper down and send it your breakfast.
Oh, yes, chef is cooked yet. Bloat is jolly good this morning.
My dear, for an American, you really perform miracles with a bloater.
Oh, an American. Hubert Lesper, you've been in this country long enough to stop being so patronizing.
Now, pet, I wasn't being anything of the sort.
I suppose I ought to get down on my knees to you because you deigned to marry an American, dear.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way.
Married 4 months. Already you're reading newspapers at my breakfast table.
But, darling, I was merely looking up the situation in Keed. Went to you to send me here from London to take charge of the New York branch of Puppet Tea Limited. He said to me, Mr. Old chap,
looking up the situation in Key, were you? Mm-hmm. You were looking up that movie star photo, that's what. That Huntley with the legs.
My love, I just happened to glance at it in passing.
Seems to me you just happened to glance at an awful lot of females, Hubert, just was married.
Oh, what utter nonsense, my dear. And even if I wanted to, which is rot, of course, you know I couldn't risk the scandal, my dear. I'd be getting a sack, you know. Senor just won't brook the least breath of scandal.
What about you and your secretary?
Me and my secretary? That spindle shanked very beaten and pink, my dear.
Well, maybe I'm wrong.
Eat your brother, dear.
Of course, darling. Oh, by the way, what was that letter that arrived in the Morning Post for you?
What letter? Addressed to Mrs. Hubert Murphy, 230 Hampton Avenue, New York City. Well, whoever it was certainly had to fix his typewriter. Broken letters, out of line, some old smudgy.
Well, who'd have trumped it?
Mrs. Leslie, your husband, Hubert, is... I knew it. I knew it. Hubert, they've proved.
Proves it, but prove what?
Make. You were, and you...
I know that, Peter. Yeah, let me see that. Well, husband is in love with his secretary, who's loading a double life, signed a friend. But I mean to say that... But, my love, you don't put credence in doctors who don't even find their name. I scarcely know what my secretary looks like.
Oh, I'll bet.
Now, darling, I give you my sacred word.
Your sacred word. Out if I wear you this, but
Pet, where are you going?
I'm going to Reno. Two-timer, insectable American girl, will you? Well, Hubert Lester, I'll get a divorce from you so fast that Prentice Sir Eustace of your think his New York's representative was tarred, severed, and boiled in oil.
Mr. Plunkett, to meet my son, the secretary, Nicky Porter. Mr. Plunkett came into headquarters just this morning, Harry. He's back this morning for a report.
A report on what, there?
I send the second for screwy cases, Mr. Plunkett. Tell him. Well, Mr. Queen, it sure do. Here, read this letter that come yesterday morning. Read it, Nicky, aloud.
Good look, what a bad machine this was typed on.
Broken letters, dirty, out of line.
Never mind the typing, Miss Porter. Just read it.
Address to the president of the West Side Bank, 315 Hatton Avenue, New York.
Dear Sir, the rent collector for your bank, Ethan A. Plunkett, is a thief.
We're stealing rent money on properties the bank owns.
Signed, a friend. You're the Ethan A. Plunkett this anonymous letter refers to?
That's me, Mr. Queen.
Well, I'm sure the president of the bank you work for doesn't believe this charge, Mr. Plunkett.
He don't, Miss Porter, seeing he's me.
Who's you?
Mr. Plunkett's only been posing as the real representative of the West Side Bank, Nicky. Secretly, Mr. Plunkett's the president's. Owns the bank lock, stock, and barrel and all its property. Protective coloration, Mr. Queen. I got a slew of hungry relatives. If they knew I owned the bank, they'd make a pauper of me in no time.
But Ellery, as Mr. Plunkett owns the bank, how could he be stealing rent money from the bank?
Obviously, the writer of this letter didn't know Mr. Plunkett owned the bank. Just tried to get him into trouble. Some Frank. That isn't our turn. Petey. Come in here. You see, one of the properties Mr. Plunkett owns is a five-family brownstone on the west side. I live there myself, Mr. Queen. Oh, Petey. Tell Ellery what you found out of Mr. Plunkett's house.
Oh, that cockeyed kid. You see, Maestro, the inspector sent me over to 230 Hatton Avenue yesterday to see if anybody else living there got one of these letters signed A. Friend. Someone else got one, Sergeant? Yep. One of Mr. Plunkett's tenants and neighbors there is people named Lester. Mrs. Lester is hitched to this Hubert Lester, a British who's been in this country around 6 months. A playboy type. I mean, he'd like to be.
I know. A friend wrote Mrs. Lester they're probably being untrue to her.
On the nose, Nicky. The Mrs. Lester packed up and now she's heading to Reno. My family have, Mr. Plunkett, who are the other tenants at 230 Hatton Avenue? Well, there's Miss Bertha Lamb, an old maid, and a bachelor named Hodge, Lewis Hodge. And a family named Drayton, husband, wife, and 15-year-old daughter. Drayton's a psychiatrist.
The Plunkett, Mr. and Mrs. Hubert Lester, Miss Bertha Lamb Fencer, Mr. Lewis Hodge Bachelor, and Dr. Drayton and family. I've got it all down, Ellery.
Fine, Nicky. Mr. Plunkett, does anyone in the house bear a grudge against you and the Lefters?
Mighty funny you asked that, Mr. Queen. My janitor there, Joe's a big sorehead. Pretty tough egg, Joe. Born on Hester Street in New York here. He'd have been a gangster, I guess, if he'd had more brain. What's Joe sore about, Mr. Plunkett? Well, seems like Joe didn't get Christmas presents enough from most of the tenants, including me. It slipped my mind.
So Joe sends anonymous letter?
It's hardly a laughing matter, Nicky. One of these letters has already separated a husband and wife.
Yeah, anonymous letters have done a lot of mischief in this world. They've even caused death.
Dad, I think we'll look into this, and we'll begin by asking Dr. Drayton, Miss Lamb, and Mr. Hodge if they've received letters from the mischief maker who signs himself a friend. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell.
Oh, for the life of a fireman. Bells clanging, men sliding down poles, fire trucks racing through traffic. Nothing but thrills and excitement. Oh, but that's not the way Mr. Thomas Byrne of Elmhurst, Long Island tells it. You're right. We're called out on the average of twice every day. Some of the fires don't amount to much, but when we get in on a real blaze, then I've got to be quick on the trigger, ready for anything. Besides working under a nervous strain, there are the discomforts of going through heavy smoke and fumes and getting drenched by water from the hoses. Sometimes, after a session like that, I've got a pounding headache. My stomach feels upset and my nerves are on edge. But I can count on Bromo Seltzer to help me feel better fast. A great many of us down at the firehouse keep a bottle of Bromo Seltzer in our lockers all the time. And that's a mighty good idea for everybody. So friends, tomorrow, get a bottle of Bromo Seltzer for your medicine chest. And the next time you're suffering from a common sick headache, you'll know where to go for quick, effective relief. And now back to our story an hour later. The Queens, Nicky, and Sergeant Bealey are standing before an apartment door at 230 Hatton Avenue, New York City. Inspector Queen has rung the bell marked B.V. Drayton, M.D. Suddenly. Yes?
Dr. Drayton?
Yes? May we see you a moment, privately?
All four of you? Oh, I'm pretty busy.
Please.
Oh. Come in. Sit down, please.
Then
Now, what's the matter?
Dr. Drayton, we're investigating a slight case of anonymous letteritis.
Anonymous Oh, two people living in this house got anonymous letters yesterday morning.
Did you receive such a letter, Dr. Drayton?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. Let's see it, Doctor.
Very well. Here.
Same broken type on the line. Indeed.
Typed on the same machine as the other two.
Dr. Drayton, your 15-year-old daughter, Sissy, is in serious danger. Take a tip from a friend. Dr. Drayton, why didn't you report this to the police?
Your own daughter in danger.
Nonsense. My wife was frightened too, but as a psychiatrist, I'm quite familiar with anonymous letter writing.
Really, Doctor? You mean it's a psychopathic manifestation?
Very often. We call it anonymous graphomania. It's a form of hysteria, not a crime or a prank, but an illness. The writer of this letter is probably a neurotic, maladjusted, emotionally unstable individual whom it would be criminal to prosecute. I've handled lots of them.
Very interesting, Dr. Drayton. Haven't you found that anonymous letter writers are often of a certain type, age, and sex?
Well, yes.
What kind, Larry? I'm sure Dr. Drayton's more competent to explain.
If it's a case of true anonymous graphomania, why, the writer is often an adolescent.
Which sex, Doctor?
Female. Neurotic, adolescent female.
Why is it that every time something bad happens, men blame women? I'll bet just as many nasty boys.
Doctor, we'll keep this letter if we may.
I'd prefer... Yes, of course.
Good day, Dr. Drayton.
Good day, Doc. Good day.
Say, you know what I think? Not that, Sergeant. So that letter number 3, let's call Miss Bertha Lamb spinster and see if she's got number 4. Miss Lamb.
Don't want any.
Yeah, madam, keep that door open. We're from police headquarters.
I brought a ticket to the policeman's ball.
We're not selling anything, Miss Lamb. You better come into your apartment for a few minutes.
I will not. How do I know you're policeman? What's this sainted girl doing with you? Why not?
Oh, Nicky. Sergeant, show Miss Lamb your shield.
Here. If you want to see the inspector, his is gold. Satisfied?
Well, come in. What do you want?
Have you received an anonymous letter, Miss Lamb?
Anonymous letter? I should say not.
I haven't. 3 of your neighbors have received such letters, Miss Lamb.
Well, considering my neighbors, I'm not surprised. You take the Lesters, that Englishman, and his vulgar American wife. She's a nasty woman. And as for her husband, you just let me catch Mr. Hubert Lester making eyes at me.
At you, Miss Lamb?
Well, he better not. I have the blood of American pioneers in my veins.
What about Mr. Plunkett?
That awful gank rent collector? He lives in one of the apartments, so you think he did with my bathroom plumbing thick. But not Ethan Plunkett. Why, from the way he will send their money, you think he owned the bank.
Yeah, wouldn't you? And Dr. Drayton and his family, Miss Lamb.
Oh, horrible people. Mrs. Brayton's an absolute till. Comes from the Midwest somewhere. Always knocking New York. And Dr. Drayton, they're both in the same hometown. Why, he ought to be rolling tills back where he comes from. And nosy? I don't know how many times he'd asked me about my dream.
Telling your doomed Lanny pie. Growing.
See, old daughter of their city. Ever I saw goon in my life, that child he was. Absolutely weird. Very homely. Wears thick glasses, stays home all the time, reading nasty books. I tell you, that girl gives me the shivers.
What do you give her? Miss Lamb.
The only person in this entire house fit to be a decent person's neighbor is that brand Mr. Hodge. So nice. A bachelor, you know. Keep to himself, poor man. So shy.
Thanks.
I've often wondered
Well, thanks, Miss Lamb. We've got to be going.
But let me tell you about Mr. Hodge. He never throws wild parties.
Let's go for Pete's sake.
Yelled until I know that he worked.
Well, Miss Bertha Lamb didn't get a letter. Interesting. Let's see if her dear Mr. Hodge did. Ring Hodge's cell again, I said.
Ellery, where'd you send Sergeant Beely?
Downstairs to pet Joe the janitor. There ain't this cock anyway. Not home. We'll have to come back later, Dad.
And I tell you they ain't gonna. Give me that lock. Don't get tough, Joe. Hey, folks, look what I found.
Billy, what are you doing with that typewriter? Whose is it? Where'd you find it, Sergeant?
In a trash bin in the basement when I went down to get this tough mug janitor. I almost passed it up as a piece of junk.
Certainly an old baby, Ellery. Think that's a typewriter?
No doubt about it, Nicky. This is a machine used to type those anonymous letters. Yes, I do. Characters, out of line. How'd this typewriter come to be in your basement, this house?
Who are you, Grandpa?
Oh, wise guy. Hey.
Huh? I don't know. I never seen it before.
Yes, you do. Joe, did you receive an anonymous letter yesterday morning?
What's that?
A letter with no name, just signed a friend.
I don't get no letter. I'm just a janitor.
You're just smart enough to play dumb.
Joe,
Yeah?
how'd you make out this Christmas?
I'll bet you got oodled presents and people in the house. Yeah.
Present? Nah, they're all typewad. That Berta Lamb thing, she give me $2, but not another dime from nobody else. Be a good janitor. Work like a hog. Comes Christmas time, nothing. I got a good mind up to collect that garbage.
Yeah, we heard you were peeved, Joe. Vinny, send this typewriter downtown to be 5. Let's go to some restaurant around here where we can have some lunch and
Talk this pesky case over.
Oh, where's Sergeant Seeley back?
Own headquarters, Sergeant. What's your report, Didi?
And like Ellery figured, Inspector. The boys didn't dig up a single other letter signed A friend anywhere else in the neighborhood. And now let me eat with you.
So only the tenants at 230 Hatton Avenue got anonymous letters. Well, son, with the typewriter found in the basement of the house where the writer tried to dispose of it, and the basement being accessible only to the tenant.
Yes, Dad, it means the letter writer is one of the tenants of 230 Hatton Avenue.
Think that somebody'd go to all that trouble just maliciously to make this...
Well, how do we know? Maybe he's only making it look like crime stuff.
To hide some other motive? Could be, really. Jose, there's Mr. Plunkett just walking in.
Mr. Plunkett.
Oh. Hi, folks. Hi, I just come in for some lunch. My bank's just on the next block, you know. Well, find out who's writing those letters, Inspector?
We're still working on it, Mr. Plunkett. We haven't even been able to see all your tenants at 230 Hatton Avenue. Lewis Hodge didn't answer our ring. What do you know about Hodge, Mr. Plunkett?
Nice fella, Mr. Queen. Quiet, minds his own business. I wish all my tenants was like that fella Hodge.
I wonder if he got one of those letters.
Hodge? Of course he did.
Oh, is that so? Didn't I mention it? Thought I did. Must be getting old.
How do you know Hodge got one of the letters, Mr. Plunkett?
Because I saw it in his letterbox yesterday morning with my own eyes, Inspector. Couldn't mistake that typewriting. Same's on the envelope I got.
Then, of course, you don't know what it said, Mr. Plunkett. What's Lewis Hodge do for a living?
Nothing right now. Fact is, he's behind in his rent. Only last week I said to him, Mr. Hodge, I ain't a man to kick a fellow when he's down. Good Lord.
Sorry, what'd you jump up for?
What's the matter, Sam? Hodge out of work, behind his rent, facing eviction, and received one of those mischief-making letters yesterday morning. Come on, Mr. Plunkett. We've got to get into Hodge's apartment at once.
Mr. Hodge still doesn't answer.
Better unlock his door, Mr. Plunkett. But I didn't tell him nothing about evicting him. Had to jog him up, didn't I? Conson it. Can't seem to...
Sergeant, unlock the door. Take the key from Mr. Plunkett.
Mickey, you and Mr. Plunkett better stay out in the hall till we take a look.
So we'll be right out here.
Living room. Empty. That letter on the table.
Looks like one of the same crop.
It is. Typed on that old wreck of a machine.
To Lewis Hodge, this address. Mr. Hodge, the cops are watching you. You can't get away. Signed, a friend.
Some friend. Where is Hodge anyway?
That door over there. Must be his bedroom. And it's locked. We better force it there.
One side, gents. Again.
There he is. On the bed.
Dead. For at least 24 hours, I'd say. Cut through the left temple.
Gun still in his hand.
Windows and doors locked from the inside.
So it can't be anything but suicide. That blasted letter drove Hodge to suicide.
Yes, as last our friend, the mischief maker, has caused their deaths.
Harry,
What's up, Dad?
taken it 2 days, but we finally identified Lewis Hodge.
Identified him? Well, who was he?
An escaped convict serving a life sentence for murder, born in Cincinnati and was doing his stretching in an Ohio pen when he managed to make a break. He'd been holding up in New York.
Yeah, his real name was James Lewis Hodgkiss.
Escaped convict. No wonder Mr. Hodge was such a model tenant.
Yes, he must have been at the end of his rope. Broke, afraid he might be recognized and sent back to prison. Hodgkiss undoubtedly lived in constant fear. That anonymous letter saying the police were watching him broke his nerve, and he took the easy way out.
How did the letter writer know who he was?
We'll probably never know, Nicky. They have recognized him having seen his photo somewhere. Or it might have been a complete shot in the dark.
Anyway, we're back where we started from. Who sent the letter that drove Hodge to suicide? Who wrote to Mrs. Lester and broke up her marriage? Who wrote Dr. Drayton that his 15-year-old daughter was in danger? Who wrote old man Plunkett trying to get him in trouble with the bank?
A friend, Sergeant. I think it's hopeless.
Dad, have you got those letters on file here?
Yes, son. Here.
The envelope, too, Dad. Thanks.
What are you looking him over again for, son?
He's examined them all before.
Oh, I ought to have my eyes examined. Here it was all this time, and I didn't see it.
Didn't say what, Maestro?
Look at these 4 envelopes. Don't you see there's one thing all 4 addresses have in common?
There. What thing, son?
A clue. A clue in the addresses. The same clue.
In the addresses? Well, the one to Mr. Plunkett's addressed to the bank. The one to Mrs. Lester, Dr. Drayton, and Lewis Hodge are addressed to the apartment house. The addresses are all correct, though.
Wait. There's one erasure on each envelope.
Right, Dad. And in the same place in each case.
Where? Say, that's right.
Some typewriter character. One character's been erased just after the house number on each envelope.
Between the house number and the name of the street.
I wonder what was erased. Can't make it out, son. Can you?
No, Dad, but I know what was erased just the same. Yes, and that tells me the identity of the mischief maker who wrote these anonymous letters. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Have you figured it out yet? Well, suppose you compare solutions with our guest armchair detectives. Nikki, will you please introduce our guest?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Genevieve Dean, a nursing training at New York St. Vincent Hospital with the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. Our second guest is Mr. Peter Cuset, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. Miss Dean, after you've completed your cadet nurse training, you become a nurse in the armed forces?
Well, Nikki, either that or a nurse in public service on the home front. We can select any branch of nursing, military or home front, as long as it's essential.
The Cadet Nurse Corps is quite a plan, isn't it, Miss Dean?
Yes, Ellery, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for me. I get a lifetime education free.
How right you are. Well, Mr. Cusack, how's the March of Dimes going? Think you'll reach your goal this year?
Well, frankly, Ellery, we don't set a goal. You see, our work in combating infantile paralysis is so vital to the welfare of American children that we can use every dime and dollar.
It's a never-ending fight, isn't it?
Yes, but one of these days we're going to wipe out the dread disease.
And that day can't come too soon. But now, let's solve our mysteries. Miss Bean, who wrote the anonymous letter?
I think Dr. Drayton.
And why do you think so?
Well, because he hesitated so much in answering the questions and he didn't report his letter to the police force as the other did.
Thank you, Miss Dean. And now, Mr. Cusack, who do you think wrote the anonymous letter?
I think it was Dr. Drayton's daughter, Mr. Queen, who was described by Miss Lamb as being very weird.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that?
Well, Miss Lamb said that she stayed home all the time, reading strange books. And I think she probably found access to her father's scientific books, and that her imagination started to work.
Thank you, Mr. Cusack and Miss Bean. You'll find in just a moment whether you solved our mystery correctly. And now, Ernest Chappell.
Friend, for United States Cadet Nurse Corps information, write in care of Fox 88, New York City. Now, if you can qualify, you'll do your country a great service and build yourself a future through the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. And don't forget the March of Dimes. Send your dimes and dollars now to help fight infantile paralysis.
All right, let it have it. We know that the 4 anonymous letters all came the same morning. They must all have been typed at the same time. We also know that in addressing the 4 envelopes, the writer typed a single character of some sort between the house number and the name of the street. And in all 4 cases, before mailing the letters, he erased that character. Now, what were those typewriter characters he put in and then took out? Were they different characters in each case?
I'd say it was the same character in each case, because at least 3 of the 4 addresses were identical. And the erasure occurred in exactly the same spot on the 4 envelopes.
Right, Dad, though it was the same character.
Well, what character was it?
Let's figure it out together. What are the possibilities? Well, the erased character could have been a numeral. Like 1, 2, or 6. Yes, or it could have been a letter of the alphabet.
Like A, B, or X.
Right, or it could have been a special mark.
A dollar sign or a percent sign.
Or any of the other special keys on a typewriter. Or finally, it could have been a punctuation mark. Now, the erasure in each case occurred just after the house number. Could the character have been a numeral?
Oh, but that would mean that the writer originally typed the wrong house number, Ellery. One with 4 numbers instead of 3, like 2305 instead of 230.
Exactly, Nikki. But
How could the writer have typed the wrong house number? You know he was someone in 230 Hatton Avenue. He certainly knew his own address. So the erased character wasn't a numeral. Was it a letter of the alphabet?
Might have been. The erasures are between the house number and the name of the street, so they could have been a wrong letter to start the name of the street.
Don't be a fool, Davy. If he knew his house number, then he knew the name of the street, too.
Better. Dad's right, Sergeant. So the erased character wasn't a letter of the alphabet either.
But it certainly couldn't have been a dollar sign or a mark like that.
No, Nicky. A special mark in that particular spot and an address would make no sense at all.
Okay, so the character erased must have been a punctuation mark. The same punctuation mark. But which punctuation mark?
Well, Dad, do we use punctuation marks after the street number in an address?
We? Who's we?
We, the people. We American.
American? Certainly not.
You mean there's countries where they do?
Yes, Sergeant. In certain foreign countries, it's accepted practice to put a comma after the street number. 230 Hatton Avenue, citizens of those countries would write 230, comma, Hatton Avenue. So I knew the erased characters must have been commas. If they'd been erased after typing them in, the writer realized they betrayed his foreign origin. Question: who at 230 Hatton Avenue is not an American? Mr. Plunkett, a Yank. The Drayton, Midwesterners. Miss Bertha Lambs, of American pioneers. Lewis Hodge, or Hodgkiss, born in Cincinnati, Ohio. Joe the janitor, born in Hester Street, New York City. Mrs. Lester, an American. Hubert Lester, her husband.
An Englishman.
Right, Nicky. Hubert Lester, in this country only 6 months, not long enough to have broken himself of his English punctuation habit. So I knew it was Hubert Lester who wrote that letter to his wife, accusing himself of being untrue to her.
But why, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, obviously Lester decided he'd made a serious error in marrying Mrs. Lester, and this was his devious way of getting her to divorce him, instead of giving her the actual ground, which might have caused a scandal and the loss of his job.
Then why did Lester send those letters to the other people in the house?
Obviously, Dad, to divert suspicion from himself, to make the writer seem to be someone of a diseased or disturbed mind, a chronic and indiscriminate mischief maker. I imagine Lester had in mind putting the blame on Dr. Drayton's unhappy, neurotic 15-year-old daughter, type often responsible for anonymous letters. Yes, Lester is a mischief maker in this case, Dad, and I'm sure you can dig up some charge to make him pay for it. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Bean and Mr. Cusack for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We have for both Miss Bean and Mr. Cusack a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthologies, A Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine.
Before Ellery gives us a preview of next week, mystery friends, here's an important reminder from our famous talking train. That's the ticket, all right. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. After all, there's no point in relieving just the ache in your head if you're also suffering from jumpy nerves and upset stomach that may accompany a common sick headache. Bromo Seltzer, unlike some headache preparations, gives you the 3-way relief you want.
Quick relief from headache pain, fast help for jittery nerves, quick help for upset stomach.
Now, Bromo Seltzer is pleasant, easy to take. You can take it while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For persistent or recurring headache, to your doctor.
But when it's a common sick headache that has you feeling miserable, take this tip from our talking train.
And now, Ellery Queen.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week I promise you one of the most exciting and intriguing mysteries to date. I call it The Adventure of the Scarecrow and the Snowman.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Bach Pop, the show that travels America. Remember, Bach Pop, next Monday. Consult your local paper for the time and stations. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. This is Ernest Chappell reminding you to catch the Bromo Seltzer special again next week. Same time, same station. Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen, the Bromo Seltzer Special. Bringing you radio's most thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing a solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are film star Miss Jean Cagney and Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about the exotic adventure of the Scarecrow and the Snowman. One July morning, some years before the war, Dad, Nicky, Sergeant Veely, and I were driving to the rich farm country of the Midwest. Suddenly, we rounded a curve and saw a red barn and a big clapboard farmhouse shaded by elm tree. Sergeant, stop.
What farm, Maestro? We're in the middle of no place.
I want to take color movies at this farm.
You and your movie camera, Ellery.
I shot at that scarecrow over there in the cornfield, son.
Swell, Dad.
So that's a scarecrow. What do you know?
Get that bomb in the picture, son.
There, Ellery, see? Walking toward the Scarecrow.
Yeah, very nice.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong.
Be yelling at her.
Yelling for help, Nicky.
Come on, Nick, get over there. Hey, Palmer. What's the matter? What's wrong?
He's the color of death.
It's bleeding. What bleeding?
Cold. But, Scarecrow, it is bleeding.
Them rags, that's Store Kitty. That's our regular scarecrow.
And how could a scarecrow bleed?
Because it's not a scarecrow, you clap.
It's a man dressed in a scarecrow's dud.
Get him off this board.
Right, Jake.
He's been tied to the stake by his bell.
Well, how the old part tarnation did he get here? Don't you know? Easy now. Like that, Dad.
Badly wounded, Ellery. Unconscious. Hey, you, farmer. What's this farm? Who are you?
This is the Mayfield place. I'm Josh Bullen. I run the place for old man Mayfield.
Where's the nearest doctor, Mr. Bullen?
Berryville Hospital, 6-7 miles from here.
We'll have to rush in there. Come on, Dad. It's going to be a race with death.
That country doctor's certainly taking his time in there. Just how was the man hurt, Inspector?
Stabbed twice in the chest, Nicky.
I wonder who he is. Not an identifying mark on him.
Yes, quite a mystery. Mr. Bullen.
Yes, but
Who lives on the Mayfield farm beside yourself?
well, now, there's me and my wife, Josie Mayfield. We've been married 4 years now, and Josie's pa, old man Mayfield. It's really his place, but I run it for him.
Don't tell me there's no Ma Mayfield, Mr. Bullen.
It sure is, Miss Porter. Josie's ma, my mother-in-law. Wonderful woman. Cook, keep house, helped out in the field. Strong as a plowman, Ma Mayfield is. I sort of wish Josie took after her ma.
Your wife, Mr. Bullen? What's wrong with her?
Josie's been sickly with the Queen. Ever since our baby died. Stays abed most time. Ain't got the strength to call downstairs, Mary.
Oh, say, here's Doc Jenkins. How's your patient?
Will he pull through, Dr. Jenkins?
Yes, well. Must be made of iron. I'd like to talk to him, Doctor. And now Mr. Queen is unconscious. Say, Josh, who is he, do you know?
Darned if I do, Doc. Never seen him before.
Me either. Thought I knew everyone in the county, too.
Doctor, I'd like to photograph your patient.
I know it.
Take his picture? Well, I imagine he'll have to get the sheriff's permission.
But it's attempted murder.
Ellery, take your photo.
And doctor, no one's to see or talk to the victim till we can question him.
All right.
Please notify us at the local hotel the moment he regained consciousness.
Yeah.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
Maybe you think you've got a tough job. Yeah, but Mr. Willis C. Latchaw of Spring City, Pennsylvania, has a job that really puts the pressure on. Here's what he writes.
I'm one of the guards in an important aircraft engine company. We've got to see that nothing and nobody gets into our plant who's not supposed to. Picture us on a 12-hour watch, every nerve tense, ready for anything that might happen, when up pops one of those pesky headaches. The boys on my ship know how to handle that, though. We make a beeline for the plant dispensary or first aid station for our old friend Bromo Seltzer. We found there's nothing better for quick relief from headache and jittery nerves.
And you're right, Mr. Willis. Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. Helps you feel a lot better, fast. So the next time you've got a common sick headache, friends, try bromotelter, won't you? Then write and tell us your own experience. Just address your letter to Ellery Queen in care of the station to which you are listening. And now back to our story. Ellery has photographed the mysterious Scarecrow man and had the photo developed. Now, several hours later, the Queens are driving Josh Bullen back to the Mayfield farm.
Henry, think someone in the Mayfield place carved that photo up?
I don't know, Dad. Keep your eyes open.
Well, here we are.
Whew. Isn't it hot?
Man, what I'd give for a sidle of beer.
Beer? I'll get Ma Mayfield to fix you the finest drink of ginger beer you ever tasted.
Who's that crazy-looking old man on the porch?
What's he waving that shotgun at us for?
It's all right, Pa. I know these folks.
Don't get scared. That's just my father-in-law.
Mr. Mayfield, if you'll put that shotgun down.
I know you, Jonathan Moose. I clapped eyes on you. Stand where you be.
Pa, this ain't Jonathan. It's Mr. Queen.
He's still Jonathan Dark. You boy, make cut the buggy day.
Hey, the old squirrel ain't.
I'm going to shoot.
Be duck, come on. Get behind the car, all of you.
Shooting.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Bullen, who does he think I am? Who, Jonathan?
My wife's brother, old man Mayfield's son.
Ma, who the stand of mercy, Paul? You give me that gun. But you were gonna march up to the attic to your room, Pawnee. I'm not out, we saw
Ooh. Sorry. The old lady's okay. See the way she took that gun away from the old bazooka?
Sorry as all get out, folks. You see, Jonathan Mayfield got into a heap of trouble, and his pa said he'd kill him if he ever showed his face around the farm again. Old man's out of his head. Why didn't you put him away for it? Ma won't hear of it, Inspector. Besides, Pa's quiet most time. Come on into the house.
Ma, that you?
Yeah, Jar. Well, Paul's all right now. Come on in.
Ma, these folks are fretting for some of your extra special ginger beer.
Josh, you take him into the parlor, and I'll be right in with a big pitcher. Just make yourselves right to home, Paul.
Now, this way, folks. That's... What? Why, Josie.
Jar? Oh, hello.
Downstairs, Josie? Was sitting in the parlor all by yourself. Folks, this is my wife, Josie Mayfield Bull.
Yeah, Miss Bullen. Oh, I'm so glad. It's so very nice having you.
Well, sit down, folks. Yes, well, Josie talks mighty fine, eh? Had 2 years of state college, Josie did.
This girl is so pretty. Are you married? Why, no, I'm not. I am. I had a daisy once. It was the cutest daisy. She had blue eyes and the softest blonde hair.
Now, Josie, you know we don't talk about the baby.
Ma, where's that ginger beer?
Come in, Josh, come in. Well, what everybody's so quiet for? Josie, have you been talking about the baby again?
It was a girl, Mom. Remember? Oh, the sweetest little girl.
Oh, not this girl here.
Henry, show me that photo and let's be.
Come on, folks, now. Come on, try some of this.
You're honest, Mayfield. Oh, by the way, do you recognize the man in the photograph?
This fella?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, can't say as I do. Josie, drink?
No, thanks, Mom. I was going to name my baby Mary Ellen, you know. Ellery P. Let's go.
We're talking photos now. Here's one of Jonathan, Josie's brother.
Doc, put that album away.
Please, may I see it, Mr. Bullen? Sure. Dad, come over here.
Here, mate. Dad'll give you a little seat if you be.
It's not the wounded man, Dad.
Nope. No resemblance to the stranger town. What do you say we go?
No, Dad. We're staying in Derryville till I find out who that Scarecrow man is and who tried to murder him.
Finally, 3 days later, Dr. Jenkins said we could question his stranger. But when we went to the man's room at the hospital, we found that he'd escaped through a window. Was Ellery hopping. The Scarecrow man gone, and we still didn't know who he was or who had tried to murder him.
Well, we hung around trying to find someone who recognized the Scarecrow man from Ellery's picture of him, but no one knew him, so we gave up.
6 months later, January 'twas, they got a letter from the Dairyville Justice of the Peace, an old fellow named Clem Hunter. Hunter confessed that he lied about not recognizing the stranger, and he wanted to clear his conscience. He wrote us, "You certainly won't find it out from anybody else, because me and the town clerk, who's dead, were the only ones who knew who this fellow was. If you come see me, I'll tell you the whole story."
But 2 days before we got back to Dairyville, old Clem Hunter up and kicked the bucket. Pneumonia. Boy, you should have seen the maestro. Our last hope of solving the mystery 6 feet under. But the maestro says, now that we're here, I'm not going back to New York without taking another whack at the Mayfield. Well, we drive over to the Mayfield farm in practically a blizzard. The roads were so bad, Ma Mayfield makes us stay overnight.
Late that same afternoon, the storm subsided a bit, and Ellery and I went outside to find Josh Bullen hammering away at a thick hole driven into the frozen earth right off the porch.
Hi, Mr. Bullen. What are you doing?
Making a snowman, Mr. Queen.
A snowman?
That's steady enough, I reckon. Now to pack more snow around them.
Oh, may I help, Mr. Bullen?
Sure thing, Miss Porter. Preach right here.
Oh, by George, that looked like fun. Move over, Nicky.
Ellery, I had first.
Thing this pole, Josh, stuck in the ground this way. Sort of reminds you of the fellow we found hanging in the cornfield last summer, don't it?
Yeah. Ever hear anything more about him after he escaped from the Dairyville hospital, Josh?
Nary word. Say, this is coming along fine. You make his head, Miss Porter.
Oh, fine.
Hope Josie likes him. She's watching from her bedroom window up there. Hi, Josie!
Like it, Mrs. B?
Yeah? Look.
Well, wait, he ain't finished. You still need eyes, nose, and a mouth.
And a pipe, George. Stick a pipe in it, Ma. Oh, how my baby would have loved me.
Baby?
Nobody don't mind, folks. Sure, Josie, pipe it in.
Yeah, who ever heard of a snowman without a pipe?
Corn cob, Josh.
Yeah, gotta have a corn cob. Oh, blame it, I left my cob up in my bedroom this morning. Of course, Paul Mayfield got a wrath of him. Keeps all his cobs up in that attic room of his. And I guess we better not bother Paul. Might start shooting at you for Jonathan again, eh, Mr. Queen? Oh, but gee, here's that other corn cob of mine, right here in my jeans. Forgot all about the second one.
There, Josie, how's he look?
You look the snowman with that pipe, George.
Oh, hi, and thank you, Sergeant. Look at this.
Hey, that's production.
Snowman. Where's the maestro?
Oh, was right here a second ago.
Here I am, Nicky.
Oh.
Him and his movie count.
Where's Sergeant? I remembered it was in the car. Gonna take movies of the snowman, sir? Dad, you're a mind reader.
There.
Who's doing that? Somebody's at the door of this iceberg they call a bedroom.
Come at a bit, son. See who 'tis.
Oh, must be 10 below zero in here. Yes, who is it?
Nicky crying. Wait, Nicky. Whoa, coming.
I just thought.
Thought what, Nicky? Ann. But crying.
I couldn't see. I got out and looked out my bedroom window at the snowman in the front yard and...
Nicky, what did you think?
The snowman. He's bleeding.
That's noisy. You want to wake the other?
Okay, Inspector.
Daisy?
A red brown stain then, all over the snowman's chest. Harry, what in thunderation do you think you're doing? Photographing a snowman, Dad. Lucky this moonlight's so bright. Now, let's have a look.
Well, if that ain't blood, real blood, I'll turn in my badge.
Somebody's idea is a joke.
Nicky, go back to bed.
Oh, no.
Hey, go on, Nicky.
All right, Inspector.
Joke, huh? Some joke.
Maestro, it's a dead man under this snowman.
I thought so. Trapped with a pole by his belt?
Yeah, just like that scarecrow guy last summer.
2 ugly stab wounds in his chest, son. I brushed the snow off from around his head, Sergeant.
Yeah. Oh, it's the same guy.
The man who escaped from the Derryville hospital. The Scarecrow man. I isn't Feely back. He freeze as hard as this corpse in the front yard did. Again, all identification marks gone, granted. How long do you figure he's been dead? All right, say since late last night, sir. Yeah, it's about the time the snow stopped. We slept through the whole thing. Feely.
Yeah, Doctor?
Mushing from Nome? Well, what'd you find out? Where's the single-threaded track leading up to the Snowman come from?
The Mayfield barn, Inspector. Blood in there. And signs of a fight.
Murdered in the barn, huh? And the killer carried the dead man to this spot, knocked down Josh Bullen's snowman, slung the corpse to the pole with his own belt, and rebuilt a snowman around it.
Why do you suppose he did that now, Maestro?
To delay discovery of the crime, Sergeant, the killer was afraid of us. By the time the snow melted, we'd long since have left the neighborhood. It'd have worked, too, if the dead man's dead hadn't soaked through the snow. Really, was there any clue in the barn to the killer?
I looked my eyes out, Inspector. No doubt.
And these tracks don't tell us anything. Killer wore huge galoshes. Could have been anyone. But aren't there any other tracks, really, to show where the killer came from or which way he went?
Nary a track. Anywhere's on the Mayfield property.
Dad, that means the victim came to the barn during the snowstorm, as did his murderer. Then more snow fell and wiped out all the tracks they'd made. So by the time the killer lugged his victim's body from the barn to the front yard here, all he left was this one set of tracks.
Hey, wait. Then where are the killer's tracks escaping from the yard here after he put the body in the snowman? There ain't no escaping track.
Sergeant, you've hit it. The only place the killer could have escaped to without leaving further tracks in the snow is up onto the porch of the Mayfield farmhouse.
Yes, yeah. He could have made it from the snowman to the porch in one big step.
But Ellery, that means the killer is one of the people in this farmhouse. Yes, Dad. At last we know the stranger was murdered by one of the Mayfield tribe. So let's wake him up and find out which one. Well, we went to work on the Mayfields. We might just as well have saved our breath. The old Cranber didn't know a thing about the corpse and the snowman. So we turned the whole mess over to the local sheriff and headed for home. I don't like to remember Ellery the next few weeks. Irritable. Snap your head off for a look. Fall out his reels of movie film that he'd shot on our 2 trips to Derryville and run 'em over and over. But anyway, one night, he was showing his shots of the blood-stained snowman when... Nicky, stop the machine. Sergeant, put the light on.
Yeah.
Why the excitement, Tim?
Howard Cook.
Now I know who killed that man.
You know who killed him. But, Maestro, we don't even know who he was.
You mean the victim?
Yeah.
Well, I've known that for some time. Not his name, of course. But it wasn't the victim's identity which held me up. It was his killer's identity.
And now you know that, too? But how can you, Ellery? All you've done is run the Snowman movie.
They're what told me, Nicky. Didn't you notice a difference between the Josh Bullen snowman and the snowman the killer built around the corpse?
Well, no.
The snow at the base of the killer's snowman had been shoveled up. Don't you see? After concealing the body inside the snowman, the killer then began poking in the snow at its feet with a shovel. He'd lost something in the snow and was looking for it.
But what, Ellery?
My films even answer that. There's an object in the shot of the original snowman that's missing from the shot of the made-over snowman.
Something missing? What, Maestro?
Josh Bullen corncob pipe. Hey, that's right. When we found the made-over snowman with the corpse inside, the pipe wasn't there. Exactly. The killer dropped the pipe accidentally and shoveled frantically around trying to find it. He never did find it. Otherwise, he'd stuck it back in the snowman's mouth.
Yeah, so we'd think it was still the same snowman and not get suspicious and find the body.
That's all very well, Mr. Queen. But what the missing corncob got to do with the killer as a stranger?
The missing corncob, Nicky, tells me who the killer was. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have the mystery of the Scarecrow and the Snowman. Have you puzzled it out yet? Well, let's compare solutions with our guest armchair detective. Nicky, will you introduce our guest, please?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Jean Cagney, the famous screen star and sister of Jimmy Cagney. Our second guest is Mr. Peter Keatek, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. All right, Ellery.
Thank you, Nickits. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment here to remind you that the March of Dimes to fight infantile paralysis is on right now. Won't you help protect America's children from this dread disease by sending your dimes and dollars, as much as you can afford, to President Roosevelt, Washington, D.C.? Thank you. And now, Miss Cagney, who is the murderer?
I'd say it was Ma Mayfield. Have you any reason? Well, I would suspect that Ma Mayfield wouldn't have a second pipe on hand. And also, I think she'd be strong enough to be able to commit the crime and to reconstruct the snowman.
Thank you, Miss Cagney. And Mr. Cusack, who do you think the murderer is?
I think the murder was Josh Mayfield, Ellery.
Why do you think that?
I don't know what his motive was, but the clue of the missing corncob pipe makes me feel that it was he, because he referred to the fact that Pa Mayfield had this collection, and Pa Mayfield being very fussy and irritable, I would think that Josh would not want to lose the pipe.
You mean Josh Bourne, the husband of Josie Mayfield?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Cusack and Miss Cagney. We'll let you know in just a moment whether you've hit the solution to our mystery. But first, here's Ernest Chappell, who can't seem to get his mind off sabotage.
And it is sabotage when a common sick headache makes you lose out on work or pleasure. You can't do a first-class job or enjoy your fun when you've got pounding head pains, plus the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may accompany a common sick headache. And that's why I say the next time you're feeling miserable with a headache, step up to the nearest drugstore fountain and ask for a bromoseltzer. Now, 10 cents is all it costs to try bromoseltzer. And once you experience the quick, effective relief it gives, you'll want to get a bottle for your home medicine chest.
Harry, you said you knew who that dead stranger was.
Well, Dad, remember your mentioning that we got a letter from the Derryville Justice of the Peace?
Tim Under, who wrote saying that he knew who this stranger was?
Yeah. Now, what could a Justice of the Peace and a town clerk know that other members of a rural community might not know? Well, what do we usually associate with Justices of the Peace?
Marriages. He performed it.
Yes, and marriages also involve a town clerk, who probably issues a license and certainly records the marriage in the town roll.
So you figured the stranger had been married in Derryville years before?
Right. But who else would know of the stranger's marriage? Only the Mayfield. The Tugger killer is one of them. So we must ask, what woman at the Mayfield farm was of marriageable age? Only one. Josie, the daughter.
So she's married to Josh Bullen.
Conclusion, Josie and the stranger had been married before Josie's marriage to Josh Bullen. A secret marriage, because no one in Derryville was able to recognize the stranger from that photo I took of him at the hospital last summer. So it was reasonable to conclude that one of the Mayfield tribe had killed the stranger to keep their secret marriage to Josie from becoming public knowledge.
Josie and the stranger elope or something. Old man Mayfield finds out and either drives the man away or buys him off. Must have been something pretty raw about the man that the Mayfields couldn't stomach.
So when they thought Josie's husband would never turn up again, Josie never bothered to get a divorce.
Then when Josie married Josh Bullen, she committed bigamy.
Yeah. Well, the husband did turn up again, last July. Probably with demand for more money, which the Mayfields couldn't or wouldn't meet. So one of the family stabbed him early that Sunday morning and hid the body in the cornfield scarecrow till it could be disposed of permanently at nightfall. But we came along during the day, found the stranger still alive, took him to the hospital, and he escaped. And the one who knew Josie's bigamous secret was loose again.
Then why did he come back in January?
We'll never know exactly, Sergeant. Anyway, the same Mayfield murdered him for keeps this time and hid the body in the snowman so that we'd fail to discover the crime and leave.
But who is the killer, son? How do you know?
The missing corncob pipe tells me, Dad. We know the killer wanted a corncob and hadn't located the one he'd lost in the deep snow, because if he had found it, he'd have stuck it back in the snowman's mouth, and he didn't. But that fact clears Josh Bullen and old Pa Mayfield.
His born his father-in-law? How so, son?
Because either man could easily have got another corncob to stick into the snowman's mouth stab.
How do you figure that out, O?
Well, we know that Josh Bullen had a second corncob up in his bedroom. And we also know that Pa Mayfield kept his corncobs in his attic room. Either man could have procured a corncob to replace the lost one, merely by stealing up to his own room in the middle of the night while the rest of us were asleep.
Since the killer didn't replace the lost pipe, it means he didn't have one to replace it with and couldn't get another from his own room.
But, Maestro, that leaves only...
The two women of the house.
Precisely. Could the murderer have been Josie, Josh's wife? No. It was a man-sized job to carry the dead body from the barn to the front yard, demolish the original snowman, tie the corpse to the pole, and build a new snowman around it. Josie is an invalid, bedridden most of the time, so Josie couldn't possibly have done it.
The old lady.
Yes, Sergeant. Ma Mayfield. Did Ma Mayfield have the strength to commit both these strenuous crimes? Oh, yes. Josh told her she even helped with the farming. In fact, Josh said she was as strong as a plowmare. Yes, Ma Mayfield killed her daughter's husband to protect Josie's reputation in that rural community and save what was left of the poor girl's life. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Cagney and Mr. Cusack for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment Miss Cagney on her skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Cagney and Mr. Cusack a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
While we're waiting for Ellery to tell us something about next week's mystery, go on there, swing aboard our famous talking train. Now you couldn't ask for better advice than that. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. Your own experience will tell you it isn't always just the pounding in your head that makes you feel so miserable. It's also the upset stomach and the jumpy nerves that may accompany the headaches. And that's why we say, for that kind of 3-way misery, take a Bromo Seltzer. Remember, it fights common thick headache these 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly relieves headache pain. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach. Bromo Seltzer helps calm jumpy nerves.
Now, you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For persistent or recurring headache, see your doctor.
But when it's a common sick headache that's got you down, take this tip from our educated train.
Eat, 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 eat.
And now, Ellery, let's hear about next week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week we tell you a ghost story. Yes, a ghost story with a real ghost that seems immune to bullets. Don't miss next week, Adventure of the Family Ghost. Our guests will be Martha Scott and Mark Conway.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop takes you to the Winchester Repeating Arms Company at New Haven, Connecticut. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. This is Ernest Chappell reminding you to catch the Bromo Seltzer special again next week. Same time, same station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen. For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, a rebroadcast of radio's thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Now, here's Ernest Chappell to introduce the guests and the show. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stopped the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Marjorie Lawrence, Metropolitan Opera star, and Mr. Beverly Kelly of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey combined shows. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we tell you the strange mystery of the ghost in the mountaintop cave. I call it Adventure of Dead Man's Cavern.
Hello? But Mr. Queen doesn't know anyone in Canoka, New York, operator.
Canoka, New York. Give me that phone, Nicky.
What excitement, Mr. Queen.
Hello, operator. Ellery Queen. Put her on, please.
Put her on.
Hello, Grace?
Ellery, how's the mastermind?
Grand to hear your voice, darling.
Darling?
What are you doing at your Adirondack Lodge, Grace?
Lifting my soul. How'd you like to join me this weekend?
It's a date. How about my gang, Dad, Veely, and my secretary?
Well, I'll have a lodge full anyway. Wait a minute, dear. I'll look up the train schedule.
You bet, darling. I'll alone.
Ellery Queen, if you think I'm going to kick my heels around an Adirondack love nest for you and some shameless woman...
Grace? Why, Nicky, she's Dr. Grace Grayson, probably the most famous living woman physicist. An old friend.
Oh? How old?
About 50, Nicky.
Oh.
Ellery,
Yes?
there's a 9:45 out Brampton Saturday morning. I'll pick you and your folks up at the Canoka station. It'll be fun.
Grace, I don't like that laugh. What do you got up your sleeve?
Oh. Dean, the bastard you can help catch the murderer this weekend.
I thought so. Who is he?
A gentleman known as the Strangler.
A strangler? That sounds grim. How many people has he killed?
29 at last report. Till Saturday.
Strangler. I could strangle you, Grace. String me along about catching a murderer who's been dead over 100 years. Why didn't you tell me he's the ghost of a local legend?
Well, I wanted to excite your curiosity, Ellery. Refill Inspector Queen.
And when do I do, Dr. Grayson? I'm getting plastered on this mountain now. So you got a ghost up here, huh, Doc?
Is in a cave near this lodge, you said? Yes, called Dead Man's Cavern.
Your three other guests seem mighty interested in that haunted cave, Grace.
It's Mrs. Gabriel and Ennis Withers. Well, I suppose I ought to warn you. Hector Gabriel and Ennis Withers are supernaturalists, spend their lives running down goats. Yeah, they... Going to join us on the port, gentlemen?
Oh, Gabby, you're such a gullible idiot. The way you were taken in by that ectoplasm freaking sea apple, you would have been fooled too, Withers. Oh, really? Remember how I exposed that crowd of fake mediums in Nashville, Gabriel? But you were ready to tell the whole... You annoy me.
Sit down, boy. Now, that's the way it's been with those two for 20 years, Ellery. Friendly enemy.
Mr. Gabriel, I'm told you have the largest, most valuable library of psychic works in the world. Yes, indeed, Mr. Queen. Eh, Wither?
Lucky dog. You got books I'd give my right arm for.
Dr. Grayson tells us you two gentlemen are up here to investigate that haunted cave, Mr. Withers.
That's right, Inspector. We're going to conduct a scientific experiment.
Now, see here, Hector Gabriel, I'll let you and Withers send my lodge into a psychic laboratory, but don't drag the respectable name of science into it.
Are there actually psychic manifestations, Grace?
Oh, Lord, some lug in 1840 began strangling people in that cave, and ever since then they've...
What's that? Sounds like a wolf or something. Shh. Listen.
That's the moan, Gabriel, the ghost sound.
Now someone's singing. That's no ghost. Sounds like my wife.
So in the sport, I took a walk in the woods, and here they come running. Why, this is Gabriel.
Oh, there.
What happened? Walking in the woods, Inspector, when that ghastly moaning started from the direction of that cave. Mrs. Gabriel got frightened and took me in. Don't you and Mr. Wither go near that cave, it's haunted.
Why, hold of us, what Withers and I came here for. Yes, Mrs. Gabriel, if those moans were made by a ghost, it's our duty to psychic science.
Now, see here, those sounds are a natural phenomenon, nothing ghostly about them. Then what made that noise, Dr. Gray? My dear child, the cavern probably has a peculiar rock structure which causes it to catch the wind at the top of the mountain, and then expel it with a moaning sonic effect. Well, dear, the plan.
Sure sounds funny, all right? What do you think?
I think, Dad, we'd better have a look at Dead Man's Cavern. Grace, must we go through these woods to get to the cave?
Yes, Ellery, no way of going around it. Sheer cliff on either side.
I wonder why the moan stopped with us.
Exasperating, Gabriel.
Hold it, everybody. Huh? Someone coming. Sounds like a big, heavy man.
Wasn't the Strangler supposed to be big and heavy?
Oh, nonsense, Sergeant. It must be Hank Peace. Oh, I was right. Hi, Hank.
Hi, Professor. You hear them moans from Dead Man's Cavern, too?
Yes, they're going to the cavern now, Hank. These are friends of mine.
How did you do? Oh, I'd really get moving.
Angry's getting pretty restless lately.
Huh? Say, Daniel Boone, you don't believe in this ghost bunk, too.
Man gets to believe in a lot of things, mister. Living alone up there in the hills.
Just what is the story of this strangler, Mr. Gabriel? Well, some mountaineer, Mr. Queen, over London, tell him, Gabriel. He lured wayfarers into the cave, you see, and strangled them for their money.
Nice fellow.
What did he do with his victim's body?
There's a natural opening in the rear wall of the cave, like a window.
It overlooks a lake, Inspector, the same lake that's behind my lodge.
The strangler threw his victims out of that cave window into the lake 50 feet below.
Never since them folks he strangled keep a-moaning like you all heard.
Oh, of all the succotash hanged, the brute was finally caught and hanged.
It's the ghost of the strangler. Murdered one of his victims all over again. Well, here we are.
Right at the top of my mountain.
Why, there's a clearing here between where the woods stop and the entrance to the cave.
Hey, ain't that a wooden door covering the entrance to the cave?
Yes, sir.
Let's cross the clearing. Go ahead, Reedy. How come a door, Grace?
Hank Pete knows more about it than I do.
Some city fella a few years back put the door in. Charged admission to see the haunted cave.
Was his name P.T. Barnum?
One night he was in here alone, and the moans started. He lit out like a buck deer, and he ain't been seen since.
Good outdoor. Let's go in.
I think I'll stick blind hair by the entrance.
Sergeant, you'd never make a physicist.
Or a psychic research worker either. Interesting cabin, eh, Mr. Queen? Yes, Mr. Gabriel, from what I can see of it in this gloom. How'd you rock? Oh, well, roof.
The roof is really the inside of the very crest of the mountain, Inspector.
There's the window in the rear wall. Yes, this opening looks right out over the lake. Sheer drop of 50 feet.
What kind of experiment are you gentlemen intending to conduct here, Mr. Withers?
Well, Gabriel and I plan to spend an entire 24 hours in this cave, Inspector Clean, from 6 tomorrow morning until 6 a.m. the following day.
We'll take food, water, blankets, oil lamps, and a sound recording apparatus. We want to be in here when the mauling begins.
Very scientific, you see.
Go ahead, jeer, you female Philistine.
Billy, Dutch wine coming in.
Well, I got lonesome out there. Say, supposing you meet up with this ghost, don't you gents think you better pack a rod just in case?
If what's making them sounds could be shot, he'd be a dead ghost long ago.
We're taking every precaution against the possibility that the moans are caused by a human agency. We picked tomorrow for our vigil because the weather forecast for tonight is heavy rain, and the rain will soak down the loose earth of the clearing in front of the cave.
Yeah, get it so soft that anyone approaching the cave will have to leave footprints in the mud. Well, let's go back, eh?
But you gentlemen will leave footprints when you cross the muddy clearing tomorrow morning.
We'll cross it barefoot to identify our own prints.
Appears to me like you two fellas aim to tinker with trouble.
My dear Peach, ghosts don't scare us. Gabriel, you have that new lock we brought out?
Yes, Withers. There. And the key remains in my pocket. Well, that's all until tomorrow morning at 6. If you want to see us off, you'll have to be up early.
We'll be up early, Mr. Gabriel.
Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy, Ellery. Mrs. Gabriel and I had to double up last night, and she moaned all night long. Are the others following us?
All except Hector Gabriel. I wonder where Gabriel is. He bunked with me last night, but when I woke up this morning, he was already gone.
He must be waiting for us at the cave. Well, look, Ellery. Is that the old woodman Dr. Grayson mentioned last night?
Hank Feets? Yes. Morning, Hank. Up early to see Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Withers start there watching the cave?
Mr. Green, I just been over to the clearing at the edge of the woods. Somebody's in that cave.
What?
Cave door is open.
What's that, Hank? Cave door open?
Why, it can't be. Gabriel and I put a new lock on it yesterday, and he has the only key.
Come see for yourselves.
It must be your husband, Mrs. Gabriel.
Well, I don't understand it, Sergeant. But weren't Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Withers to go into the cave together?
Yes, we were. Keep your shade on, Mr. Withers.
Take a look.
The prints of a small man's bare feet.
And they go perfectly straight across the mud of the clearing to the cave door.
Just one set of prints.
Ingoing.
Why, he picked me. His word of honor we'd go in together. His word of honor.
I'm sure Hector wouldn't do anything dishonorable, Mr. Wyvern.
Well, these are his footprints, aren't they? There couldn't be anyone else's here. They're so small. Eat.
Mr. Wyvern, you're a dreadful man.
Oh, it's probably a joke. Hector Gabriel!
Mr. Gabriel! Hey, Mr. Gabriel! Hector! Why don't you answer?
Something's wrong.
Dad, I'm crossing this clearing alone. On the tour to keep out of the way of Gabriel's footprints. You have to follow me to tour 2.
Aye, son. Dad, Billy, come here, honey. Come on, Diddy, I'm coming.
I don't work for me, sir.
Something wrong, son? What is it, Maestro? Look. Keep here. On the Cape Claw, with all the supplies around it.
Ted, at about an hour, I say. Since 5 a.m.,
Base contorted by a horrible fear, and no wonder. Look at his neck. He's been strangled. Son, I don't get it. Even these marks of strangulation are
Queer. You mean the upward-pointing thumb impressions at the back of Gabriel's neck?
Yes. Why weren't the thumbprints in his windfight?
What was that?
It's great Drakeman, Sergeant.
You and Hank Pete didn't mess up Gabriel's footprints in crossing the clearing, did you?
No, Ellery, we detoured too. Poor Gabriel, I can't believe it, yes. Hank, look at him.
For the ghost of the strangler I told...
Will you stop jabbering about ghosts, Daniel Boom?
You're scared. I hear...
Stop it, Hank.
What are we going to do? Poor Hulda's in a state of collapse. Nicky's trying frantically to calm her down, and that man with us hadn't uttered a word since this happened. Who did it?
Come outside. I want to show you something. Gun.
The only way Gabriel's murderer could have got into the cave was the way Gabriel got in, by crossing this muddy clearing.
Well, where are the killer's footprints?
You didn't see no prints in this mud when we got here this morning, except the ones of Gabriel's bare feet, did you?
I see. Obviously, the strangler entered the cave some other way.
How great. The only other opening into the cave is that natural window in the rear wall, which overlooks the lake. That opening is 50 feet above the lake at the top of a sheer cliff.
The roof of the cave. Not a rope down it.
We've been up there. It's covered with smooth mud, and no human foot ever stepped on it.
And at the sides of the cave is sheer precipice, too. Oh, well, of course. The killer came here during the rain, which wiped out his print. Lay in wait for Gabriel, who came when the rain had stopped.
What happened to the prints the killer made leaving?
That's not the important point, Dad. The killer couldn't have got into the cave before Gabriel, Grace. The door was locked with a new lock, and only Gabriel had the key, which is still on his person.
Then the killer used a grappling iron at the end of a strong line.
You mean throw a line up from the lake, Grace?
Yes. Someone stood in a boat on the lake below and threw up a grappling iron which corked the window.
Guess again, Dr. Grayson. An iron would have left scratch marks on the sill of the rocky opening.
And there ain't no scratch mark.
Then how do you explain it?
You're wasting your time. Ghosts don't need grappling irons. They don't leave footprints.
Yes, Grace. Remarkable as it seems, it looks as if Hank Pete is right. In the setup, Hector Gabriel could only have been strangled by a ghost.
Hold it, now. You've been crying a whole day and night.
But they took Hector away, Nicky. Why don't they let me go? I don't want to say it.
What's the inspector up to? Keep telephoning.
What's going on, Ellery?
Oh, I don't know, Grace. He's still grappling with the problem of the strangler ghost.
The moans from the cave again. Oh, don't be silly, Nicky. It's the will.
It's the goat. The goat who strangled Hector. They can't keep it going. He'll be murdered. I'm going.
Where are you going, Mrs. Gabriel?
Oh, Dad, you just shut that door and set your back in.
Right, Inspector. Ghosts, huh?
Miss Gabriel, did I hear you say you were going somewhere?
Yes, Inspector. Home. And you can't stop me.
Miss Gabriel, I've done a lot of investigating my phone in the past 24 hours. One of the things I've discovered is that your husband was a rich man.
Hector, I suppose so, but...
What is it, Dad?
I've had Gabriel's will checked, Ellery. He leaves nearly his entire estate, worth $2 million, to his wife, Hulda.
You mean you think I killed Hector?
Your husband was almost 20 years older than you, Mrs. Gabriel.
Oh.
Yeah, quite possible.
Why, you're crazy. Next thing we know, you'll be accusing me of strangling Gabriel.
Exactly what I have in mind, Mr. Withers.
Wait, what do you mean, Inspector?
You and Gabriel were at each other's throats for over 20 years, Withers. Enemies.
Why,
We was friendly enemies.
Also, he owned something you wanted bad, Mr. Withers. Gabriel's library, the most valuable collection of books on psychic phenomena in the world.
Right, son. One of the things I found out in the past 24 hours is that Gabriel was a psychic library to Ernest Withers.
But that's so absurd, Inspector. To kill a man for possession of some book.
You think so, Dr. Grayson? Maybe you'll agree that your motive was stronger.
My motive? To kill Hector Gabriel?
Dad, Grace involved Gabriel.
He was his first wife.
Gabriel's first wife? Did you know that, Ellery?
No, I didn't, Nicky. Grace.
Surely you're joking, Inspector.
Depends on your sense of humor, Dr. Grayson. Fact is, Hector Gabriel ditched you to marry Hilda.
And you know what they say about a woman scorned.
So you think I killed Hector out of revenge for having thrown me over? I can see your point, Inspector. Only I didn't. It's not any one of her. It was the ghost, I tell you. The ghost!
Ah, that ghost story is a lot of camouflage.
Yes. One of you three strangled Gabriel in that cave. Only question is, which one?
Now, who would that be?
Gilly, see what they...
No, please don't open it.
Oh, it's just old Hank, the woodsman.
What do you want, Peach?
Thought you'd want to know.
We'd want to know what, Hank?
Right at the edge of the woods, where you enter the trail from here, just a couple of yards from the lodge, there's a lot of loose stones. Them stones were slippery from the rain.
Well?
Alongside them slippery stones is a couple small juniper bushes. They've been smashed flat. I figures how this brother Gabriel slipped on them stones on his way to the cave yesterday morning and fell under them junipers.
That's how bad it is.
It certainly is, Sergeant. In fact, it clears up the mystery. What do you mean, son? I mean, Dad, that now I know the identity of the ghost of Dead Man's Cavern. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery of Dead Man's Cavern. Have you an answer to it? Well, suppose you compare solutions with our guest armchair detective. Nicky, will you please introduce our guests?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Marjorie Lawrence, famous metropolitan soprano. Stricken with infantile paralysis a couple of years ago, Miss Lawrence has fought against this dread affliction courageously and successfully, as evidenced by her recent triumph in the role of Isolde at the Met. Our second guest tonight is Mr. Beverly Kelly of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Combined Shows, or, as all America calls it, the Circuit, now playing at Madison Square Garden. Mr. Kelly has described the big top to millions over the radio and is well-known author of books and stories on circus life. All right, Harry?
Thanks, Nicky. Mitlon, who strangled Gabriel?
Well, I don't think anyone strangled him. I think that he slipped and fell on those stones under the juniper bushes. I think the moaning sound came from natural means somehow. The wind through the rocks or something.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say.
Oh, thank you, Miss Lauren. And now, Mr. Kelly, who do you think strangled Gabriel?
Well, Ellery, if those footprints outside the cave weren't so small, I think we could blame it on Gargantua. But I think I'm going to put my money on Gabriel's first wife and say that he fell from grace.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Well, how about it, gang? Think you've got the answer? The guests have had their say, and Ellery Queen will tell you the solution in just a few moments. So, to give you a little time to talk it over and make your guesses, here's music by Frank Duval and his orchestra. Soliloquy.
I don't know. All right, up. Now first, let's slay the ghost. No ghost killed Hector Gabriel. The strangler's hands were human hands. They left human fingerprints deep in the flesh of Gabriel's neck and throat.
Well, sure, that's right. Then those moans we heard must have been made by the wind through the cave like Dr. Grayson said.
Right, Sergeant. Now, since the strangler had human hands, he also had human feet. And human feet leave prints in mud.
Ellery, the only footprints in the mud were Gabriel's. One set, ingoing.
I know. Gabriel choked in the woods. and then staggered across the clearing alone to the cave to die.
Nicky, you yourself pointed out that the trail left by Gabriel's feet across the mud was perfectly straight. Men dying of strangulation don't walk in a straight line. No. When Gabriel crossed that clearing, unlocked the door, and entered the cave, he was perfectly well. So the murder was committed in the cave. And for the murderer to have choked Gabriel in the cave, he had to get there. Problem. How did the killer cross that muddy clearing without leaving footprint? And the more you think about it, the more obvious the answer gets.
What do you mean?
He crossed it on Gabriel's back.
Gabriel carried him. Derry.
I know, Dad. Other theories are possible, but my theory can be backed up. What was the exact position of the strangler's thumbs on Gabriel's neck?
The thumb marks pointed upwards on the back of Gabriel's neck.
Which is possible only if at the time he committed his crime, the strangler was behind Gabriel. Strong confirmation that the strangler rode across that mud on Gabriel's back. And when Gabriel entered the cave, the person he was carrying began to choke him before even getting down.
Oh, but Maestro, how did the killer make Gabriel carry him?
Important question, Sergeant. Grown men don't play piggyback at 5 o'clock of an Adirondack morning. One person carrying another suggests that the person being carried had to be carried.
An injury?
Yes, Dad. Hank Beat just told us he'd found a place in the trail where someone had slipped on loose, wet stones and fallen into some juniper bushes. Hank opined it was Gabriel, because he thought Gabriel was alone. But since we know Gabriel carried someone, isn't it evident that it wasn't Gabriel who slipped and fell, but his companion?
Killer faked a tumble, tended to twist his ankle or something, said he couldn't walk, and Gabriel lugged him all the way through the woods to the cave.
Exactly. And why? Deliberately to leave only one set of footprints in that mud, Gabriel. To make us believe that the murder had been the work of a convenient strangler ghost of the haunted cave.
All right. You've accounted for how the strangler got into the cave without leaving prints.
Yeah, but how'd he get out, Maestro, without leaving him after Gabriel was dead?
In the only way possible, through that natural window in the cave wall. Yes, for while no one could have got into the cave through the opening in the cave wall, someone could have got out simply by diving out into the lake below.
Well, who did all this, son?
Dad, where did Hank say he found the crushed bushes?
At the edge of the woods as you went to the trail leaving Dr. Grayson's lodge.
Yeah. In fact, Hank said it was only a few yards from the lodge. But observe, the killer pretends to injure himself a few yards from the lodge, yet Gabriel carries him all the way through the woods to the cave. Why? Why didn't Gabriel carry him back the few yards to the house? Wouldn't he have done that if, say, his companion had been his wife or Dr. Grayson, or, in fact, anyone except one person? One person. There can be only one reason why Gabriel carried his companion all the way to the cave, and that was because he and the killer were bound for the cave, because he and the killer were supposed to share the cave for the next 24 hours. Well, don't forget, Gabriel's companion, the man who got his victim up an hour earlier than planned on some trumped-up excuse, who wanted to kill Gabriel because he hated him for over 20 years, and because Gabriel had willed him his unique and valuable psychic library, that man could only have been Ernest Withers.
And there you have the solution to the mystery. How did you GI detectives do? Did you have the right answer? Well, we have a few minutes remaining, so here's more music by Frank Duval and his orchestra. Dancing in the Dark.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Ellery Queen invites you to match wit with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest tonight, who will represent you home, Armchair Detective, is the talented Hollywood character actor, Mr. Charles Latour. And now, here's Ellery Queen, Master Detective.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we'd like to tell you about a murder that occurred right under our very noses while we calmly enjoyed a ball game. I call it The Adventure of the Spowl Pip.
Evening. There was a sharp movie that made Mr. Ames here. Let me open the door for you.
Oh.
Hold on to it.
Emmy,
Welcome to the society club. Can I come to Vincent?
Oh, thank you, no. I'm looking for my wife.
Irene? Yes, sir. Dick with her. Irene to think the down number with a partner. There he is now. Bruno.
I'll come right away. Wait, that fancy damn old bear grease on his hair left my wife's dancing for me? Yes, Mr. Marino, it's a chicken. Excuse me. The Hollywood chicken.
Enchanté. Me so. Where's my wife, Mr. Marino?
We have just finished the dance. Ah, that Irene, she is not a woman, she is a spirit. It is like dancing with a perfume breeze.
Well, where will I find my wife, Mr. Marino?
Oh, in her dressing room. Here at Quebec Dormitory. Mr. Aiden, you must see us dance together. It will enchant you.
Thank you. Some other time, fella.
But I go in with you. You can see us dance.
May tracks, Mr. Marino.
Eh? You send me away?
Yeah, I do.
Lover of horses. Imbecille amante di cavallo.
Go on, Bernie boy. So what does he say?
So Benny says, if I didn't know you were Irene Prestation, had a quality publicity on hook, line, and sinker. Just the same, he's running it with a 2-column head in tomorrow's paper.
No.
How's that, honey?
Remind me to give you a kiss, Rennie.
You remind me to collect it. Oh. Well, a great Dick Ames. The highest Dick, how are you?
Even Mr. Bunny? Well, Irene, here's your old chick in person.
You'll cook you a sweet time. And what do you mean taking in on me this way?
Well, I didn't sneak in, honey. I just opened the door.
Oh, yeah? Take in, snoop again.
Well, I guess I'll be moseying on out the bar and get a few drinks, friend. Far be it from a prestation to whoring an husband and wife.
No, Benny, stick around.
Okay, looking mighty pretty, Irene. Thought I'd get to see more of you on this vacation of mine from pictures.
Oh, light that baloney someplace, though. You know why I sent for you, Sick. You gonna say yes or aren't you?
Now, honey, if you're aiming to start up that divorce talk again.
I didn't mean to start up again. I didn't finish the last time, you lop-eared horse's collar.
But Irene, girl, you know I got a 5-year movie contract if I can't get into no scandal. The kids of America'd be disappointed in their old chick Ames.
Divorce is no scandal. Not but a girl kicked to a stable opera in a 10-gallon hat.
Oh, now, honey, I'm real sorry you can't get to see more of me. If you hadn't got that society fella, Mr. Vincent, to open this New York nightclub for you, you could go right back on west with me.
Riding into the sunset on your saddle horn, I suppose. No, thank you. Do I get my divorce or don't I, you great, big, beautiful movie star, you?
Hey, Irene, take it easy. Mr. Bunny, you stay off my lane.
Yeah, okay.
Irene, why do you want a divorce? They're powerful bad.
Because I'm in love with a man, that's why.
Well, I'm a man. Huh? Who?
None of your rootin', tootin' business.
Kinda heard rumors about that, Irene. Supposed to be a man mighty close to you, ain't he? Don't get it no mind, but now, who is it?
Oh, stop that phony cowboy hero stuff. I know you from way back at the mother end. Kai's the like to a saddle. I want a divorce.
Yeah, well, you ain't a-getting it. Hey, now, look, Chick, how about you start ambling off somewhere, cool it down, huh? And Irene.
Out of this, Sonny.
Now, look, you dope, she doesn't have the riot squad in here bullying about... Oh, come on in. For the love of Mike. Kick game. Listen, Devin, you gotta help me voice this up. Irene's ready to open fire. She's gonna start breaking Devin a man. Sure, Bernie. Well, hello, Chick. Well, I'm delighted to see you in New York.
Oh, even Mr. Vincent.
That's what I get. You see, I come eat the Queen Baker, do my own watch.
No wonder you didn't ride into Grand Central on a pack. You were yodeling home on the rain.
Irene, now that Dick's in town, I got a terrific slant. We'll get some great publicity. Oh, go. You two ought to be seen together, aren't they, Mr. Vincent?
I should say they should be.
I'm a kiss the angle. We make up a party. There's a hot ball game at the field tomorrow. We'll all up it in one field bar. We'll take along Marino, because he's Irene's dance partner. We'll get photographers, reporters. We'll make, well, Sunday stuff. Like, Mr. Vincent?
Absolutely, Bernie.
Dick, what do you think?
I don't know, Mr. Vincent. I'm aggravated.
He's aggravated. I'd like to know what he got.
Bernie, I hadn't take Irene and I and talk to her. Will you all work on it? Right. Look, Irene, come on over. Nah, come on. Pick be a sport. Bernie's right. You know, an afternoon at the ballpark will do you both good.
I don't know. I'm aggravated, Mr. Vincent.
But think of the fresh air, Chick. An outdoor man like you shouldn't be cooped up in some New York hot pot. What you need is air and sun, the wind in your face.
Yeah, well, that is a fact, Mr. Vincent.
Then you'll do it?
Well, Mr. Vincent, I will.
Fine. Spend it. Ready, sit as you'll go. Oh, that's great. Then we'll all meet outside the ticket booth at the field tomorrow afternoon before the game. I'll have publicity all set up, Dick. And, Irene changed her mind, too. Haven't Irene, Betty?
Yeah, I have changed my mind.
time, you. Hiya, Chick. You've been waiting. Oh, hello, Miss Bunny. Hey, here comes my wife, my Irene the mighty quick cat.
Whose idea was this anyway? Had Cam like it? Manuel, here we are over here.
Great, thank you, Dan. Oh, I'm so sorry to be late. Irene, may I take your hand? You are egg with it today.
Cut it out, Manuel. Bernie, where's dinner?
Benton over here. Let us through, Rube.
But Bernie, where are all the photographers?
Don't worry, Anthony. You'll get lugged inside. Hit Chicago person away. Oh, I've right friendly of you, Mr. Bernie, but I reckon Dick Ames can afford a few baseball tickets. Nothing doing. Let me at that window, Dick.
Bernie, it's a wonder you didn't get reserved cake in advance, making me stand on a line. I don't see you fighting to get to the ticket window first, Manuel.
When two Vulgarians argue over mere money, my beautiful Manuel Merino looked on with scorn.
Oh, there's Vincent inside the gate. Hey, Vinny!
Will you please? Here you are, ticket for bot 50. All right, this way, people. Boy, like a core captain pencils there.
In that the cowboy moment top. I'm a tiny demi-yard by Pala.
Make a baby out of it. Folks, see nice. Now I'm just seeing a ball game. No autograph. Did you hell of it learn said no autograph? Now one side. Come on, Marino, take a leg.
Who wants to get the publicity today? A cowboy or Merino arriving now?
Oh, no. Mr. Vincent, which box was it again? Box 13, Bernie. All right, get this way, Irene.
Box number 13. Say, that's the unlucky number.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery.
When the number 13 cropped up, something's bound to happen. And before anything else happened, here's a number by Paul Laval and his orchestra.
And now back to our story. It's a little later at the third base field boxes of a jammed ballpark. A typical New York Sunday crowd is watching fielding practice.
Dean, yeah, Mr. Queen. Thank you, Oh, thank you, Mr. Queen. Okay, dear. Dad,
Ellery, with the poor this idea to come to the ball game today. In fact, you look younger already.
Elvini, you still think that punk team of yours is going to win today? Thank Dan, secure inspector with barber fiction. I've got 4 bits says they don't score 2 and 1. Hey, well, let's line up. Oh, see that kill that bang down factory? You see Mac tucked that ball at each center field down murder those buck leaguers of yours today.
They all look like Babe Ruth in practice.
Well, smile, Kate. Put your arm into my eye. Oh, we better now, anyway. Look at those photographers.
Ellery, at the movie start, we're going to the next box. That girl Irene Lecky's wife. Oh, there's Vincent. He's a millionaire society man who opened the nightclub.
Boy, who cares? Come on, play ball.
Well, Ellery, they're the one we saw outside the ticket booth, remember?
They say Irene's been trying to get a divorce from Ting, but he won't give her one. She's in love. Some people say with Mr. Vincent, though one comment it might be Bernie or Prete.
Nicky, I'm in love, too, with a ball game this afternoon.
Practice is over. Right at that leaving the field. We met the factory. Here, Dick.
A ball game or a personal affairs by that He-Man of Bollywood?
Look at those stands fight to get his autograph. Now, one at a time, please. Mr. James, do you want an autograph for these people? Oh, I'll fake.
Yep, fake, Doctor.
Take mine. Fake. No more.
I don't think Mrs. Aid enjoyed the London popularity very much, judging from the expression on her face.
They should be shooting a ball game together. She's kind of... but what do I care? Play ball!
Beautiful woman, that Irene.
Brother, you ain't a...
All right, you're at home. It ain't but just so he's hitting 6. Now stand back. Will you everybody back? Get away from it. This Vod, you.
Ellery, take a look at that hombre coming toward Buck 15, or a cowboy with a guitar.
He's handsome.
Where? For the love, what's baseball coming to anyway?
Come in this here, Buck, you old bull-legged coyote.
Hi, Arizona. I reckon you remember my wife, Peter Irene, huh? I reckon I couldn't forget her, chick. Howdy, man.
Hello, Arizona. Long time no see, sir. Come and sit by me, Ticket.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been traveling around chick here, sort of keeping in shape of, me and my guitar. How'd you find my bark, Arizona? Just followed the herd, chick. No good be where the autograph mavericks would think. You whole pal, man. Arizona shake hands with these four.
I didn't know about the Arizona Ramsey and call. Pick pays Arizona a salary to play the guitar for him when he's feeling low. Very does.
I'm feeling powerful off my seat, Arizona. Sing me one of them sad songs of yours, Wick.
Bernie, this is humiliating. I learned by the legitimate fucking better puller. Look, they're gonna jack him Hector.
Oh, Irene, the great up of Hammers. Pulling, muddling, now what, Nicky?
The game, Ellery. You got to be fit for something.
Get back in the mirror, will you?
We better have credited, Petey. On third place.
Get out of the
What a bad way. We've got things to cover. Follow that to somebody. Petey, take these people away.
All right, come on. One side, one Bernac. All right, pick him up. Hey, now, Ellery. You suppose anything really wrong?
You mean foul play, Nicky?
Well, considering the setup.
That is a possibility. Nicky, I came here to see a ball game, and by the babe, I'm seeing it.
Come on, you bum, they ball. Take a third left, she's sucking over the field. Door.
Ellery, here's the sergeant back in the club.
Michael, how'd you go? I have my poor dead back. Oh, look at that scoreboard. Strike.
Oh, my.
Yes, he's got a sergeant, but it's only the 5th inning.
Look to that bum cover, he can't hit the deck.
But, Sergeant, what about the gate?
Oh, I checked that.
The gate.
Oh, Lord. D was of a natural death. No poison. Doctors just examined him. Chick with vat.
Now what this guy Carver, he liked them down the alley.
Ellery, what a...
Conspiracy. Well, Sergeant, let's have it at it. Oh, poison through the mouth, but Chick didn't eat or drink anything for an hour, and the doctor says it was quick poison, so the inspection figures he took the stuff right here in the field box.
What did I tell you? Not I sired the pal. I'll take your accurate, Sergeant. No, he keep well on it.
He climbing on to it, sir. Your attention, please. Either roll a bill. I'll give $5 for every autograph Tick Ames signed in box 13 there before this case. 5 genuine American bucks, gentlemen. Come and get it. My door, you gone, knock. I know. On the time, don't cloud. But there. Yes, there's one. You bridge your 5. Now, let's see that autograph, please. Here's your $5. All right, now. There you are.
Come on here, Miss Sam.
Oh, hey, listen, Mr. Queen, I'm tired, but you can't start a riot. Oh, the Archer. Stand by, Archer. Anybody else? It should be one other autograph.
Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm back. Take photograph.
That Dunstroke, Inspector. Call the wire. Oh, that up, Beanie.
Done. What I did?
Dealey says Ames was poisoned by mouse, hadn't eaten or drunk anything recently, and happened right here in box 13C. So it's obvious Ames must have been poisoned by one of the pencils, an autograph hound handed him to right there.
What did they say?
Yep there. Ames is notorious for a habit of sucking the point of a pencil. Lord knows it's been publicized by that. He sucked every pencil offered him before he scrawled his name.
The pencils had a pointing tip.
But the killer's one of those 5 guys who just showed up to sell back your autograph. There, you with a skull case.
No, Fudge, no. But the man alone. If any of the 5 was guilty, you don't suppose he'd be clue enough to stow up to you. There were 6. The 6th one stayed away.
The missing one's the killer, all right. Archer. Yeah, Inspector Crean? What did that thick spelunker look like, remember? Why, yes, sir. It was a kid, a little boy.
What?
What had you objection, Mr. Queen?
A boy.
At that. Well, I'm back to the cupboards. You want to question any deeper down that? Not that bad. The secret of Ames' death lies in the hands of that boy. We must find him. Now, Sergeant, here's what I want you to do.
Please, your attention, please. If the small boy who got Chick Ames' autograph is back 13 just before the game, will kindly proceed to the clubhouse with the autograph, he will receive a genuine Chick Ames 6-shooter, a genuine Chick Ames cowboy suit, and a genuine signed photo of Chick Ames. Attention, please. If the boy who tells you...
Any time about you dealing like kid, you're up there.
Officer, yes, Miss Queen. What's the score? Or the score, favor the home team. Or the proper pot.
Nay, frying it on the lard. What kind of alien the boy yet, Dad? Carry on.
His aim? How do I know you didn't flip your husband a poison temper with your own dainty white hands, huh? You stood in your way. You're in love with another man. Dick wouldn't divorce you.
I didn't poison and I didn't. All I know is Albert Dudley sell off his teeth in the powder.
Who's that man you're in love with?
That's none of anybody's business, including the police.
Is it Mr. Vincent there? You opened that nightclub for you, Irene. He's your angel, isn't he?
No, Norny is not, say.
Structure, this is all a high-handed. I'll high-hand you later, Beaton. Well, then, Irene, is at this loudmouth press station of yours, Bernie.
Hey, now, wait a minute. There's nothing between Irene and me. It's a business.
Oh, no, it...
Emmanuel Marino, your dance partner.
She's lying her head off, Ellery. It's one of the men she sees constantly at Mudgate.
Oh, Dan, here's Sergeant Beatty with the boy.
I want it to be this man's ball game, too, you know. There's your criminal, Maestro, 11 years old.
Come here, son. Don't be afraid. What's your name?
Who's afraid? My name's Montgomery in Oak Cross. Where's the genuine Chick Ames brick shooter, the announcer said, and the cowboy suit, and a signed picture of Chick Ames? I gotta get back to my seat.
We all do, Montgomery, but first let me have the autograph Chick Ames gave you.
Oh, I got it right here on my scorecard. But how do I know this ain't the old double sword? Hey, wait! What's the idea of grabbing my pencil?
Relax, Montgomery, I'll never grab. Is this the pencil you had in the Ames to autograph the scorecard with?
So what? Give me what you promised. Here's left.
Oh, Montgomery, be nice, Montgomery.
Bad. Well, if it is pencil.
Very faint. Then have to establish it. Pencil that poison name's all right. Tell me where'd you get this?
Let me out of here.
Oh, now, Montgomery, come on. You answer these gentlemen's questions and they'll let you go right back to your baseball game.
But I don't know nothing, lady. I come down to the game all by myself, and I bought a cricket and I just got inside the gate when a man comes over to me and said, "Listen, kid, you know Chick Ames?" So I said, "Sure, everybody knows Chick Ames from the movie." So he says, "Well, look, Chick Ames is going to be at the game today in box 13. So you take this scorecard and pencil and get his autograph for me on account of basil." Then the guy said, "I'll meet you right here after the game and give you $5 for the autograph." So I got it, that core. But I'd rather have the Chick Ames gun and stuff any day. Give me it and let me go.
What'd this man look like, Montgomery?
Oh, he was wearing a big coat and a hat pulled down over his face and dark sunny glasses or something.
Wouldn't you know? This guy. Montgomery, how about his voice? Think you'd recognize it?
Well, he kept a handkerchief over his mouth while he was talking to me, and sometimes his voice was low and sometimes squeaky. Sounded awful funny. He must have been sick. Where's my Chick Ames gun and cowboy suit?
Mr. Bernie, take this boy's name and address. We'll see that he get what I promised him.
Sure thing, Mr. Queen. Hey, Arizona, what are you digging me in the ribs for?
I guess that's sort of old Arizona job, Mr. Bernie. Now that old Chick's going west the last roundup. Come here, boy.
Hey, you a real cowboy? I bet you're a phony. Better take my address, want it?
Lad, needing a little boy, an instrument of a murder. Whoever that man was, need him on.
This guy. Base sicker voice. Killer's gone by now. 100 miles away.
And even if he's still in the park, how you gonna pick out one guy in a crowd of 40 foul?
Just a minute.
Officer, here's the screen. What's this going out? Hey, we 4-4 in the night coming. Hide up and going to nice. Say, I got us off fast by fixing the end of this game.
How far? What do you mean?
Of course, Nicky. Dad, get these people out of here. I'll tell you the name of the person who handed Montgomery that poison pencil to give to Dick Ames. I'll tell you who really murdered Ames. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Had he figured out an answer to it? Well, suppose you compare your solution with that of our guest for tonight. Nicky, introduce our guest to our home armchair detective.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight is Mr. Charles Latour, the famous Hollywood character actor. Incidentally, Mr. Latour is really an old friend out on the Ellery Queen program, because before he went to Hollywood, he was a member of the cast on many an Ellery Queen mystery.
Charlie, it's nice to see you again. How are you?
Fine, Ellery. Couldn't be better.
That's great. You know, Charlie, it seems every time I see a picture, you're in it. Packaged to my face, Song of Bernadette.
And he's in Harry Ape now.
Oh, yes, a key to busy, all right. 51 pictures in the last 26 months.
Charlie, I hope you haven't forgotten your old training in solving Ellery Queen mysteries.
Now, look here, Ellery. You solved the cases. I was the murderer, remember?
Okay. Let's try this one anyway. Charlie, who do you think gave Montgomery the poison pencil? That is, who really killed Ames?
Well, I really think Arizona did it. On the fate, it would look like either the press man would do it or the proprietor not to want to lose their featured star. But I think Arizona's a bit jealous of this cowboy star, and he wanted the bacon pictures, and he built all this out by himself. And this was a chance, and I think he did it.
Thank you, Mr. Latour. We'll give you the solution to tonight's mystery in just a minute.
And while you're trying to figure out your solution, here are Paul LaValle and the orchestra to keep you from concentrating.
Sure, fine. No, don't waste time. Now, here's how it works out. The killer of Ames, that is, the one in disguise who handed Montgomery the poison pencil, told the kid that Chick Ames would be at the ball game and that Ames would be sitting in box 13. Question: how did the killer know that Ames was going to be at the game, which means it was all planned before Ames got there? How did the killer know that Ames was going to sit in box 13?
That it, Queen. It means the murderer knew where the party would be sitting before they got to the pub.
Well, who knew? Hurry.
Ames and Bernie had a friendly argument in front of the ticket windows as to who'd buy the tickets. That means Bernie didn't know in advance where they'd be sitting.
Sure. And Irene even cracked to Bernie that it was a wonder he hadn't got reserved seats in that van. I chose none of them, no.
And yet, one of them did know, Sergeant. The one who gave Montgomery the pencil before the Ames party got to the park. The one who was inside the gate with the already purchased ticket when the others arrived. The only person in that park, or in the world, who knew in advance in which box Ames would be sitting.
Vincent, who opened that nightclub by ring.
Yeah. It was Vincent who arrived early in disguise, bought the tickets for box 13, accosted Montgomery, gave him the poison pencil and scorecard, instructed the boy where he'd find Ames sitting later, then simply discarded the disguise and waited for the rest of the party to show up. Motive, to free Irene so he could marry her. Now, gangway.
Ellery, where you heading, Todd? To see the end of the ball game. Aye, fight to! Wait for the cop!
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution. We wish to thank Mr. Latour for being our guest armchair detective this evening.
And thank you, Ellery Queen, for solving the mystery. And now, while Paul the Val and the orchestra are hanging around with some unplayed notes staring them in the face, let's listen to some more music. This is the Armed Forces Radio Circuit.
You all remember reading about it in your newspapers 5 or so years ago. The attacks always were brute. The weapon was always a sharp knife. The victim was always an unusually attractive young lady. The newspapers called it the case of Nick the Knife. Oh, creeps. This is D4Y opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. You can come in. We won't hurt you tonight. Not very much, that is. Our tale is concerned with a terror that ravaged the city for many months. It was solved finally by your good friend Ellery Queen, who's here to tell you all about it.
Well, tonight's mystery is the grim tale of a crime that terrified a city. I call it The Adventure of Nick the Knife.
Well, I'll say goodnight here, Liz.
Oh, but Gladys, your house is a block away.
Aw, you know, Pa. He gets awful mad when I stay out this late with a fella.
I know, but I don't like you walking the rest of the way alone in this dark neighborhood, Glad.
Ah, you're sweet. Well, good night, Liz.
Okay. Good night.
Gee, I said it is dark tonight. I sure hope Pa ain't waiting up for me. I don't... Who's that under the tree? Pa. Pa, is that you?
Oh, is. Well, is the lights beautiful? Here's where I show off.
Oh, gee, Jin.
You got my light, Kathy? It's pretty foggy on the waterfront tonight.
And you'd care a lot, wouldn't you? Something happened to him.
So like.
Hey, there it goes. Come back.
Is that Timmy? Timmy coming back? Jimmy, is that you? Oh, I'm hearing things. I'd better be getting back home. What is? It is somebody. What is? You had better stop following me or I'll call a policeman. Help!
Nice spot again tonight. Claiming his 31st weekly victim since he launched his mystery of one-man terror wave last Christmas Eve. 20-year-old Henrietta Rutherford of the Bronx was found unconscious on a dark path in Central Park by a park patrolman less than 3 hours ago. And in all previous cases, Dick the Knife's attack consisted in slashing his victim's wrists.
What's...
Still, as usual, no clues have returned up to the identity.
Inspector? You were pretty late yourself tonight, Dad. Joe, be innocent, Ellery. There's the radio.
Well, we did have the late news on that.
Any clue in this one, Inspector?
Nope. Girl died without recovering consciousness. So, in spite of all our warnings, these girls will keep frequenting lonely spots after dark. And it gets them.
Ellery, couldn't you help find out who he is?
I wish I could, Nicky. Of course, this fiend the papers have named Nick the Ninth as psychotic, probably paranoid, but that's not much help. As for his victims, they have nothing in common except they're all female and attractive. I'm afraid, Dad, the best you can hope for is a lucky break.
Better come soon, Senator, or be out of a job. Well, I'm going to bed.
Night, Dad.
Night, Inspector. Which reminds me, I'm tired. Would you hand me my head, Ellery?
Just where do you think you're going?
Going? Home.
After midnight? Alone, Nicky?
Oh, Ellery, that's ridiculous.
Come on, I'll see you home.
This is the first time we've been out together since you took me home last. We ought to make it a habit. This new park is beautiful.
Ellery! Oh, never mind. When you're thinking up a new mystery plot, a girl may as well be playing solitaire.
That over there?
There, that's the entrance to the maze.
Entrance to the what?
The maze. M-A-Z-E, Theseus killing the Minotaur.
Oh, you mean a labyrinth?
Oh, in parks they're called mazes, Nicky. A crazy arrangement of crisscrossing paths that get nowhere. This one is enclosed in high walls and has a glass roof over it.
Oh, how silly.
No, it's fun. There's only one exit, that gate there where the policeman is talking to the...
Well, he's talking to Sergeant Philly.
By George, he is. The sergeant.
Okay, everything going. Marshal, my porter.
Hi, Sergeant.
You go.
Admiring the new park. How about you?
It's the knife case. The inspector figures the opening of a new park will draw a neck like a fire to mustard. The place is it's filled with extra detail.
It's a good thing, too. Sergeant, who is that handsome young cop you were just jabbering with there at the end? Why, he's disappeared.
Yeah, I told him to go inside and have a look around. Nice kid, Endicott. He's just been reinstated in the force. He stopped a Nazi sniper's bullet a couple of weeks before V.E. Day and got his honorable discharge.
Dumb hunk of name.
I'm sure if you want to meet Officer Endicott Nicky, Sergeant Feely.
The girl screaming.
To me. Nicky, you stay away. Hold on, Nicky. Well, I stopped me. I told her the next story today. Billy.
I'm going in. Wait for Nate! No, Vila, you stay here. This is the only exit from the maid. Nobody come out since that drill screamed.
Nick, the knife is strapped inside. We got him. I better whistle for help, too. If anyone tries to get out, shoot to kill, hit it. I'm you. That.
Another dead end. Blast this Maeve.
Indica, officer, where are you? Blow the whistle again so I can...
Stand still or I'll blow a hole through your back. Drop the gun. Drop it. Okay. Now turn around and keep your hands high.
Oh, policeman. I thought... You're Indicate, aren't you? I'm Ellery Queen.
Inspector Queen's son?
Yes. Where's the girl? You've seen a man, officer? Officer, for heaven's sake, we're wasting time.
The only man I've seen in here is you. How do I know this isn't a trick? Reach in my pocket. You'll find my wallet and identification now. Satisfied? Okay, sorry. Here's your gun, Mr. Queen. Follow me.
Did you find a girl?
Yeah, take his turn. She dead? No, she's bleeding bad, though. I had to apply tourniquets to both her wrists.
Here, through this hedge, Mr. Queen. There she is.
Pulse is pretty fair. The tourniquet did the trick, officer. Good work.
Nice.
Unconscious.
I wonder who she is. I can tell you, Mr. Queen. Her name's Jane Stepley. How do you know? I recognized her. She lives in the boarding house where I room. I passed her in the hall lots of times. Not much to look at, huh?
No, next change is pattern, all right. A daylight attack and a homely girl.
I better take a look around.
All right, but watch yourself, Indicate.
Watch yourself.
Jane Stepley. What he did to your face. Ambulance.
Feely, that you? Marshal. Yeah. Follow my voice, Feely. Ladies and Lawson. Dad, how did you get here so quickly? Right here. Oh, Nicky.
The inspector was cruising in a squad car lighting the park.
Oh. Stay back, Nicky. Ambulance, man. Hey, you better get it to the hospital fast.
Her name is Jane Stepley, Dad. Right away. Where's the officer was here? Indicate, searching the maid. Sergeant, did you have any luck at the entrance?
Just one guy, Master, trying to get out. Who do you think it is?
All right, ambulance man. We'll see you at the hospital. You men, bring Snow Summers over here.
No, but Summers, the hophead dead?
Dive in, doesn't it?
What a ratty little man. And look at his eyes, Ellery. Just pinpoint.
Effects of the drug he takes, Nicky. No Summers.
Oh, let me go. You got me wrong. I need a knife at 40.
Let me up to the eyeballs. What did you do with the knife?
Knife? Thought, okay, putting the strap on me. Let me go with him.
Dad, I just found it under that shrub, tossed away.
Ooh, what a wicked-looking thing.
It's your lips now, isn't it?
No, I didn't cut no part.
Waste time, Inspector. He's a hobby. He was the only one in the maze, so he's nicked the knife.
Oh, listen. I come here to pick up some pennies, yeah? I won't lie to you, I'm a dip, see? Okay, well, dip, but I ain't no dame cutter. I ain't some down sounders, so I figure I better finish. You just come.
Well, you'll drop that.
Officer Endicott with another prisoner. Oh, but Ellery, that little man, he can't be Nick the Knight. He's so jolly looking.
Yes.
Oh, just now, officer.
Inspector, I found this one here in the maze, roosting up in a tree.
A tree? Hiding, huh? What's your name?
Hodges. Joyce K. Hodges.
Ellery.
The K is for Kennicott, but I changed to K for Kilmer. Joyce Kilmer Hodges. You see, I love trees.
You love trees?
Yes, trees are so green, you know.
Trees are so green.
Yeah.
Joyce K. Hodges. Ellery, that case in the papers 2 years ago.
Yes, that's bad. Recall this man's wife acting for another man, particularly nastiness. Hodges tried to kill her.
With a knife. Now look at him.
Yes, Mr. Hodges.
Yes?
Ever been in a big sort of hospital?
Oh, that, I'm perfectly well now, you know.
I see. You, recall your wife, Mr. Hodges?
Gloria? Oh, yes, indeed.
She was, young, I suppose? Pretty?
Very young. Very pretty. Ah, parks. How I love parks and trees. Isn't that tree green?
What tree? Ellery, he's looking at me.
Take him away.
Come on, little acorn.
Bastard. I can not only be Snow Summers the hophead, but Mr. Joyce Gilmer Trees Hodges. Hot lady.
Now take it easy, Inspector. Take it right easy, Bill. You just found another, will you?
The other way. Sure there aren't any more?
Oh, no, he's the last. One of the boys found him laying under a bush sleeping.
Sleeping? Bring him here.
Okay, come on, Brett.
Is that the man? That tremendous stud man? Look at his hand.
He is a brute, isn't he? What's your name?
Father Blutner.
Blutner. What do you do for a living, Blutner?
Butcher.
Butcher. You working at your trade, Blutner?
Right, laid off. Not for months already. No meat.
No meat. It's too bad. You, enjoyed your work, hmm?
Yeah, sharp knife, cut meat good. But now no meat, no good.
What were you doing in here today, Blutner?
My head hurts. I'm lonesome. I like see people, pretty girls. Yeah, pretty girls. Like Fräulein.
Me? Ellery.
Here you are, Beak. Take him away.
All right, now grab the headquarters. Come on.
Well, Dad, it looks like a job.
Yep. Unless this latest victim can identify one of the three as her assailant. As soon as Jane Stepley can be questioned, we'll take Summers, Hodges, and Bluter down to the hospital and have her pick up Nick the Knife.
Not Barrel.
But Ellery, you're sure they can't do any harm? Don't like them so close to me.
Like each one is handcuffed to a detective.
Here's the doctor.
All right, Inspector.
Bye. Get those marked on that feet, Daly.
Okay, man. Right then. And you free better by, you understand?
No. No, please don't bring me in.
Just calm down, Stephanie.
May I? Jane. Jane, listen to me. Nobody's going to hurt you anymore. They just want you to look at these three men, that's...
Take it easy, Miss Stepley. We're out of here in no time at all. Thomas, step forward. Think of the light, the other bit. Now, will you take a good look at this man, Miss Stepley? Was this the man, Miss Stepley?
I don't know. Take him away, please. Take them all away.
I need a shot. I need one there.
Step back, Summers. Pickett, bring Hodges over here. Will you look at this one, please?
She isn't a very green tree, is she? Was it that man, Miss Stepley?
Okay, you. So much, this guy. I have like you not touch.
Jane, just this last one. It was this big stat man, wasn't it?
Can I tell who it was when I didn't see who it was? I was walking along in the maze when all of a sudden I was grabbed from behind. Somebody very strong. A man's sweaty hand. I screamed and I struggled, and then my face and my wrists. And that's nice. My face. They won't let me see my...
Why, your face will be all right, Mrs. Stepley. I've spoken to the doctors, and they say you'll be out of here in a week, and then when you're all rested and healed, a little plastic surgery.
I'm just freaking my life, I knew.
We're pretty anyway, Doctor. Okay, I've That finished it right.
Unless the medics can tell us which one of them is like the knife.
Or the eminent Mr. Queen can come up with one of his brilliant suggestions.
As a matter of fact, I have one.
What is it, Ellery?
No, Dad. You turn Summers, Hodges, and Blutner, the psychiatrist, first.
I don't want to make this suggestion except as a last resort.
Come in, son. Here too, Nicky. What's up, Dad?
Ellery, we just going to take you to dinner when we got your call to come to headquarters.
The doctors are starving to make the knife, Jay.
Afraid of that. We shipped Summers, Bluter, and Hodges up to the state hospital in Stonewood 10 days ago. They've been under observation ever since.
We got a lot of fancy reports on it, but nothing that says this guy has nicked the knife.
So, it's your move, Mr. Queen.
Yeah, what'd you have in mind, Maestro?
A trap. What kind of trap, son? Well, it's obvious that Nick the Knife isn't normal. He gets murderous impulses. When the impulse seizes him, he's got to use his knife. He can't resist it. What's more, he gets those impulses regularly. All 32 attacks were 1 week apart. But now it's 2 weeks since his attack on the stepladder girl. He's overdue. If right now, tonight, he thought he was free and had a knife...
Well, then I'm glad he's not. Oh, you mean...
Yeah, so we can rig up a trap right at Stonewood State Hospital. Now, let's see, it's 7 o'clock now. By fast crow, we can make it in 2 hours, so it'll be dark by the time we get there. Darkness, lonely country, woods all around. It's a perfect setup.
Say, that is an idea, Inspector. We can take up a big squad.
Release Bluter, Summers, and Hodges. See that there's some knives around. They get right before we turn them loose. Have each one tailed by 3 or 4 of our best men. Son, hi-bye.
There's only one thing.
You bet.
You've got everything for your trap up there but the bait, Mr. Queen. A pretty young girl.
Well, why are you looking at me?
Oh, no, I should say not. If you have any fantastic idea that
Nicky, I've got it all figured out. You don't think I've put you in any real danger, do you?
Now, there's no use talking. I simply refuse to...
In danger, please, Nicky? Excuse me.
Relax a minute. Sit me here in this glade all alone under a bright moon at midnight with a knife-touring maniac prowling in the woods looking for me. And he expect me to relax.
My dear, behind this bush, Nicky, so close I can touch you.
Why didn't we ever let you me in?
Just a parma toppy. There's a detective on every tree surrounding the slate. All of us are armed. Tonight hasn't a chance to get near you, dear.
I suppose he's given you a written guarantee. Ellery, someone's coming.
Right here, Nicky.
Oh, something's gone wrong. You got your gun?
Yes. Keep behind me. Here he comes.
What?
Thick I struck again. Another successful attack. Where, Dad? Back in New York, in the same park where the Stepley girl got it. In the city, but how? Who knows how? Come on! Back to headquarters.
Davy. Well? What'd the hospital say?
Girl just died, Inspector.
Oh, the poor thing.
This is the cop that found her.
Officer Endicott again.
Oh, sir. Inspector Queen, I've made my written report.
I want to hear it, Endicott. Yes, sir.
I was making my usual 10 rounds in the park.
Where in the park?
In the maze, Inspector. I wasn't in there 3 minutes when I heard a girl scream.
From inside the maze, Endicott?
No, Sergeant. Outside in this case. I ran out and started looking. Screams stopped. Took me a few minutes to locate her. Finally, I found her. Frances Kahlberg of First Avenue, Manhattan. And by that time, she'd bled badly.
No doubt, I suppose it was Nick the Knife's work, Endicott.
Both wrists slashed, and the girl's face all cut up, just like the others. It was Nick the Knife, all right.
What was that time again, officer?
She screamed at 10 minutes of 10, Inspector.
That's it.
What's it, Marshal?
Ellery, don't tell me...
Yes, Nicky. Now I know who Nick the Knife is. I don't understand it. None of our 3 suspects can possibly be Nick the Knife.
Why not, Inspector? Suppose one of them managed to give his trailers the slip tonight and came back to the city.
Impossible, Nicky. Just before we started out for Stonewood State Hospital, Ellery said it was 7 o'clock, that it was a 2-hour drive by fast car. That means the earliest we could have got there was 9 p.m. Even if you figure that we let them go as soon as we got there, at 9 o'clock, what's the earliest one of them could have got back to the city? The same 2 hours fast drive, or 11 o'clock. But when was the attack in the city park tonight? At 10 minutes to 10. Over an hour before any of the 3 could possibly have gotten there.
Boy, 3 suspects and 3 eliminated.
Wait. Oh, what idiots we've been. There weren't just 3 suspects. There were 4.
Boy, but the only ones we found in the maze after the attack on Jane Stepley were Snow Summers, Trees Hodges, and Butcher Bootner.
Oh, no, Sergeant. There was one other man in the maze, only you'd never dream of suspecting him. The policeman who supposedly found Jane's unconscious body, Officer Endicott.
Me, miss? Me, Nick the Knife?
Yes. With 3 of the 4 possibilities eliminated, the 4th must be guilty, and that's you. How's my logic, Miss Queen?
Tell her, Dan. Endicott can't possibly be Nick the Knife. Nick the Knife began operations in New York City last Christmas Eve.
And I told you myself, Miss P, that Endicott had just rejoined the force. He'd stopped a Nazi bullet a couple of weeks before VE Day, and that was May 8th. So, he was in the American Army in Germany, at least until the end of April.
So how could Endicott have been making attacks in New York once a week for over 30 weeks, beginning last Christmas Eve?
Oh. Exit Officer Endicott. I'm awfully sorry.
It's quite all right, ma'am.
Yeah, where does that leave us? 4 suspects and all 4 eliminated.
Why do you say there are 4 suspects, Dad?
Yeah, because there were only 4 people in the maze during the attack on Jane Stepley.
There were 5.
5?
Who was the fifth, Ellery?
Jane Stepley herself.
Jane Stepley herself. But, Maestro, she was the one attacked with a knife.
And she attacked herself with a knife, really. No other possible conclusion. Only 5 people were in the maze during the attack, and 4 eliminated. So the 5th must be Nick the Knife. Yes, even if the 5th was the victim. It's not this strange. This homely woman, brooding over unattractiveness, became psychotic and began hunting and attacking girls who were pretty. And what happened? Into the boarding house at which she roomed came a new boarder, a policeman. Now, you yourself, Mendicant, told me how you'd keep running into her in the house. That's how you recognized her in the maze. To Jane Stepley's disordered mind, the sudden arrival of policemen to live in her boarding house meant only one thing, that she was being watched. In cunning desperation, she decided to banish the policeman's non-existent suspicion that she was Nick the Knife by staging an attack on herself. On his beat, where he'd be sure to find her bleeding and unconscious. And she very nearly got away with it, poor thing.
Now, Ellery Queen, in The Adventure of the Message in Red. Because it relieves headache pain so fast.
Take an Anacin.
Because it gives prolonged relief.
Take an Anacin.
Because it's made like a doctor's prescription.
Take an Anacin.
Anacin presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Anacin bring you another thrilling adventure of Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Tonight, Anacin's guest, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous actor Victor Jory. And now, here's Ellery Queen, master detective and your Anacin host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight's mystery really had my father going.
Your father, huh?
Oh, Nicky.
I suppose all those murders were duck soup for you, huh?
Oh, no, Nicky, this case was no harder than many I've had. Anyway, I call it The Adventure of the Message in Red.
Hotel Arbutus, public stenographer. Yes, I'm Miss Kirby. At this hour? But... All right. If you drop into my office right away, I'll try to get it out tonight. Oh, why can't they just take their old business letters during the day? Oh, gee, I'm tired. I better douse my eyes with cold water. I'm so sleepy I could... So soon. Coming. Gee, they must have used the house phone from the lobby. Come in, won't... Hooray! In Dixieland. Now, who's bad? Nobody out here. Oh. Now, who'd be using that talky thing from the vestibule? Nobody does.
Yes? Yes, this Miss Hazel? But at this time of night? I was just going to bed. Been washing my supper dishes.
All right. If they've just got to have a reader's report on it by tomorrow morning, just open the vestibule door, and my apartment's the first door on your right. Would be my luck if it's one of those 500,000-word jobs. Just a second. Oh, I wish I were in the land of cotton. Old times there are not...
Hilda. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's all you've got to tell me, Pickett? Go on back when you make sense. Sorry, Ellery, to keep you and Nicky waiting.
Those 2 killings last night, Dad, huh?
Yes. Blasted.
What 2 killings, Inspector? I haven't seen today's paper.
2 girls, Nicky. First one a public standard with the Hotel Arbutus on Lexington Avenue. Shot to death at 9:15 p.m. Name of Kirby.
Second one, a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison, the publishers, and Miss Hazel. Shot to death around 10:30 p.m. in her Greenwich Village apartment.
Both as opened their doors. No evidence of robbery. Both unmarried, unattractive, no entangling alliances. Lived alone. No witnesses, no clues, no motive. The girls never knew each other. Never knew any of the same people. Cute?
Then the murders aren't connected, Inspector.
But they are, Nicky. Ballistics reports the same gun killed both of them.
I don't wonder you're puzzled.
I think it's a nut kill myself, Ellery. Yes, really?
Afternoon, Sergeant.
Hi, Miss Potter. Myself, Inspector. Know what?
No.
What? Another one. No. Yeah, a girl shot to death. She answered her door around 1 a.m. last night. Body wasn't found till this morning.
Number 3 last night.
Who was this one, Davy?
A lady's maid, Lucille Dubois.
Dubois, Sergeant, French.
Yeah, French maid. Worked for the Canellas.
Canella? The, Vetti Canella?
The same.
She was shot in the Canella house, Sergeant.
Yeah, that 199-room shack on Upper Fifth Avenue. In her bedroom.
A stenographer, a publisher's reader, and a lady's maid. Mind if I sit in, Dad?
You can make any sense out of it, son. Come on.
Oh, my poor head. My home overrun with police officers. I've had to cancel the most important appointment this afternoon with my hairdresser.
Mrs. Canella, have you let me get away?
Husband is simply furious. My daughter, poor child, prostrate.
Look, Mrs. Canella.
And I'm on the verge of losing what little mind I have.
Mrs. Canella.
You understand, Mr. Crean. I know you do.
The death of your maid has upset you, naturally.
Oh, yes. Where am I going to turn? How can I replace Lucille? You don't know the trouble I had getting her originally. And now she's dead. It's not fair. It isn't.
The trouble is, gentlemen, you don't know the problems we girls have.
Look, madam, how did this happen?
I'm sure I don't know. People shooting off guns in my home and everything. I'm so glad I wasn't home when it happened, even though the house is completely soundproof.
Will you, madam?
But Mr. Cadet, oh, no, he was out somewhere. He's cloud boss.
How about your daughter?
Madge, oh, now, please, don't drag poor Madge into this. She's suffered so much already.
When did you first learn your maid was dead, Mrs. Canella?
About 11 o'clock this morning, Mr. Cream. When she didn't bring my breakfast in bed, I knew instantly something was wrong.
Well, of course. That's the way you tell.
Oh, I rang and I rang and I rang.
Mrs. Canella, who found the stiff?
Tiff?
The remains, madam.
Why, my daughter. One of the servants told Madge that Lucille's light was still on this morning, and she didn't answer the door. So Madge went up to the servants' quarters and went in, and the poor child, the poor child. That's why no one answered my rings, you see.
Leaving you without breakfast. Oh, that's simply frightful, Miss Canella. Yes. Well, suppose you have a little snack of caviar and cold pheasant or something while we hunt up your daughter.
Oh, dear. Must you?
Must we what, madam?
Give Madge the 3rd degree or whatever it is. You don't know how sensitive the child is. She's always been so delicate. She shrinks so from the more brutal aspects of life.
No, Mother, stop.
Madge, darling, are you all right, dear?
Definitely enough. Are these small policemen? Who's the wench, your sob-sister?
The wench is Nicky Porter, Mr. Queen's secretary.
Ellery Queen.
Sergeant Villy.
Inspector Queen. Now, Miss Canella.
You're in charge. Why isn't that body taken away, and who's going to clean up the mess? And you ought to keep reporters out, too, do you hear? Thing like this happening now. Do you hear me? No, newspaper men.
Oh, dearest, don't excite yourself.
Oh, shut up, Mother. All this is your silly fault anyway. Yes, I told her long ago you should send that snoop packing, but no. You had to hang on to it till she had the bad taste to get herself murdered all over our house. What am I going to say to Evie?
Evie?
My fiancé. The star engagement was supposed to be announced this week. One of the very best Boston families. He'll never stand for a scandal.
Why should you think there's going to be a scandal, Miss Canella?
Oh, well, isn't a murder scandal enough?
I don't think that's what your daughter meant, Mrs. Canella. Al?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't mean anything.
Let's take a look at the corpse.
Interesting.
What is it? Notice the facing surfaces, the tips of her index and middle fingers, Dad, on the right hand.
Or calloused. Funny place for calluses. Yeah.
If you gentlemen are through admiring Miss Dubois' calluses, would you mind covering up again so I can turn around?
All right, now, Nicky.
But how do you know this maid's murder is connected with the other two murders?
Bradley was here early and dug the bullet out of her chest, Nicky. Ballistics just reported it came from the same gun that shot the Kirby and Hazel girls. Just what the connection is, I'm blessed. Oh, really?
You throw with the corpus, Inspector. The morgue wagon's here for the pickup.
Take her away.
She's all yours, boy.
What did you find out about the other servants, Sergeant?
Names, Butler James Smathers, cook Sally Fabian, chauffeur Waller Boyle. Upstairs maid Vera Andorf. Smathers and Boyle share a double room, so do the Fabian and Andorf woman. Each bunkie alibis the other for last night. Period.
Mother, you know you shouldn't be up here. Just your morbid curiosity.
I don't know why you say such things to me, Madge, baby. Oh, look what they're doing.
Stay out here in the hall, Margaret. You too, Madge.
Oh, Inspector Queen? Who are you? I'm Milford Cannella. My wife just phoned my club. Is there anything I can do?
Excuse me, folks. Okay, boys, take this through.
I can't look. Oh, poor Lucy.
Help, Mother.
Mr. Cannella, we were just... Pardon me. Harry, what's that you just picked up?
Oh, well, this piece of scrap paper was hidden by Lucille Dubois' body, Dad.
A message in red. Red?
Message. Let me see.
In red, is it? Oh, it is.
Written in blood.
Must have fingered a few minutes after the shot. When that killer left, she tried to write something before she died.
What's it say, Ellery?
It starts with a capital M, but there are not a spatters in the paper, and I can't quite make the rest out.
And up, Craney, look it over in the police lab. He'll decipher it. Give it to me, son.
It's quite important that you make a quick arrest, Inspector.
What's that mean, Mr. Cannella?
I expect very shortly to be appointed to an extremely important diplomatic post abroad. So this unfortunate little affair must be cleared up at once. And without scandal.
Milford has worked so hard for the honor.
Yes, it's been Father's pet dream.
In fact, Inspector, unless you solve this case within 24 hours, I may have to see to it that someone else is put in charge. Come, Margaret.
Matt?
And Father's just the little guy who can do it.
Oh, I love Dad. Ellery, where you going?
Out to confirm a theory, Dad.
Theory? About what, son?
About the connection between the 3 murders last night. I think I know now what it was. Anybody care to come along? And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll tell you more in just a moment, but first, here's Don Hancock for Anison. Friends, if you want quick, comforting relief from pounding headache pain...
Take an Anison.
Yes, take an Anison, because Anison relieves headache pain so swiftly. Millions now know that easy-to-take Anison tablets act fast, give prolonged relief. And that's why we say...
Take an Anison.
There's a good reason why Anison relieves the agonizing pain of headaches so much more quickly. Anison is made like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Your own physician or dentist may have already recommended Anison to you. That's how millions first discovered Anison's incredibly fast relief. And now, at the first sign of the pains of headache, neuralgia, or neuritis, they simply...
Take an Anison.
Anison, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, is sold at all druggists. So if you want fast, prolonged relief from headache pain...
Take an Anison.
And now, back to our story. It's a short time later, and the inspector's car, with Sergeant Bealey at the wheel, is threading its way through Midtown Manhattan traffic.
But what is the connection, Ellery?
And how'd you know, my show?
What was the occupation of the first victim, the Kirby girl?
Published in Aber.
And the second one, Miss Hazel?
Greenwich Village gal?
Or she was a part-time manuscript reader for Mason and Morrison.
A public stenographer, a publisher's reader. Now, Dad, you recall the peculiar calluses we found on Lucille Dubois' right hand?
And the facing sides of the tips of her index and middle finger.
What very ordinary activity, if sufficiently prolonged, would cause calluses there?
Holding a pen or a pencil.
Yes, Nicky, writing. But not casual writing, like the occasional writing of letters. Lucille Dubois was writing a great deal for a long time, weeks, months.
A diary, perhaps, at least a very extensive manuscript in longhand, Sergeant.
So, we had Lucille Dubois, lady's maid in a very wealthy society family, writing a long manuscript by hand.
When it was finished, what would happen to such a manuscript? You take it to a public stenographer.
To be typed.
Surely the unfortunate Miss Kirby.
And where do people usually take typed manuscripts?
To a publisher. And most publishers employ readers to weed out undesirable submissions. And that's your Miss Hazel of the village. Simple?
Maestro, you're a genius.
At the minute girls are probably the only 3 people in the world who've read a certain unpublished manuscript.
And that's why they were murdered.
Man, it must be dynamite. The killer must have swiped it probably from the Hazel girl's apartment in the village after he bumped her off.
And it started there, yeah. But there's still a possibility that something...
Well, here we are, Maestro.
Here's Rockefeller Center. Come on.
I must say, Mason and Morrison go in for book publishing in a large and handsome way, Ellery.
They're a bit on the sensational side, Nicky. Miss Jenkins?
Yeah. Alberta Jenkins. Are you the assistant editor my son spoke to on the reception this morning?
Yes. And you must be Inspector Queen.
That's right.
I must say I'm all of a flutter. Am I arrested?
Not exactly, Miss Jenkins. Did you bring the list I asked you for?
Here it is. All the manuscripts turned over to Miss Hazel the past few months for a reader's report. Let me see, Ellery.
Aye, she read a lot.
It'll be quite recent, I think. Look at this entry, Dad.
Maître by Lucille Dubois. Miss Jenkins, where's this manuscript? Are you sure Miss Hazel didn't return it to Mason and Morrison?
I'm pretty sure she didn't inspect it, but come into my office.
No, we didn't hear.
I just remembered. Where is that again?
Remembered what, Miss Jenkins?
There was a letter from Miss Hazel in this morning's mail. I'd been so busy today, Here it is. Still unopened.
Damn it, give that to me, Davy.
Oh.
Dear Miss Jenkins, enclosed is a short preliminary report on 3 of the last batch of manuscripts.
I will personally deliver the manuscripts, plus full reports, later this week. The enclosed thumbnail reports cover number 1.
Give back my lover by Fro Gently.
Romance in a phone booth by Georgette Bag.
And The Maid Tells All by Lucille Dubois.
No.
Well, Miss Jenkins, would you mind leaving us for a moment?
I certainly do mind, Mr. Queen, but... Well...
Where's that report the Hazel woman enclosed?
Yeah.
Now we'll find out.
Maid Tells All. Sensational true-life story of high life as seen from backstairs. Style is faulty. Author obviously thinks in French, but might be worth a rewrite. Possibly high sales appeal, but must be screened carefully by legal departments against libel suits. That's all.
Maid's manuscripts filled a lot of nasty, unsuspected stuff about the Canellas. It would have cost Milford Canella that high diplomatic post he's been angling for.
Or Madge Canella, her blue blood Boston married.
Yeah, somehow the killer discovered what Lucille was writing, who typed a manuscript, and the name of the publisher she sent it to.
And through the publisher, which reader had it.
So he's got to wipe out whoever read it. Steno, wham. Reader, wham. And he swipes the manuscript from her apartment. Then he goes back to the Canella dump and blasts Lucille in the secret society.
Too safe, blast it. I thought we might find a clue here to the killer's identity, but apparently the whole Canella family has motive.
Damn it. Let's go down to headquarters. Maybe the autopsy's turned up something.
Don't drive so fast, Sergeant. You just passed a snail.
There's nothing to rush for, Miss Porter. The down is season daylight.
In this darkness, Inspector? Oh, at least I'm enjoying this ride on the East River Drive. Or I would be if the great man's weren't.
Of course.
Mr. Queen is with us again.
Why then that?
The answer, Dad. It's right in your pocket.
What answer?
To the trip ladder, Maestro?
I forgot. You forgot. We all forgot, Dad. A certain message in red. Holy.
That dang message Lucille wrote in her own blood.
Say. The one we couldn't decipher.
Where'd I put it? Oh, here. What's the matter with me? Here, get down to headquarters, quick.
Yeah, man. If anybody can make it out at that Whistler lab, men wear it. Sailing, sailing, over the lonely.
Beat it up. What's in your now, Sam? A car right in our trail coming up fast. He's some drunk who wants a race.
Was a police car, though.
Dilly.
You don't lick it. Oh, you keep going.
No.
Big stern, I could only spot the baby. It's too dark. Baby! Oh, don't tell me I'm in one piece.
Sorry. I'm okay, too. Him? Get there.
No bones broken, really. Ellery.
My miracle, we're all right. Oh, really, that was quick thinking.
Certainly was.
Yeah, if it weren't for the way you took that crash, Sergeant, we've been through the retaining walls at the bottom of the river.
Thanks, but look at the car, Inspector.
Never mind the car. Why?
Dad, Lucille's message. All 3 Canellas were present when I found it under Lucille's body this afternoon.
One of them must have trailed us.
Waiting a chance to destroy Lucille's clue before we could get it to headquarters.
And the killer is one of the Canellas. And her message tells which one.
Hey, the car, Billy. Let's get to that lab.
Sergeant!
But really?
What's the lab verdict?
Well, it's this way.
Sergeant.
Oh, good.
Kinda looks like a puzzler, Inspector.
Never mind characterizing it, Billy. What did they say the message is?
It starts with a capital M, Maestro, like you said, then a period.
M period, yes?
Then a space, then a capital K, then a small I-N, the N trailing off like she died before she could finish the word. And that's all.
Capital M period, space, capital K, small I-N.
Capital K, small I-N, the start of the name Canella.
No doubt about it, Nicky.
What's the capital M period space mean?
Last name Canella. M period must be the initial of one of the Canella's first names.
Milford Canella. M for Milford.
Well, the daughter's name also starts with an M, Nicky. Madge.
Well, then it's either Madge or old man.
Let's not leave out Mrs. Canella. Don't you recall Canella addressing his wife as, Margaret?
Frost. Another washout. Again, it could be any of the 3. Let's go back to the Canella house. I'll find out which one it is. Good evening.
Oh, dear. Back Inspector Man again. And that night, Mr. Queen, at Canberra.
Well, Inspector, have you cleared up this mess?
Where were you 3 late this afternoon and early evening? Where were you?
I needed air. I was strolling in Central Park.
Alone, Mrs. Canella?
Why, yes.
How about you, Mr. Canella?
Well, as a matter of fact, I took a walk myself down Fifth Avenue. Very upsetting business, you know.
Meet anybody you know, Mr. Canella?
No.
And you, Miss Canella?
I took one of our cars and drove around town for a while just to, cool off. I'd had a phone call from dear Evie in Boston. My daughter's fiancé told her they'd better wait about announcing the engagement until this miserable affair blows over. I knew it. I just knew it.
Aren't we getting off the track?
No alibis.
Ellery, anything to ask these 3 people before I take them downtown for a real going over?
No, but, why do you want to take them to headquarters, Dad?
Why do I? To find out which one of them bumped off the Kirby and Hazel girls and Mrs. Canella's maid. That's why.
Oh, I can tell you that, Dad. Right here and now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives match wits with Anison's guest for this evening.
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest, the famous actor of stage, screen, and radio, is Mr. Victor Jory, who is starring on Broadway in the hit play Therese.
Good evening, Mr. Jory. Nice to have you with us. Well, Mr. Jory, I guess tonight's show is a change for you, isn't it?
It certainly is. Because generally I'm on the other end. I'm the person who's done the murdering, Ellery.
Well, you always are the criminal, but you're always so wonderful, too.
Thank you, Nicky. I hope you like me just as well in the role of detective.
Sure. Well, Mr. Jory, who do you think murdered the 3 women?
Well, I'm not very sure. I think it was the mother, Margaret Canella.
Why do you think that?
My only reason for thinking that is because the Milford Canella Suspicion is planted on him instantly by the fact that he says that he has a very important post and it's very valuable to him. The daughter backs that up. The mother has said nothing. Furthermore, the mother's alibi, being in Central Park, seems to me one that could be shaken less easily than the man who walked down Fifth Avenue, which might be checked on, or the girl in the car, because the car could be checked on afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. You'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Don Hancock for Anderson.
Today, millions are switching to Anacin. For Anacin is the modern way to relieve headache suffering. There's nothing to fuss with, nothing to mix or spill. Just easy to take little tablets that you carry right in your pocket or purse. And Anacin is the fast way to prolonged relief. Prove it. Next time you have a headache,
Take an Anacin.
Anacin must give you fast, prolonged relief or your money back. I'll repeat that. If you're not thoroughly satisfied that Anacin does much more for your headache pain, simply return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. So tomorrow, ask your druggist for the small, inexpensive package containing 12 Anacin tablets. Take only as directed. If pain persists or is unusually severe, see your physician. Remember, there's only one Anacin. Don't be satisfied with anything less. Next time you have a headache pain,
Take an Anacin.
All right, son. You know which of these respectable citizens killed the 3 girls? Sing out.
Abad, what was the message Lucille Dubois left in her own blood?
Start of a killer's name. Capital M period, space, capital K-I-N for Canela.
Yes. But what did the capital M period stand for?
Well, it could only mean the initial of one of the Canella's first names, Ellery.
Right. Can it possibly represent one of the first names, Nicky? Milford, Madge, Margaret. All M's. If Lucille had presence of mind enough to write that message, certainly she wouldn't have left an ambiguous clue. A clue that could refer to any of the Canellas. So, when she wrote that capital M period, she didn't mean the initial of one of their first names. She meant some other abbreviation. One she thought would be perfectly clear. But what, Maestro? Well, Sergeant, what abbreviation, other than the first initial, usually precede the last name?
Abbreviation for Mr., Mrs., or Miss. Oh, no, that would be MR, MRS. And Miss has no abbreviation.
Oh, so it can't be that either, Ellery.
It can't stand for Mr., Mrs., or Miss in English. But how about French?
What?
Mrs. Canella's maid was French, and that reader's report in her book actually remarked that the author obviously thinks in French. What's the French abbreviation for Mrs.? Any schoolboy knows that. Capital M, small M-E for Madam. Miss, capital M, small L-L-E for Mademoiselle. But for Mr., Monsieur, it's simply capital M period.
Oh, yeah. I disagree, Mr. Canana. If anyone's going to sizzle, it's you.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. We'd like to thank Mr. Jory for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of the occasion, Anacin has for Mr. Jory a beautiful Gruen, very thin wristwatch, a copy of my new mystery anthology, Rogues Gallery, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery will be back in a moment with a preview of next week's story. Meanwhile, remember, because it relieves headache pain so fast,
Take an Anacin.
because it gives prolonged relief,
Take an Anacin.
because it's made like a doctor's prescription,
Take an Anacin.
there's only one Anacin. Get Anacin tomorrow.
And now, Ellery, how about next week's case? Got another mystery with 3 or 4 murders?
No, Don, only one murder next week. But it's one of the most confusing to come our way in a long time.
A tough one, huh?
Yeah, we had so much evidence we didn't know what to do with it. Not to mention the problem of the bending corpse.
The bending corpse?
Looks like that did it, Don. Now you'll have to wait till next week when Anacin presents The Adventure of the Happy Marriage.
If you are suffering miseries of a cold, why take chances with untried remedies when time-tested, reliable Hill's cold tablets may promptly relieve that dull, headachy feeling and the muscular aches and soreness of colds? Double your money back if you do not get satisfactory relief from such distress in half an hour. Take only as directed. Time the action. Only Hill's offers you double your money back if you do not get half-hour relief. Hill's cold tablets.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night for Anison.
Anison is a product of the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Crimes against America.
Anison, for the fast, prolonged relief of headache pain, brings you another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. Anison's guest armchair detective, who's in the studio to solve the mystery, before Ellery reveals the solution, is Mr. Kent Smith. And now, Ellery Queen tells the story of a mysterious international figure suspected of diamond smuggling, number 31.
Just a minute, Charlie. Inspector.
Aye? Who is it, Billy?
A radio phone. Charlie says some guy's calling the police department from the steamship at G at sea.
So I'm elected, huh? Inspector Queen speaking.
You kept me waiting.
Hi, Kip. Who is this?
Monsieur Arcturus.
Oh, yes, Mr. Arcturus. Well, what can I do for you?
You and your police and your customs officials can let me alone. That's what you can do for me, Inspector, whoever you are.
No, I don't get you, Mr. Arcturus. If you're on shipboard in mid-Atlantic,
You can let me alone when the ship docks in New York.
Oh, expecting trouble with the customs, Mr. Arcturus?
Very humorous. 3 times I've been searched in your customs like a common criminal. You bet the course this time I shall make the most vigorous representations to my government. Do you understand me, Inspector? What is your name?
I understand you.
He's, gonna make trouble, Inspector, huh?
That's what he says, really.
Is this a private fight, Dad, or can anyone get in on it?
Oh, that was a bird named George Arcturus, Henry.
He's from the Near East.
Yeah, and he has plenty of connections.
Arcturus, of course.
What's your interest in him?
Well, son, about a year ago, we got a tip he was smuggling diamonds in. We passed the tip to customs. They gave him the business.
But no diamonds, I take it.
No diamonds. Still, after Arcturus sailed back to his homeland, some stuff turned up around New York that seemed to jibe with our tip.
The same thing happened on his next 2 trips, Maestro.
Now he calls from mid-ocean to say that if he's bothered again, he'll make a diplomatic issue of it.
Well, if he's innocent, you can't blame him.
Listen, Miss Porter, this Arcturus is an international mystery man.
And he's suspected of everything from espionage to murder, but never any proof.
Well, it certainly doesn't keep him out of cafe society. He's always being wined and dined by people like Pip Istrom and Sue Mounting and that crowd.
Oh. Who's been passing these tips along, Dad?
Oh, they've been coming in by way of the underground. Really get me ZK at customs.
Yes, sir, rather. Of course, it's occurred to you, Dad, that Arcturus may be smuggling the diamonds in through a Confederate?
Well, I'm sure it's occurred to us, but
That's right, yeah.
what can you do? It's one of those things that...
Yeah, just a minute, please. Here's filling up. Here's ZK, Inspector.
Zach, anything come in on George Arcturus? Yes, I know. Well, I just got a notion about that. I'll call you right back. There's been another tip. Now listen, Ellery. We must make sure that Arcturus isn't slipping the ice to a co-worker to carry off. Now, would you make sure for us?
It's a delicate situation, Maestro.
If you tell us he hasn't passed anything to a pal, we'll search Arcturus and customs, Ellery.
I'd have to board the Aegea quite a bit before she docks, Dad.
That'll be a cinch now. I can arrange it with the port and customs people.
All right.
Now, look here. You'll go out Sunday with the pilot and mingle with the passengers.
I don't see how we're getting off, Inspector.
Neither do... Oh, wait a minute. There he is. Yeah, really be ready to take Arcturus over at Ellery. All right, get going.
So that's Mr. Arcturus.
Let's get closer, Nicky.
Why, Inspector, there's Pip Istrom and Sue Mounting at Piasseri.
It's society friends, huh? Here, Usu. Here.
I'll see you as soon as I am finished with the cut. I'm gonna push.
Well, Ellery, nothing doing. He didn't bet, I'm positive. Haven't had my eyes off him. If he's smuggling anything, Dad, it's in his luggage or on him.
Now, that means a body search. Then I better go tell Zach. Thanks, son.
Phone me at home, Dad, will you?
I wonder if they'll find anything, Ellery.
I wonder.
Nothing, eh?
Not a blasted thing, son. And really swears Armchair didn't pass anything to anyone from the gangway to the custom.
Armchair's raising Cain?
He's calling Washington right now. I guess those tips are phonies, and we fell for it.
Yeah. Keep me informed, Dad.
Oh, Nicky.
The inspector?
Yes, and it's a washout.
Uh-oh. Oh, by the way, Ellery, there's a Mrs. Prine waiting to see you. She's terribly concerned about her son.
The son?
Well, all right?
Oh, as long as she's here already, yeah.
Come in, Mrs. Prine.
Yes, please come in, Mrs. Bryan, and sit down, won't you?
Oh, Mr. Queen, it's about Arthur, my boy.
Yes.
He's missing. He didn't come home yesterday.
But suppose you tell me all about it.
Well, we live in Holland, Mr. Queen, just Arthur and me. I'm a widow. I'm sickly, and Arthur supports me.
Where was Arthur supposed to be coming home from, Mrs. Prine?
From his job. He's got a Brutland job over in Park Avenue, employed by Mr. Istrom.
Ellery.
Oh, the buddy of our good friend, Nicky. Please go on, Mrs. Prime.
Well, every Saturday for 3 years, Mr. Queen, that boy's come straight home from Park Avenue with his salary. Here it is Sunday, and he ain't home yet.
Have you called Mr. Istrom?
Oh, yes, sir, yesterday evening. But he said Arthur had left at the usual time, saying he was going right home. Don't know what I'll do if Arthur don't show up by tonight.
Mrs. Prine is afraid he'll lose his job, Ellery.
Mr. Istrom's awful strict. Every morning, Arthur has to have Mr. Istrom's breakfast ready by 9 o'clock. Monday mornings, Arthur always gets there by 8:30, just so Mr. Istrom can eat on time.
Did Istrom offer any possible explanation, Mrs. Bryan?
Well, he said not to worry. But I don't know, Mr. Queen. It don't sound like Arthur.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Istrom wouldn't like that. That's why I come to you, Mr. Queen.
Yes. Well, now, you go home and stop worrying, Mrs. Prime. I'll make the inquiries.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Queen.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Pip Istrom's butler, and today George Arcaris came in. Funny coincidence.
Nicky, get me the Missing Persons Bureau.
Here she is, Ellery.
Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Bryan.
Morning, Mr. Queen. Miss Porter, I got down here just as fast as I could.
Bryan, I think we've found Arthur.
Oh, you have? Oh, there is he.
Mrs. Prine.
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid we have some dreadful news for you. This is the city mortuary.
What the?
This is the morgue, Mrs. Prine. Nicky.
All right, sir. All right.
Lean on me, Mrs. Prine.
Do you think that you're up to identifying Arthur officially for us, Mrs. Pryor?
I want to see my boy.
Nicky?
I know, Ellery.
All right, Mrs. Prine. Sergeant.
Right, Maestro?
He was all down, wet like.
His body was taken out of the East River at 5 o'clock this morning.
Arthur never did a wrong thing in his life. Only maybe play 10 cents on the numbers once in a while. He won $20 last month playing the number 31.
What?
Yes, sir. He'd write that number, 31, Been planning it for most a year. Do I go home now?
Sergeant, take Mrs. Bryan home, will you?
Yeah. Well, Miss Bryan. Easy.
I think I'd like a cup of coffee, Ellery.
Then Vip Istrom is going to have to give it to you.
Istrom? But Ellery, it's so early in the morning. It's only 7:15.
This can't wait, Nikki. There's a connection between Arthur's death and George Arcaris. That number, 31.
You mean just because Arthur played 31 all the time in the numbers?
The number of Arcaris' cabin on the Aegea was also 31. Come on, Nikki. Hopping into a cab, Ellery and Nikki go directly from the city mortuary to Pip Istrom's apartment on Park Avenue.
I can't see anyone at this hour. I'm just having my breakfast. Sister Istrom, your butler is dead.
Arthur? Then? That's something of a blow. He was a jewel. Won't you sit down?
Thanks, Mr. Istrom, but we...
Mind if I have another cup of coffee?
Not at all.
Join me?
No, thanks.
Arthur's mother phoned me Saturday night, but naturally... How'd he die? Run over? Stabbed in some Harlem brawl?
Even if he was in a brawl, Mr. Istrom, I strongly doubt that it took place in Harlem. He died of a cerebral fracture. There's a bruise on his jaw, and the back of his head is not pretty.
And then his body was dumped in the East River, like a sack of garbage.
In a word, Mr. Istrom, Arthur was murdered.
Clumsy of me. Well, see here, Queen, do the police think I did it or some such nonsense? The last time I saw Arthur was Saturday evening when he left here perfectly all right.
I take it that your friend, George Arcaris, knew Arthur.
Sure. What has Arcaris to do with Arthur's death, Queen?
That, Mr. Istrom, is what I propose to find out.
George, you only got into the States yesterday morning.
Arthur may not have been murdered until yesterday afternoon. Immersion in water, you see, often makes it difficult to fix the exact time of death.
Now, look here, I'm getting a little bit bored with all this. My fiancée, Miss Mounting, and I have known Mr. Arcaris for a long time, and I'm quite...
31.
I beg your pardon.
I said 31. Does the number 31 mean anything to you, Mr. Istrom?
Not a thing.
Ah, then, I'll let you return to your breakfast.
Becky?
Let's pause right here. More on 670 WMAQ after these messages.
Now you're way off, son. What possible connection could there be?
I don't know, Dad, but there is one.
All on account of a number 31, a coincidence.
Just the same, I'm going to see Arcaris.
Ellery, no, quiet. Now lay off Arcaris, will you? You don't know the stint she's made. Now, please, son.
Okay. But, Dad, I think you're making a big mistake.
And that seemed to be the end of the diamond smuggling case, and of the Arthur Prine case, too.
The police got nowhere on it, and Ellery got grumpier every day. Then 2 weeks later, it was a Sunday.
Nikki, is that you?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
In my Sunday best.
Ellery, what's the matter?
The Aegea, it's sailing today.
So what?
George Arcaris is sailing on it.
Just suppose he is.
Nikki, we can just make it.
Make what?
The Aegea. I just solved it, Nikki. Come on.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Queen.
Trust me, Captain.
You hope.
Oui. Captain Dillian, Mr. Arcaris. Open your cabin door, please.
Yes? What is it, Captain? Where are these people?
Mr. Arcaris, would you mind if this gentleman searches your cabin?
Search? I mind very definitely, Captain.
Perhaps if I explained. Mr. Arcaris, it's my theory that this cabin contains a hiding place.
Hiding place?
Of what? Of some diamonds.
Oh, I see. Formerly, I've been accused of smuggling diamonds into the United States. Now I am accused of smuggling them out. Is that it?
Not exactly. But you will admit, Mr. Arcaris, won't you? And it's a very odd coincidence you're always booking Cabin 31 on the Aegea, both coming and going?
And he's demented. Very well. Go ahead.
Sir, I can't hold up the ship, Mr. Queen. We sail in 10 minutes.
Ellery, 10 minutes.
One side, Nicky.
You'll have to hurry, Mr. Queen.
'Tis a pity my good friends Mr. Eastrom and Miss Mounting did not stay on board long enough to witness this spectacle.
So Istrom and Miss Mounting were here, Mr. Arcaris. Here in your cabin?
You know them? Yes, Mr. Queen. They always see me off.
That's very interesting, Arcaris, because the steel support this bunk comes out, revealing a very effective hiding place.
What?
Why, it's big enough to hide a fortune in diamonds.
But Mr. Queen, it's empty.
Certainly, Captain, but it was full of diamonds when the Aegea docked.
Ellery, he was searched when he got off the ship.
Arcaris let the diamonds on board, Nicky. He never carried them up when the ship made... He never carried them up when the ship made port, but he made sure always to get cabin 51 for the return trip. You heard him just now. Tip Istrom and Susu Mounting always see him off. Visitors to the ship on its outgoing voyage. Such visitors are not searched when they leave. One of them carried the diamonds off just a few minutes ago.
Stand very still.
Oh. My error.
Do not move, please. Not even a little.
Very good.
Oh, the swine.
Ellery, look here, through the porthole. He's running down the gangway just as they're pulling it in.
Never mind Arcaris, Nicky. We've got to get to Istromless. Captain, get us off your ship. And so, Mr. Istrom, I will trouble you for those diamonds. Tis Queen, they have nothing to do with Arcaris. My fiancée, Miss Mounting, did turn some jewels over to me this afternoon, yes. But, oh, she did. Oh, she often does. Susie was very popular before our engagement, you know, with some extremely wealthy gentry. She gambles a little, I'm afraid, and she turned some of their gifts over to me for disposal. You know, my father made his money in South African diamonds. I still have some father's connection. Do you doubt my word? Are you as big an idiot as you sound, Istrom? Your precious Suso has been smuggling diamonds into the United States for your friend Arcaris and getting you to turn them into cash. That's a lie, Queen. That's a filthy old...
Semper, Mr. Istrom. Sorry.
Wow. You knocked him out, Ellery. He's out cold.
Yes. Now to find those diamonds.
Don't bother.
Huh?
Susu Mounting.
I've got them. Mr. Queen, isn't it?
You know, Miss Bonnie, that gun is probably loaded. You sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, stop it. Now, they're both going to march out of here and go down to the street. You'll pretend nothing's wrong. You'll get into my car. Drive it. I'll be in the back with this thing pointing at you. And you'll drive out to the country.
Sounds cozy. Shut up.
Where are we going, Susu?
To a little hideaway cottage used by George Arcaris. Arcaris?
Get going.
You are an idiot, Suso. You bring them here. Why did you not shoot them in Dictapat?
Well, I'm not as used to shooting people as you are, George. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. Perhaps it is just as well, Mr. Queen. I owe you something, personally. Now that Suso has brought you here, you will make the best of it, eh? We have the diamonds. This is Pip Eastrom's pistol. We will concoct a plot.
Ellery.
It's all right, Nicky. Arcaris wouldn't be that foolish.
Foolish? This cottage is owned by Pip Eastrom, Mr. Queen. An accommodation to his good friend George. But nothing on paper, you understand. So we will bury you here. By the time you are found, Mr. Eastrom, who has been a dupe throughout, we'll have some explaining to do.
No, don't. George, wait. Wait till I go away with you.
My dear Miss Mounting, we smuggle diamonds together. We will commit murder together.
Oh, no.
Or would you rather join them? I give you 5 seconds, Susu.
Get it over with. Quick.
Duck, Nicky.
I've got his gun, Dad. Nice shooting, Billy. Just stand still, girlfriend.
Take your paws off me. You'll hit Mr. Eastrom. Pip.
You fool.
Has anybody got a drink?
You've done your last drinking for some time, Miss Mounty. And I don't think our care is that you'll smuggle any more diamonds like these into the United States for some time.
You will get me a physician and my consulate at once.
Oh, sure. Well, son, another narrow squeak.
Got Mr. Istrom to thank, Maestro. He came to after the mouthing woman hustled you out and phoned us pronto.
I heard Susu's confession, Mr. Queen. It quite restored my sanity. Thanks for saving our lives, Istrom. Well, Dad, now...
Ellery, let's get out of here.
Nicky, don't you want to know who killed Mrs. Bryant's son, Arthur?
The murder of Mr. Estrom's butler.
You mean, son, the two cases are connected?
Oh, yes, Dad. And I'll tell you how right now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, Nicky, will you introduce our guest?
Sure thing, Ellery. He's the popular screen and stage star, most recently seen with Anne Sheridan in the film Nora Prentice. Mr. Kent Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. Nice to have you here.
Good evening, Ellery. Thanks for inviting me.
I understand that this season you're going to be playing for the 4th time with Catherine Cornell in Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, is that right?
That's right, Ellery. I played with Miss Cornell in Candida, St. Joan, Wingmas Victory, and I'm looking forward with great enjoyment to Antony and Cleopatra.
Lots of luck, Mr. Smith. Let's hope the play has a long run. But now let's get down to business, shall we? Tell me who killed Arthur Prime.
Well, it seems rather simple from where I sit. I don't know whether it is or not, but I guess that Sousa's the real villain in this piece, except that she...
Villainette. The villainette, just to be grammatically correct.
Well, I must say that I was fooled about Pip, but as long as he turns out to be okay, probably...
Having saved our lives, you mean?
Yeah. Came in handy then.
And you got her with you, certainly did.
Yeah.
And the motive?
Well, that I can't quite establish, except she might have found him. Pip sent his butler to cabin 31, and the code they used...
And you connected with the diamonds?
Yeah.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and you'll find out in just a moment what the solution is.
I can't wait.
I know, but how do you... I should have what gives, then. Listen, every morning for 3 years, Arthur Prime prepared his employer's breakfast by 9 o'clock. On Monday mornings, Arthur always got to Mr. Istrom's apartment by 8:30, Mrs. Prime told us, Nicky. Just so Mr. Istrom can eat on time. Now, Nicky, do you recall the morning Mrs. Prime identified Arthur's body at the morgue?
Yes, it was a Monday morning.
And what time was it when we left the morgue to go to Mr. Istrom's apartment?
Very early. I think I said it was 7:15.
That's right. We took a cab. We went directly from the morgue to Istrom's Park Avenue apartment. So when we saw Istrom, no more than 15 to 20 minutes could have elapsed. In other words, it was around 7:30 in the morning. And what was Istrom doing when we called on him at that hour?
Eating his breakfast.
At 7:30 a.m. But this was breaking a fixed habit of years. Why, on that particular Monday morning, did not Pip Istrom wait for his man Arthur to turn up to prepare breakfast for him?
Because he knew Arthur was dead, that ain't?
Well, Dad, the only ones who knew Arthur was dead at that time were ourselves and Arthur's mother. Arthur's body hadn't been fished out of the East River until 5 a.m., hadn't been identified by his mother until 7:15 a.m. 15 minutes before we found Istrom eating a breakfast he himself must have prepared, since Arthur was his only servant. There is only one way Istrom could have known Arthur was dead, and that's if Istrom had killed him. Correct, Istrom? Correct.
Yeah, but Maestro, why? And what did the number 31 have to do with it?
Well, for some time, Arthur, who had a weakness for playing the numbers game, had been playing 31, because he had noticed that your good friend Arcturus always occupied cabin 31 on the Aegea. Arthur took that as a hunch, as so many numbers players do. But that last Saturday, Arthur suddenly realized that Arcturus wasn't using cabin 31 on the Aegea just because he liked it. He had probably noticed also that each time after Arcturus sailed in cabin 31 on the Aegea, your fiancé, Istrom, invariably deposited some diamonds with you. And your butler made the connection you were too blind to make. He told you that Saturday afternoon, and you must... I was so outraged I lost my temper and hit Arthur in the jaw with all my strength. He fell hard and fractured his head on the floor. I didn't mean to kill him.
I hid his body then, middle of the night. I took it down the service elevator into my car, disposed of it in the river.
I'm afraid, Istrom, that you've been your own worst enemy throughout. Too infatuated with Susu Mounting to see what she really was, too hot-headed to control that murderous temper of yours, and too foolish to call the police when Arthur died and rely on the simple truth. Now you'll have to face a jury under very different circumstances.
It's to be your own fault, Istrom, if they don't believe your story. Sergeant, take him in, too.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Mr. Kent Smith, for being our guest armchair detective this evening. And as mementos of your visit with us, Anderson is proud to present you with this autographed copy of my new anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1946, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. As a special gift, we have for you a Stromberg-Carlson radio phonograph combination, complete with push-button tuning and automatic record changer. We're also presenting you with a generous supply of Anderson for the relief of headache pain. Perhaps your own doctor has already recommended Anderson for the fast help it can give. Now, Ellery, what about next week? Next week's story done is about a tense problem in human relations and crime. I call it Tragedy in Blue.
Ellery Queen. In the interests of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated station bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not only crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but also crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the famous columnist of Daily Variety, Miss Floribel Muir. And now, here's Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's case is much more Nicky's than mine. I urge everyone interested in the problem of juvenile delinquency to listen to The Pre-Spog.
All right, Nicky, so you decided to find a new apartment, but did you have to pick the east side, the slum?
Around this corner, Ellery.
Garbage tossed out the front windows, gangs of young hoodlums. Nicky, do you know what the incidence of crime in this neighborhood?
Well, for the love, that 3-story and basement brownstone over there, Ellery. Take it back, Mr. Q.
Oh, in spades. Around the corner, and it's a very nice street.
Nothing wrong with the house, either.
You sure the place isn't haunted? There might be something wrong with it.
I'd like to see the ghost who can make me move.
All right, Nicky, I'll go up with you. Like to see that apartment.
Nothing doing. You wait till I fix it up.
Well, all right. See you tomorrow, Nicky.
Night, Ellery.
Bye.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
I believe we're neighbors. My name is Tankman, Clyde Tankman.
Oh, yes, you're on the floor above me, Mr. Tankman. My name is Nicky Porter.
How do you do? No, allow me, Miss Porter.
Thank you.
You know, young women really couldn't live in this neighborhood.
Why not, Mr. Tyson?
Too much crime. There were just at the... Oh, Mr. Gazelle. What's wrong with you? Miss Porter, Mr. Gazelle, top floor.
Hello, Mr. Gazelle.
Shatina, Mr. Stankley, did you hear? Mr. Gazelle was reporting the UN for a Paris paper, Miss Porter.
Yes. How thrilling.
No, mademoiselle. Very dull. I'd much rather report your crime news. Monsieur, did you hear on the radio? That street fight 2 blocks away?
Oh, no.
Yes, Gazelle, I've just been over there. Bad. Then it is where I am going. Pardon, mademoiselle.
Thank you. Hello, it is Eddie. Was anybody hurt, Mr. Tank?
Yes. Gang of hoodlums, mere boys started it.
Oh, dear.
Well, I'll be saying good night.
Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Good night, Miss Porter.
Now, where was that light switch again? Oh.
What? Yeah, this is a real ride, sister, so don't get no ideas. What are you doing in my apartment? I was in a fight. I'm on the lam from the lousy cops.
Aren't you a little young to be afraid of policemen? How old are you?
Stay where you are. 14 and no cracks.
14. And what's your name?
Frankie Cluck. And you're gonna hide me out, sister,
You're bleeding. I'm a blight still, Frankie. No, it hurt, but I've got to wash some of this blood away, Frankie. There's no use fumbling around for your artillery. I've hidden it.
Then it's a trap. Sister, you call the cops and I'll... Who's that?
Yes? Who's there?
Police.
Cops. You call them. You...
Be quiet.
My soldiers, Sergeant. It's just Nicky's new apartment.
Ellery.
Nicky, it's Ellery. Come on, open.
But I'm getting...
Out of here. We're staying right here, Frankie, and keep your mouth shut. Coming, Ellery. Well, if it isn't me killing Pardonville, fine time for a visit, what for?
All hallelujahs broke loose over on Stucker Street, Miss Porter.
I was on my way home and I ran into the thick of it, and really here.
Yeah, somebody in the back thought he saw a kid duck into the alley behind this house, Miss P.
He wouldn't be in your apartment, would he, Nicky?
A boy? Who is he? What'd he do?
Oh, McCarthy's done a great deal, Nicky. He's one of the ringleaders of a juvenile gang who call themselves the Frogs.
This kid is known as the Bubblegum
The
Kid.
Frogs pulled a big job tonight, then apparently got into a fight over the division of the spoil.
Well, what's going to happen to this boy if he's caught?
What's going to happen to him? He's going to get what's coming to him, and that's plenty.
Juvenile court, and probably the reformatory.
That's going to cure him, won't it?
I know, Nicky, it's a tough problem. But what are we standing here in the hall for? As long as I'm here, Nicky?
Not till the place is fixed up.
Why, Nicky, you'll have me thinking you've got that young hoodlum in there.
Oh, go on away.
Come on, Thug. Right. Good night, Miss Porter.
Good night, Sergeant.
Night, Nicky.
Night, Ellery. Well, Frankie, you still think this is a trap?
I don't get it. Hey, lady, what are you doing?
You're going to bed. Day bed, hotel. You're gonna undress me? Well, you can't go to bed with your clothes on.
But I'll undress myself.
All right, Frankie. But be very careful.
You gonna stay in the room?
No, Frankie.
It's for my pajamas. Put on a dame's pajamas, no though.
Put this on, Frank. Here, I put it on for you.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hey, where you going?
Well, the doctor who lives on the ground floor.
No, I don't get no doc.
And then, Frankie, you and I are going to have a little talk.
Oh, no, young man, you'll have to hold still.
You're killing me, Doc.
This is going to hurt.
Isn't that an awfully nasty wound?
Yes, lost a lot of blood. But I wouldn't worry, Miss Porter. These slum boys are tough.
Oh, I ain't no slum product, Doctor. He's my nephew.
Really? How did you get this knife wound, Frankie?
That's not from a knife. I was climbing a fence with glass on top. Cut me all up.
Oh, I see. He mustn't be moved, Miss Porter, and that wound has to be watched.
Nah, I'll be okay. Let me alone.
I'll watch her, Dr. Curdle. I've had some nursing experience.
Good. There, young man. How did that dressing feel?
Oh, great.
Should be changed every 12 hours, Miss Porter, and watch his temperature.
Yes, Doctor. What do I owe you?
Well, since we're neighbors, Miss Porter, I'll send you a bill. I'll take a look in on him tomorrow. Good night.
Good night, Doctor, and thank you. So that door. Feel better?
He made me nervous. Hey, what are you doing?
Just tucking you in.
That little guy don't look like no real doctor anyway. Looks more like a toad all hunched over.
Frankie, we don't talk about other people's physical defects.
Not Dr. Cordell's fault that he had the hunchback. And it's to his credit that he was able to overcome his handicap. Handicap? Everyone has some handicap to overcome. Some of us have to overcome the way we started out in life.
Like me and me. I'm doing okay.
There you are. Frankie, I think we ought to let your father and mother know where you are, don't you?
My who? Hey, what do you think I am, a Boy Scout?
No, Frank. I don't think you're a Boy Scout. You're not man enough to beat one.
Say, listen, baby.
The name is Miss Porter, Frankie. Don't you have any parents?
Ah, sure. My old man's doing a stretch and stir, and my old lady, I don't know where she is. Ain't seen her for 2 years.
I see. Then where do you live, Frankie?
Oh, around. We frogs got a clubhouse, kinda. I sleep there on the floor most of the time. Hey, this bed is the nut.
Called?
Yeah, my gang. The big shot who organized it called himself the Frog, and
Yes, Frankie? Go on, I'm interested.
I made it all up.
Hey, where are you gonna sleep? In my bedroom, man. Now, you better get some lift.
Wait a second. Why are you doing all this for me? What's your angle?
Angle? Frankie, not everyone has an angle.
Oh, no. I suppose you're doing this because you like me, huh?
That's one reason.
Huh?
Another is that everybody talks about helping boys like you, but very few actually do.
Nobody's got to do nothing for me.
Frankie, I'd like you to talk to that man who was here a while ago, the one I called Ellery.
Yeah? What for? Who is he?
Ellery Queen.
Ellery Queen. That cop-loving... I knew this was a trap.
Frankie, no.
I want to let go.
Oh, no. Frankie?
So bushed I can't even get away from a lousy day.
You're staying right here till you get well.
His queen will sick the cops on me.
No, Frankie, he'll help you.
His old man's a cop. He got cop blood. I hate every lousy cop that ever...
Frankie, suppose I promise not to come to the Queen about you till you say the word. How's that?
Okay.
It's a deal. Now I'm gonna turn the light off.
Say, babe, Miss Porter.
Yes, Frankie?
I'm sorry I called you a lousy day. Night.
Good night, Frankie.
We've got to find that bubblegum kid.
Yeah, Inspector. Now, Dad, take it easy.
Inspector, why is this boy so important?
Because, Nicky, I think he knows who the Frog is. The adult who organized the kid gang and directs their operation.
Oh, you make him talk, Inspector?
We've got to break the back of this gang. Believe. The boy is hiding out around Stocker Street somewhere. You get down there, and don't come back till you find him.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Think we've been trying to do. Go on, you two, go home.
Inspector.
What, Nicky?
Why do these boys hate policemen so?
Because they're on the street and they figure the officer's there to spoil their fun, Nicky.
Fear, Nicky. Hate is made by fear.
Any cop worth his salt knows he's got to sell the kids on the idea that he's their friend, which he is. They learn to obey the rules the way they've got to when they grow up.
Look at the way they have to grow up, Inspector.
I know, Nicky, but after all, we're only cops. We can't change social conditions. That's the job for everybody. And I got to report to the bar. All right.
Night, Inspector.
Night, Dan.
Well...
Nicky, why this sudden interest in slum kids?
Oh, generally. Ellery, I've got to get on home.
Oh, sure, I'll take you.
What up, Bobby?
No bother at all. I'd like to. Come on.
Ellery, no.
What's the matter, Nicky? Isn't your apartment fixed up yet?
Well, not entirely.
Or don't you want me to see the boy you're hiding out?
How'd you know?
I didn't. You just told me.
Ellery, he's only 14 years old. His father's in prison and his mother's...
The boy's broken the law.
I know, but Ellery, he's just a child and he's hurt.
Oh. But, Nicky, if he can put the finger on this man they call the Frog...
Frankie doesn't know who he is, Ellery. He doesn't.
Nicky...
I'll tell you, he doesn't. He sends the messages. They've never seen him. That's what Frankie says, and I believe him. But even if he's lying, to turn him over to the police, no. Ellery, I want to show him that not everyone's an enemy, that there are decent people in this world. People who give him what he's never had, love. And I'm doing it, Ellery. I'm getting somewhere. He's fighting me, but he's losing. Let me have him for just a little while longer, won't you? Please, please.
Nicky, if Dad ever finds out about this, you'll have to hide me out, too.
There. Now take a look at yourself in the mirror, Frankie.
Am I sharp? Dang, Nick. This suit must have set you back plenty of move.
Oh, never mind that. You're sure you feel well enough, Frankie?
In the pink, in the pink.
Then come on.
But where are we going? What's the mystery?
Well, Frankie...
Good evening, Miss Porter.
Oh, hello.
And this is the nephew, Miss Porter?
Yes, Mr. Gazelle. This is Frankie.
Very nice-looking boy. Hello.
Hiya.
Pardon?
And Mr. Sankton.
Mr. Who?
This boy looks familiar to me.
Let's get a move on, huh, Nicky?
Oh, yes, Frankie. Nice to see you both.
Good evening, Miss.
Very familiar.
Here you are.
Thank you. Remember the door. Thank you.
Say, Aunt Nicky, who's that little Frenchman? What's his racket?
Why, little Mr. Gazelle is a reporter, the French newspaper.
Oh. And, who is that great big tall old guy?
Mr. Sankton? Never neighbor, apartment over mine. They say he has a strong box full of bonds and his...
Yeah?
Nothing. Nothing, Frankie.
You scared I'd crack his box, swipe the bond? Would you? You wouldn't like it, would you?
No, Frankie, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought. Stealing is for suckers. Say, where are we going at, Nicky?
To the subway to Brooklyn. Underneath there, Frankie. She's in junior high. I want you two to meet.
A girl? I'm nothing doing.
I think, Frankie, you'll find Ivy a little different than the girls you've known.
Oh. Not a tough babe, huh?
No, Frankie. I thought maybe you'd like to take Ivy and me out to movies tonight. She's terribly anxious to meet you.
She is. Huh. Sounds okay? Yeah. Hey, could you let me have a dime?
Oh, sure, Frankie. What calling?
I feel like I'd like to have some bubble gum.
You walk so fast, Frankie. Better sit down here on the sofa. Catch my breath.
But why won't you tell me what Ivy said, Hen Nicky?
He might get a swelled head.
She liked me.
She couldn't get over you being only 14. Of course, Ivy goes for the tall, lanky type anyway.
Well, what'd she say? What'd she say?
She said you look and act like a great big man. At least 17.
You're kidding?
No. How'd you like her, Frankie?
Oh, she's solid. I never met a girl like that before. Say, Aunt Nicky.
Yes, dear?
How soon can you fix it for me to meet Mr. Queen?
Frankie?
Oh, Frankie. I just want... Hey, you kissed me.
Here, Frankie. Take Mikey. Go into the house. Make fun.
Where you going, Aunt Nicky?
The phone, Ellery. So I ran over to the bird to call the Ellery. Isn't it wonderful? I won. Oh, he has, Ellery. He just never had a chance before, that's all. Ellery, couldn't we send him away to school? I pay my share. I can't plan all along.
I want to talk to him first, Nicky.
Oh, well, of course.
As a matter of fact, I would just coming over to your place anyway, with Dad.
With the inspector? Ellery, what's the matter? Something's wrong. Did he know about prank?
No, it's nothing else. Dad, talk to Nicky. Nicky.
What is it, Inspector?
Billy just came up with a report.
The sergeant?
Don't know something important. Billy. Tell Nicky what you told me. Miss Porter?
Yes, Sergeant.
You know this bigot calls himself the Frog or runs that kid gang?
Yes.
Well, I just got one of the kids to open up. He don't know who the Frog is, but he does know where he lives.
Where, Sergeant?
In your house, Miss Porter.
My house?
One of those apartments. Yeah. You are okay? There may be fireworks. Yeah. Oh. Come. Anyway, come on. Vicky.
Yes, Ellery.
Stop that. Nicky, it might be wise to get the boy out of there for the time being.
Yes, Ellery.
Take him to the Y, Nicky. Park him there and come back. Quick, before we get there.
Right. Mr. Gazelle, Dr. Cordell.
Oh, yes, Miss Porter. Mademoiselle.
Oh, what's the matter? Frankie! Frankie! His heart is bleeding. His head, Dr. Cordell.
Mr. Gazo, just called me, Miss Porter. I just got here.
Mr. Gazo.
I was going out for a newspaper, mademoiselle. I stumbled over your nephew. He was lying here in the hall, bleeding, unconscious.
Doctor, how is he?
Oh, bad blow on the head. Doesn't seem to be concussive, but, Mr. Gazo.
We lift him. He's so big. That's all I mean. He'll pull.
Isn't that Mr. Stanklin? It's Mr. Stanklin, I believe.
Mr. Stanklin, what's the matter? My bond. My life savings. My bond. I've been robbed.
Nicky, now look, Miss Porter.
Don't talk to me, any of you.
Nicky, in the first place, that boy is the bubblegum kid we've been looking for.
I've been looking for when all the time she had.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. He was hurt. I had to give him his chance.
And look what he did with it.
Shut up, Feely. In the second place, we found a wad of bubblegum stuck to Tanklin's strongbox.
And it's got the print of the kid's right forefinger smack on it. Clear as a picture.
Nicky, I'm sorry.
I propose Frankie hit himself over the head.
Yes. The 3-pound scale weight we found near him with blood on it was made to order for a fake. All he had to do, Nicky, was hold it high over his head and let it drop.
And his prints are on that.
Fantastic.
Dad, what's that? This could be a frame-up, you know.
Yes, that's what it is. It's a frame-up.
We now know the man whom they call the Frog, the brains of the gang, lived in this house. Then he's seen Frankie here, and he's realized Nicky was rehabilitating him. He'd want to make Frankie an example, so that the kid still in the gang would be held in line. So he knocks out Frankie, presses Frankie's right forefinger into the bubble gum, robs Stanklin's strongbox, and leaves the gum on the box. And I'm Uncle Don.
And that's just what happened.
Yeah? Didn't we find traces of bubble gum on the kid's right forefinger?
Of course you did, Sergeant. He was fine.
Wait a minute, Nicky. Were traces of gum found anywhere else on Frankie, Dad?
No, Tom, just on his right forefinger.
Why? I want to talk to Frankie.
So do I.
Oh, don't get him excited, please. Maybe he's still too weak. Doctor.
Oh, hello.
Frankie's not well enough to be questioned yet, is he, Dr. Cordell?
Oh, I think so, Miss Porter. Even though the blow was directly on top of his head, he's made a fine recovery.
Frankie. Frankie, I'm sorry you two had to meet this way, but this is Ellery Queen. Hi, Mr. Queen.
Hello, Frankie. Well, fella, it looks as if you're in a jam.
Yeah, they told me. But I didn't do it, Mr. Queen.
Frankie, how'd you get that crack on the skull?
Well, while Miss Porter was phoning, somebody knocked on the door. I open it, and there's nobody there. I go out in the hall, and wham. And that's all I remember.
It's from behind, huh?
Yeah. And somebody was laying for me, Mr. Queen.
Frankie.
Huh?
Frankie. Who's the Frog?
I don't know.
Hey, somebody lives in this house, kid. Now, who is he?
I don't know, I tell you. Let me alone, you lousy Frankie. I'm sorry, Aunt Mickey. Cop to my friends, huh?
Can't you see he's telling the truth? The Frog is Mr. Gazo, Dr. Cordell here.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you could be, Doctor. Or maybe it's old Franklin himself stole his own bonds or something, but Frankie had nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but I'm going to head. Now, come,
Dad, I can clear the whole thing up for you. There he goes again. I can't help that, Sergeant, but now I know who the Frog is, and all the rest of it. Gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nicky?
Certainly, Ellery. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Miss Flower Muir, famous columnist of Daily Variety, the Entertainment World trade publication, and also West Coast correspondent for the New York Daily News.
Welcome to the armchair, Miss Muir. Well, you shouldn't have too much trouble solving this case tonight. If memory serves, you've had a great deal of experience covering criminal cases as a newspaper woman.
Well, Ellery, you're correct on one thing. I have had plenty of occasions to write about actual murder cases. But when it comes to something like your thriller tonight, well, that's another story. I'm not too much on the actual solving end of the mystery.
I end up being modest, Miss Muir. Now, suppose we get down to the business at hand. Tell us, who is the Frog and who stole the bonds?
I think the Frenchman is the Frog because
That's the name we apply to Frenchmen. He probably might have taken it for that reason.
I see, yes, many people do use that term. What is your reason for selecting him as the guilty party?
Well, he doesn't seem to have any real connection anywhere. He seems to be running around interesting himself in crime of one sort and another. He seems to have some sort of a connection with Stangler, or attempting to get acquainted with Stangler, probably to find out whether Stangler had any bonds or not, or any money.
Thank you very much for Belmure. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here's Paul Masterson. The economic and political upheavals this country is experiencing now as a result of the war provides fertile ground for those who sow the seeds of racial and religious prejudice. Either through ignorance or indifference, many Americans these days are using the old scapegoat technique of blaming all modern-day difficulties on racial, religious, and other minority groups. Straighten out your friends who slander a whole group because of one petty personal dislike. Encourage respect of minority religions and races. Keep America great by promoting the racial and religious freedom that made it great. First, Frankie didn't steal those bonds.
Frankie, see what I tell you.
It's purely a matter of bubblegum technique. The print of Frankie's forefinger was found on the gum stuck to the old man's strongbox. Traces of gum were found on Frankie's forefinger and nowhere else. Watch a kid remove a wad of gum from his mouth. You'll find that he uses two fingers, his forefinger and his thumb. No trace of gum on Frankie's thumb, no thumbprint on the gum. Frankie never took that gum out of his mouth. Someone else did and pressed Frankie's forefinger into it. A frame-up, as Nicky said.
Yeah. And why do you think of that?
Looks as if we figured you all wrong, Frankie. Maybe Lynn sure does.
It's okay.
Second, who's the frog? Somebody living in this house. Now, aside from Nicky, who lives here? Dr. Cordell?
The frog. The frog. Hey, remember Aunt Nicky? I said the dot looked like a Frank.
It's all right, it doesn't bother me, and he's a child. But believe me, gentlemen, I'm not this man they call the frog.
Hey, wait a minute. Frog. The Frenchman. That's a slang word for Frenchman.
Yes, and as nasty a word, Sergeant, as kike, nigger, wop, pullack, or any of the other insulting terms some people use to assert their purely imaginary superiority over their fellow citizens.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, Mike. Go, I just... Danclip. His voice. That frog in his throat.
I think we can arrive at the frog by a more satisfactory route, Dad.
Oh.
What do we know the frog did? He struck Veely directly on the top of the head. But Frankie is tall. Dr. Cordell is small. Monsieur Gazot has been described as the little Frenchman. But what about Stanklin? A big, tall man. Only Stanklin was tall enough, of the three possibilities, to strike the top of Frankie's head. Stanklin framed Frankie. Stanklin is the frog.
I think, Billy, we'll go upstairs and interview Mr. Stanklin.
When we add up.
Thanks, Mr. Queen. Frankie, this time I didn't have to remind you.
Boy, that was something. That was okay.
Ellery, will he have to go to court on another charge?
I don't think we'll have much trouble in persuading the judge that Frankie deserves a chance, Nicky. He'll be put on probation, in his Aunt Nicky's custody and mine.
Gee, don't start bawling. Please, Aunt Nicky. Makes a guy want to bawl himself.
Oh, now listen, for heaven's sake. You'll have me doing it in a minute. Nicky, will you cut that out? Frankie?
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you, Miss Flora Belmure, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. Well, Paul, and what for next week, Ellery? Well, Paul, next week. Oh, by the way, are you interested in card? You mean bridge, poker, and such? Well, no, it isn't about cards, Paul, even though I call it
One Diamond.
This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
Ellery Queen. In the interests of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery, and before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the popular vocalist, Miss Peggy Lee. And now, here's Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we meet Mr. Mark Gallows, who played a very dangerous game. I call it One Diamond. And this is
Miss Eve Angel, Mr. Queen.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Queen?
Won't you sit down, Miss Angel?
I'd love it.
The notes, Nicky.
Yes, Ellery. Is this your secretary? Yes, I'm his secretary.
Miss Angel, Miss Porter.
How do you do? How do you do?
And what can I do for you, Miss Angel?
Mr. Queen, I've come to invite you for the weekend at the home of my employer.
Well, I'm tempted to say, this is so sudden. Isn't there some mistake?
Oh, no. I'm sure, Mr. Queen, you've heard of Mark Gallows.
Mark Gallows? You work for Gallows?
I'm Mr. Gallows' secretary. The Gallows Diamond.
What, Nicky?
The Gallows Diamond, Ellery. It's not been publicly displayed for... How long is it, Miss Angel? 40 or 50 years? That's the Gallows. You are an efficient secretary, Miss Porter. Aren't you? I do my little best, Miss Angel.
But I don't get this, Miss Angel. I've never met Mr. Gallows. Why should he invite me for a weekend?
Because I asked him to.
Oh, I'm to be your guest?
In a way.
What, Nicky?
Nothing, just one. Will you come?
Yes.
Goody-goody, a weekend off.
Oh, no, Nicky. You're coming with me.
For notes, Ellery?
Yes, for notes.
Do come too, Miss Porter, for notes. Friday afternoon, Mr. Queen, at the Riverdale Estate.
Miss Angel.
Yes?
Why did you ask Mr. Gallows to invite me?
See you Friday. Au revoir.
Interesting.
Yes, isn't she?
No, I mean the invitation, Nicky. Of course, this is Gallows' doing, not her idea at all.
Want to bet?
Oh, don't be silly, Nicky. There's skullduggery involved.
Is Gallows the type?
Mark Gallows? Don't you know anything about him, Nicky?
Just that he's one of the richest men in America.
He's a misophobe.
A whosophobe?
Afflicted with misophobia, Nicky. Morbid fear of dirt.
Dirt?
Mm-hmm. Gallows is supposed to have a gold-plated washstand in every room he commonly uses, so that he can wash his hands on a second's notice.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, that's the story. Buys germicides by the gallon, picks strange objects up with a specially sterilized tissue.
Oh, must be rough on his wife.
No, fortunately, he's not married. Wonder what's behind this invitation.
A two-legged word spelled E-V-E.
Oh, no, Nicky. She's just bait.
I'll answer right away, Ellery.
Oh, never mind, Nicky. I'll go. Yes? Nobody here. Who is it?
Oh. Ellery, what was that? That sounded just like a Ellery. Listen to me, Ellery. No, but Ellery, you can't.
Thinking outside.
Oh, he's a fool, Inspector.
You're not getting out of this bed, Ellery, and that's that.
But I'm all right, I tell you.
All right.
With a bullet wound in your arm?
It's nothing, just a flesh wound. You heard the doctor.
It's that woman, that's what it is.
Oh, it's not that woman at all, Nicky. It's the whole thing.
You think the attempt on your life is connected with the invitation, son?
When I'm shot at within 2 minutes, Dad? Of course. Somebody followed Eve Angel, guessed her purpose, and tried to rub me out.
But why?
To keep me from going to the Gallows place this weekend, Nicky. Which is why I'll be there if I have to go in an ambulance.
And come back in a hearse. Ellery, be sensible.
You're still shaky, son.
I'm going.
You're not.
I won't let you, Ellery. By gosh, I'm still your father, and you'll do as I say.
And this is the gold room, Mr. Queen.
Really royal, Miss Angel.
That is a washstand, isn't it? Yes, Miss Porter. By the way, when you meet Mark, I'd suggest you don't offer to shake hands. Germs, you know. Germs.
I suppose we all have them.
Yes. Let's go out onto the terrace. I want you to meet Mark's other house guests.
Oh, I think that'd be delightful.
We have a sort of international house here this weekend, Mr. Queen.
Oh, really?
Mark and I Americans, Sidney Duff Brown, the Englishman, Cornelius Van Cleek of Holland, and Reginald Doss, who's an Anglo-Indian. What's the matter, Mr. Queen?
Oh, nothing, Miss Angel. You bumped my sore arm.
I am sorry. Shots? Yes, shots. Oh, dear. Now I'll have to be so careful not to let you get romantic, Mr. Queen. Oh, by the way, before we go out there, when you meet Mr. Duck Brown, Mr. Van Cleek, and Mr. Doss, could you act just a little mysterious? Just to impress them, you know. The great detective.
Oh, would it make you happy, Miss Angel?
Oh, very.
Then I'll do my best.
This is going to be such an exciting weekend. Shall we go out?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
It's right this way. Oh, there they are. Gentlemen?
Miss Angel again.
With my guests. George, I didn't know we were going to have any competition.
Miss Porter and Mr. Queen. Mr. Reginald Doss. How do you do,
My
Mr.
pleasure.
Doss?
Mr. Cornelius Van Cleek.
I'm glad to know you.
And Mr. Sidney Duff Brown.
How do you do, Duff Brown?
I'll fix something for you people in a moment.
Miss Porter, is it?
That's right, Mr. Van Cleek. Nicky Porter.
Watch Van Cleek, Miss Porter. He's a lady killer.
Or she thinks he is.
Now, don't mind those fellows. What do you do, Miss Porter? Except the dutiful, I mean.
Oh, I work for Mr. Queen here.
Work for him?
In trade? By George, incredible.
This is an amazing country.
Well, not half so amazing as Nikki, Mr. Doss. I really don't know what I'd do without her.
Working for Mr. Queen isn't really being in trade, Mr. Duff Brown.
No.
Definitely not. You see, he's Ellery Queen, the famous detective.
Really?
Your drink, Mr. Queen?
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Porter. I forgot yours. What can I get you? Not a thing, thank you.
But the detective, Mr. Queen, this is exciting.
I quite agree with Mr. Doss. Are you here socially, Mr. Queen?
Or are you after one of us?
Why, Mr. Van Cleek, do you gentlemen have guilty consciences?
Oh, dear, that's Mark. Yes, Mark.
Is that fellow Queen out there?
Yes.
Bring him in here.
Is Mr. Gallows in the habit of referring to all his guests as that fellow, Miss Angel?
Never mind, Nicky. If you gentlemen will excuse us. Back through this terrace door, Miss Angel.
That's right. This way, please. Miss Angel, there's something very strange going on. Will you come this way,
Nicky.
please? Right in here.
Oh, there you are. Confounded Eve, you've got to do something about Reeves. He put my newspaper on my desk without spraying it first.
I'll discharge him right away, Mark. Here, I'll get you a sterile.
No, don't touch it, Eve. Well, so this is the famous Ellery Queen.
And my secretary, Miss Porter.
How do you do?
I'm afraid, Queen, we've, rather put one over on you.
Have you, Mr. Gallows?
Oh, it does seem such a waste, Mark. He's so attractive.
Then you were bait, Miss Angel. All right, Mr. Gallows, now that you've got me here, what next?
Why, Queen, now you leave.
What?
That's right. You served his purpose, my girl. You'll please leave now, Queen. So...
This way out. Ellery Queen, you're going to stand here and let these...
No, Nicky. Mr. Gallows...
Oh, dear. He's going to be difficult.
There's no difficulty, Eve, that can't be smoothed out with a little money. Send me your bill, Queen, whatever your fee is.
I don't charge fees.
No? What do you live on? Nuts?
I don't know exactly what double-dealing intrigue you've whipped up here, Mr. Gallows, but certain things are fairly obvious.
Are they? This interests me, Queen. What's obvious?
You're the owner of one of the most famous diamonds in the world. You have 3 house guests, Mr. Duff Brown of England, Mr. Doss of India, and Mr. Van Cleek of Holland. England is the spearhead of the world's diamond trade. India's Maharajas are the world's greatest collectors of precious stones. Holland is the capital of the world's lapidaries. I'd say Duff Brown, Doss, and Van Cleek are here to buy your diamond, Mr. Gallows.
Be quiet. Yes, Mr. Queen?
Why, we're suddenly all politeness.
Why you schemed to have me put in an appearance here, I don't know. But would it interest you, Mr. Gallows, to learn that within minutes of Miss Angel's visit to my home, I was shot at with intent to kill?
Your arm. Mark, where
Common nonsense. That can't have anything to do with me.
Somebody didn't want me to show up here, Mr. Gallows.
You're a writer, aren't you?
Yes.
This is real life. Get out.
Mr. Gallows, you're an idiot. Come on, Nicky.
Excellent, excellent brandy, Mr. Gallows.
I'm glad you like it, gentlemen. How are you?
Yes, Mark?
Go out there and close the door and stand in front of it. Keep those long-nosed flackies of mine away, do you understand?
Mark, you're going to...
Go ahead.
Oh, but I wanted to see it.
Eve, I said get out of here.
All right, Mark. Gentlemen, will you excuse me? Oh, no, don't bother to get up, please. Have fun.
Well, gentlemen.
I have the very odd feeling, mes confrères, that this is the great moment.
Hadn't you better have someone lock that door, sir?
My estate is well patrolled, F. Brown. Mr. Daz, you don't look very interested.
This is an old story with me, Mr. Gallows.
Is it? Then look at this.
For around 150 carats, Mr. Gallows.
162 3/4, Mr. Vinfleet.
Larger than the Porter Roads from Kimberley.
And of just as fine a water, Duff Brown.
May I examine this, Mr. Gallows?
Certainly does, certainly.
Just let me see that.
One moment, Mr. Duff Brown.
The Gallows diamond, colossal.
My father's wedding gift to my mother. Very sentimental man, my darling. His will provided that the stone mustn't be touched for 25 years after my mother's death. It's been a great trial to me, gentlemen. Very unproductive. Money gathers money. Diamonds gather dust. Daz, do you like it?
Mr. Gallows, it is quite the most superb imitation I have ever seen.
Imitation? I say, Van Fleet, stop pushing. But, by George, it's not genuine.
Is it a jest, Mr. Gallows? I have come all the way from Amsterdam.
This is an exact copy. Worthless, of course, but sufficient for you gentlemen to base your bids on.
When may we see that genuine stone, Mr. Gallows?
It won't be exhibited, Van Cleek, until I get what I consider a selling bid, confirmed by the principal for whom you're acting as agent.
I can't say, Mr. Gallows, I feel entirely comfortable. I've never had my integrity questioned before.
Nor I.
Nor I.
I'm sorry. I have to be careful, gentlemen. You forced me to show my hand. That fellow Queen, the detective whom I had Miss Angel invite a few days ago for the weekend. Actually, she engaged him in my behalf to check up on you gentlemen.
What is your meaning?
Queen came here today to tell me the result of his investigation. He tells me that one of you is a fraud, an imposter.
Yes.
An international jewel thief who's here with forged credentials. Can you blame me for being careful?
We mean, you should have seen their faces.
You're so clever, Mark.
You think I'm not? Now I get a kick out of this sort of thing, Eve, outsmarting them. You don't know these fellows the way I do, Edie. They're canny traders. They take their time.
But they won't in this case.
Why, they'll fall all over themselves, proving they're not fakes. Each one will rush to make his bid and present me with confirming authority from his principal. Things are going to hum around here, darling. And I'll bet you I get 20% more for the diamond.
Mark.
What?
Look at this.
Get that charred scrap of paper? What is it?
Take it. Read it.
What's the matter with you?
Wait till I spray it.
So you invented the story that one of them is a crook, did you? When, of course, all the time they're all honest men.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where'd you find this, Eve?
Living room fireplace. It just missed getting burned. Of course, it doesn't say much.
Wait a minute. This is the beginning of a letter. To me. I didn't see this.
Neither did I.
Dear Mr. Gallows, we regret that our representative has been delayed. Will not be able to arrive in the United States until May 15th to inspect the gallows.
Eve, my lie was true. One of them is an imposter. Where's the rest of this, Eve? Talk, will you? The envelope, the rest of the letterhead. Who is this from? Which one does this...
Mark, you'll have another attack.
One of them intercepted the mail this morning. Must have been watching for this very letter. Maybe the rest of the letter's in the fireplace, Eve.
Mark, wait a minute. I searched the ashes. This is all was left.
Get Queen on the phone.
But, Mark, he won't come now after...
Get Queen!
What's Ellery? Mark Gallows.
Said he'd kept calling me all night, Nicky. What for?
He wouldn't tell me. Said he had to see you, and right away.
Did you tell the great Mr. Gallows that Dad and I were out all night on another case?
Yes. You want me to call him?
No, Nicky. Anything interesting in the mail this morning?
I haven't finished.
Let's see. Bill, fan letter, special delivery.
Special delivery? I didn't notice it, Ellery.
From Mark Gallows.
From Gallows?
Apparently Mr. Gallows is in a tizzy. Let's see. Dear Mr. Queen, you've got to help me. One of my guests is an imposter.
What?
There's gone. He used me, Nicky, to scare Duff Brown, and Van Cleek into thinking one of them was an imposter, to force a quick sale, and then, by gosh, he found out one of them really is.
Serves him right.
Expose the imposter, protect a diamond till the sale goes through, and, Mr. Queen, I'll pay you 10% of the sales price as a fee.
Don't you dare turn him down. I need a raise.
It's this way. The diamond has been buried on my Riverdale estate for years.
Buried?
I enclose a copy of my original map showing the hiding place. If anything should happen to me...
Oh, darn it. I'll take it. Hello? Nicky? Oh, Inspector.
Let me talk to Ellery, will you?
Oh, yes, Ellery. It's for you, Inspector.
Dad? Yes, Dad?
Your friend, Mark Gallows.
Gallows? Yes, what's happened?
He's committed suicide.
Suicide?
Mark Gallows?
Hanged himself from a rafter in his barn.
Dad, keep everything the way you found it.
What do you mean?
I'm coming right up there.
For what? I tell you, Ellery, he committed...
Dad, sight unseen. He was murdered. Mickey, come on.
You man, back down! Well, son.
Murder.
But Ellery...
I'm sorry, Dad, it's murder.
I don't know how you can say that, Ellery.
Neither do I. Man found hanging from a rafter, not a clue to a second person.
Look at this rope he was hanged with.
What about it? Rope comes from this barn, Ellery.
It's filthy.
It's what?
He is phobia.
That's it, Mickey. Dad, Gallows suffered from a morbid fear of dirt. Now, there were 2 ropes in this barn, this dirty one here, and that clean one hanging over there. Even approaching death, Gallows would have used the clean one if he was going to hang himself.
Huh?
Gallows was strung up, Dad, and almost certainly by one of those 3 diamond buyers.
The imposter.
Imposter? What imposter?
No doubt about it, Nicky.
No doubt about what?
I'm afraid we're a little ahead of you on this one, Dad. Are Van Cleek, Das, and Duff Brown still here?
Yeah.
We better hold them here for a while and keep them out of my way.
Why? What are you going to do?
Dad, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Take him up. You man, one of you watch the body, the rest of you come with me. Joe, you better stay up.
Ellery, what are you going to do?
Look Mr. Gallows over. Turn around, Nicky.
Oh. What are you looking for?
Gallows sent me a copy of the map. Where would he keep the original? I'd say it's an even bet he carried it on him, Nicky.
In a secret pocket, you mean?
Yes. Or here.
What?
Leather pouch around his waist next to the skin.
Is it in there?
Oh, no. It's empty.
His killer took the map.
Yes.
But how would the killer know?
About the map? Nicky, do you think you can stand a look at Gallows' face?
Well, it's awfully dead-looking.
And dirty. See here, Nicky.
Dirt around his mouth.
I think our diamond hunter tortured Gallows into telling his secret.
By putting dirt in his mouth. His phobia.
Really nasty, Nicky.
Why are you looking at the copy of the map, Ellery? Killer has the original. Must have dug up the diamond.
I know, Nicky, I know. Let's take a look anyway, shall we?
Maps, buried treasure. Why didn't he put the blasted Bobby in a bank vault where it belongs?
I think this is exciting.
There is something gold-buggish about it, Nicky. Well, let's see. Uh-huh. I think this is it.
What's it?
This tree, Dad. It's our starting place. Here, look at Gallows' map.
Guess so. From this tree, you go due south.
And then due west, and X marks the spot. Wonderful.
Due south, due west. But how far? Just says 10 on the first leg and 10 on the second. 10 what? Miles?
Now, don't be sarcastic, Inspector. Not miles or feet or inches either, because then it wouldn't be far enough to cross that brook, and the south leg on the map does cross the brook.
Right, Nicky. Therefore, it must mean yards. Dad, let me have that compass and yardstick, will you?
Here. Due south.
Which is this way. 1 yard, 2, 3...
Hey!
What, Inspector?
Look at this, Nicky.
A sort of trail in the grass.
Ellery, see this trail?
I saw it, Dad. I'm right on it.
Killer's been here before us.
Didn't I tell you, Ellery?
Tried it. Come on, Nicky. Here, watch this rope.
Oh, gosh, I'm getting all wet. Buried treasure.
It's safe again.
And this is the end of the 10 yards, Dad.
But the trail keeps going, Ellery, in the same direction.
Uh-huh. Another yard.
Killer went 11 yards due south. Yeah. And then he turned west.
2, 3, 4.
And paralleled your route.
A yard away? I don't understand. How far does the map say you've got to go west, Ellery?
Another 10 yards. 9, 10.
But the killer's trail keeps going, son. To here. Toss that yardstick over.
A catch.
Another yard. Exactly. Again, he went 11 yards instead of 10. Funny. Wait.
What is it, Dad?
Ellery, come here.
Nicky, stand on this spot, the end of the 10 yards west, so we don't lose it.
X marks the spot. Or does it?
What, Dad?
Look here.
Somebody dug here, then filled up the hole.
He found it, son. That map we've been following must be wrong.
Darn it. Well, sure it must be wrong. After all, he had the original.
Gallus must have deliberately falsified the figures on the map he sent you, Ellery.
I doubt it. Maybe the killer didn't find the diamond. Maybe he was wrong and we're right.
There's only one way to find out, son.
Uh-huh. Mickey, hand me that shovel.
When you strike water, Ellery, let me know.
No sign of anything yet, son.
Not yet, Dad. Wait. Here it is.
The diamond?
Oh, a metal box. Pretty well chewed up, too. Dad, give me a hand up.
Just a rusty old box.
I think it's so eaten away it'll give without much trouble.
It's diamond.
Holy smokes.
Is that real, Ellery?
It's real, Nicky.
So the killer knocked off old Gallus for nothing. Dug in the wrong place.
Yes. Well, now let's go back to the house and finish this off. And there you have our mystery for tonight. Nicky, would you please introduce our very lovely and charming guest armchair detective for our listeners?
Certainly, Ellery. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Miss Peggy Lee, the popular vocalist who has made Mañana and her Capitol Records album, Rendezvous with Peggy Lee, both of which have set the public humming and dancing.
Welcome, Peggy, to the armchair. Say, it's too bad that we don't have a little more time. Then we could hear you sing one of the songs from that Rendezvous with Peggy Lee album.
Which you did in cooperation with your husband, Dave Varver.
Well, Ellery, right now I'm too nervous to sing anything. I've never been a detective before. In this case tonight has me missing a downbeat, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid you're just jesting, Peggy. Anyway, what about our case? Tell me, have you figured out who hanged Mark Gallows?
Well, I couldn't say exactly. I couldn't exactly name one person, but I think that Eve Angel had something to do with it because she knew all about his fear of dirt. And I think that she probably was the only one who could intercept the letter that was partly burned. And also that she was the only one who would know about the map. And he may have told her the wrong directions.
Just throw her off?
Yeah, I think so.
That's a very interesting deduction. And thank you very much, Peggy Lee. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct.
I will not be held indefinitely. I'm a subject of his magic. Here, you stop that breathing. You give me a headache.
Oh, but he was so kind to me.
Miss Angel, if you please.
And what's this nonsense about murder, Inspector Queen?
Yes, the man hanged himself. You said so yourself, sir.
Yes, I did, didn't I, Mr. Darius? You people all through? All right. Go ahead, son.
Unfortunately, Gallows' murderer made a mistake. Mr. Gallows sent me a copy of that map, and by following its directions exactly, I located the spot where he'd buried the Gallows diamond. How did the killer miss it? Well, what were the directions? To go 10-something due south and then 10-something due west. We assumed that the figure 10 referred to yards, as they did, since by going 10 yards south and then 10 yards west, we did find the diamond. Then the killer did not take the figure 10 to mean yards, or he'd have found the right spot too. He took it to mean a different unit of measurement. Mickey, exactly how far did the killer measure?
11 yards instead of 10 each way.
He reads the figure 10 and measures off 11 yards. How can that be? Only if, in the kind of measure he was using, 10 units equal 11 yards. And which unit of measurement is that? The meter.
Meter?
That's right. Meters exceed yards in exactly the proportion of 11 to 10. But that gives us our criminal.
Oh, I do not see. Well, Creek, you're not alone.
How does that give you your criminal, Mr. Creed?
It tells me, Mr. Das, that the killer of Gallows thinks in terms not of yards, but of meters. Could that be Miss Angel?
Me?
No, it couldn't. Miss Angel is an American, and we use yards, not meters.
So do we in Britain, Mr. Queen.
That's quite true, Mr. Duff Brown. And so do the Hindus, especially one as anglicized as Mr. Reginald Das.
Fortunately for me, sir.
But almost all of continental Europe uses the metric system, including, of course, the Dutch.
Ellery!
Stop it, Van Cleef! Stop it!
You have the advantage of me, Herr Inspector.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you, Peggy Lee, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine. And here's Mr. Masterson.
Panting, Mr. Q. About next week, I mean.
Suppose I give you a good reason to pant, Paul. Want to meet a movie star?
Are you kidding? Where? Where is she, Ellery? Nicky?
Yes, Ellery.
Mind stepping over here, Miss Porter?
Me? What's the matter with you?
Paul, and ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Nicky Porter, starlet. This is Ellery Queen saying goodnight till next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program are fictitious and do not refer to real people either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Howard Culver, Herb Butterfield, Kay Brinker, Joan Banks, Bill Boucher, Wilms Herbert, Eric Snowden, and Sidney Miller. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dwight Hauser. Entire production under the supervision of Ellery Queen.